singing on the long road, singing on the long road.
Everybody.
Fa la 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 la, fa la 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 la, fa la 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 fa la la la, fa la la fa la la la, fa la la la, fa la la fa la la la. Oh, can you hear my heart sing? Can you see my spirit dance? Oh, count my soul before I go. Oh, count this song in my hands. Count this song in my hands. Fa la la fa la la la, fa la 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 la, fa la 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 fa la la la, fa la la fa la la la, fa la la la, fa la 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 fa la la la, fa la 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 la, fa la la la, fa la la la,
Fa la 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 ha!
Ah.
Welcome to the show. This is Horses Sing None of It. My name is Ralph Litwin, and our guest today is Mad Agnes. And I like them as much as Dan Gerwitz of the Boston Herald does. He said, Mad Agnes brims with experience and sophisticated musical gifts, funny showmanship, and the most agile, rambunctious harmonies. The beauty can be intense.
That Dan.
Wow.
He's a nice guy, isn't he?
He wrote some nice words about you, but
He
they're
did.
true.
There
Why,
are two.
thank you.
Thank you.
And Mad Agnes is Mark Saunders.
Yes.
Right here.
Pleasure.
Adrian Jones.
Adrian Jones, Margot Hennebach.
Yes.
Welcome to the show.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks for having us.
And you two have been here before as part of Mad Woman in the Attic.
Can we get the Mad Cam on the Mad Woman?
I don't know if they can.
Oh,
Oh, they're zooming in.
Oh, they
boy.
are. Uh-oh.
There we
That's
go.
kind of scary.
It is.
Yeah.
There they are. They were here before.
You can see I've changed a little.
But sex changes will do that.
What would you like to play for us?
Let's play an animal song.
Oh, okay. Let's do that.
Oh, do you want to say anything about what you just played?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
what we just played was, it was called A Manic Depressive Madrigal. And it's, as far as I know, it's the only contemporary madrigal that's being played on the acoustic music circuit today.
Probably anywhere.
Or anywhere, possibly.
This next song is, yes, it's an animal song. It's called One Wild Dove. And both these songs are on our new album. One wild dove flew into my heart, woke me from my sleep, showed me this was always home, and blessed my soul to keep. One wild dove flew into my heart, quickly made a mess from the gravel on the ground, slowly built her nest. Don't you let her get away. Don't you let her stray. Don't you let her get away. One wild dove flew into my heart, my gristle and my bone. Said it's time to leave behind all the ways you've known. And when you part your darkest night, you will find a star. And though it's burning miles away, it will light you where you are. Don't you let it get away. Don't you let it stray. Don't you let it get away. 'Cause away can sometimes feel so far away. When that storm is hidden by the everyday. So wild dove, come
right away.
She's a little wild dove.
Wild that
She's a little
dove.
wild child.
Wild that
She's a
dove.
little wild dove.
Wild that
She's a little wild child. She's a little bit wild.
Wild that
She's a little gentle wild. She's a little wild gentle wild. She's a little wild.
All right, all right. If Crosby, Stills, and Nash and Young had two females in it, you guys, they would sound like you.
Wow. What would I be?
One of the guys. Oh, they're mushing me. I'm not in the light.
Come into the light.
You mentioned these songs are on your new recording.
Yes.
Magic House.
Magic Hour.
I'm reading upside down.
Not to be
That's
confused
right.
with happy hour.
Somebody wanted to call it Happy Hour for a long time too, but that wasn't quite it either.
And folks can find out about the CD and the touring schedule
Yep.
and read nice things about you and
Yes.
see photos and stuff at madagnes.com.
That's right. Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
When did Mad Agnes come about? How long have you been Mad Agnes?
Almost 2 years. Almost 2 years.
But we have a long history. Besides that, actually, you started by pointing at their history.
That's some of our history. This is actually Margot's and my third band together.
That was their second band.
That was our second band, and this is sort of a next generation of
What
that.
was the first
in a way.
band?
Idle
Oh.
Rumors
Yeah.
with
Paul
Paul
Kovic?
Kovic.
Do you know
You
that?
mean
I
you
never
heard
saw
of
that
us?
one.
Oh,
That
I
was
missed a chapter.
We did. Well, it was.
That
it
was
a
a
pretty
great
cool
chapter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another band I was not in.
Another band Mark was not in.
that's not what made it cool, though, Mark.
No.
You don't have to worry about that.
I realized that.
So,
What's next?
well,
You're all set?
Okay.
We are kind
Here
of
we
all
go.
set here.
this is the community bass. It's actually my bass, but I let the whole band play it.
It's very fashionable.
It's
Isn't it great?
I'll
It's
style
like
it.
a Star Trek bass. That's
We
why
go by
have-
cars that are that color because every new car is now that
It's
color,
true.
isn't it? I
It's
mean,
true.
every car we see, it's always some form of that color. So I don't know what that means, but
I don't either. It has nothing to do with the song.
oh, no, it doesn't.
This is actually a song that I wrote about a man that I saw on the subway in Boston a couple of years ago. And I spent several months trying to put myself in his shoes, and this is what I came up with. It's called Dancing Man. 3, 4, 5. There's a demon in my legs. There is another in my hands. And there is one up my nose, and when it blows, I'm a dragon in Arabian sands. There is a dancer in my eye, and the dance is never done. I am white as a lily, I am blinking in the brilliance of my personal sun. Couples who see me laugh and little kids run. How to begin to tell you what is me? Under the skin, the hell you cannot see. I've been conversing on my phone. My fingers perform a seatback dance while you struggle to batten the hatch on your keen improprietous glance at the human undertow. I am the tide that won't let go, continually climbing the twisted staircase that's turning and turning and turning in my bones. I lie, 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 lie. Dykes and dwarves and blind men, zealots, specks and aliens, fakir, the fraud and the freak. Say, can you embrace and love this human race when Bedlam is here on the street? Bedlam is here on the street. expecting aliens back here, the fraud and the free. Say, can you embrace and love this human race when Bedlam is here on the street? Bedlam is here on the street. How can I drink a glass of
How
water?
can I drink?
How do I calm the endless fate? How do I conjure the peace of surcease of this arduous harlequinade? A dog-eared novel at my eye. Do you begin to understand? I find a pose when the words are on close and my body forgets who I am. Did you enjoy your ride with the dancing man?
All right, all right. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing good. It's fun to be here. It's fun to be here. Thanks for having
Good.
us.
Fun to have you here.
You've had so many people here.
We have.
It's quite amazing.
We're in our 350 plus episodes. Decade
50?
or yeah, 350 shows in about 10 years.
That's like more than Star Trek.
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But I imagine. Maybe not. But yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
What are they queuing
I've
you
just gotten a
about?
message from the bridge.
Oh, your microphone is pointing down.
Uh-oh, that's no good.
That is no
Is
good.
it
some
pointing
help?
up now?
See if I can do the same thing I did before.
Public
So,
access
Margot,
cable
how's it over
TV. Nothing like it.
There you go.
All right,
That's
thank
better.
you.
Actually, I'm going to grab a little water.
So what else is exciting for Mad Agnes?
Well, we have a new album out this year.
He already held it up, you remember?
I know, I was just making a joke.
Oh, okay.
That was very funny, Adrian.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, this is the first time that we've released a CD as a studio CD as Mad Agnes, and we've also decided to carry it the next step forward. So we've hired a publicist and a radio promoter for it. So we're spending the big bucks
All
for the
right.
next 3 months, and we're sending it all over the country. And so any of you people
So
watching
donations are
this
welcome?
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And anyone watching wants to call their local radio station if you like any of the songs that you've heard here. You can, by all means, call your local station and request it. We would love you to do that.
Cool.
I think, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Sure.
And if you're not sure whether you want to request it or not, you can always go to our website and purchase a CD and then decide. That's shameful, isn't it?
It's actually a really fun website, and Mark designed it, and it's work always in progress, but there are a lot of cool things on it, and it's sort of interactive. So you can't really play games or anything, but it's a fun site. Shall we play something?
Yeah, let's play something really
Okay.
sweet.
All right. This is called Let This Be My Prayer.
You were talking about Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and we worked up the song, right after we were listening to a lot of Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
Let this be my prayer today. May I be easy in my heart. Let me see a clearer way. If I can yield, then let me start. If I should love, let love return to this dark room and silent space, where I have learned to count these hours between the dawn and rising days. Let this be my prayer today. World of sorrow wash away. Let this be my prayer. Let this be my prayer. like me just moving on. Let time and weather not lay waste the beauty of this changing face. Give me wisdom as I see the things that never more will be. Let this be my prayer today. World of sorrow wash away. Let this be my prayer. Let this be my prayer. When I am locked and cannot speak, let that silence set me free. If once I give this heart to break, let the one I love love me. Rooms of splendor in my house, though I stand sad and lost without, there is untold joy within. Open gates and let me in. Open gates and let me in.
Paul's waving me into the light. I'm coming into the light. I feel so good on my face. It's cool in here.
Yeah.
Well, it's cool to be here. But that's not what you meant. You know, it's tough being in a girl band. I have to tell you.
It doesn't sound too tough.
Actually, you know, when Ralph held up the CD and was looking at it, he said, you're a lucky man.
Yeah, look at this picture again.
Yeah, well.
Now, wouldn't you like to be the guy in that picture?
Yeah.
The two lovely ladies.
You don't know, though, the amount of adjustments Marcus had to make
I've
to
had
be
to
in this
undergo
band.
many, many adjustments.
It has a
Ralph.
nice picture on the back, too.
By the way, this house where all the photography was taken is in Austin, Texas, and it's some people that we met when we were down there last, and they're just so special, Kay and Talbot, and they did this house. The whole thing is
gorgeous.
Is just amazing. So they actually, if you're in Austin,
It's called Neverlandia.
it's called Neverlandia. You can look that up in the website. Type in Neverlandia, and
It's
there's
short for Never Land a Job.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you can do a virtual tour of the house on their website. It's very amazing.
They actually give real tours once a month, too, so you can find out about that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Of course, we didn't bring the website.
No.
But,
I said if you put in Neverlandia, it'll come up.
oh, okay.
I'm sure it will.
It's also on our website.
Yeah. It is. It is?
It's on the road notes.
Oh, okay. It's good to know.
How about another song before we run out of time?
Oh, we'd
Are we
love
running
to.
out of time? How are we doing?
About 5.5 minutes.
Oh,
Okay.
dear. Okay.
So we'll do this really fast.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
These hands can hear you. They tell your story. These hands could find you in a crowded room and listen to you still. These lips can hold you. They've tasted sadness. These lips could wake you in the morning dew and chase that darkness. 'Cause after all, water lives for. After all, water hands for. After all, what is can tango. They know fandango. These feet could dance their way to the north and still not run away, away, away. These eyes adore you. These eyes like none adore you. These eyes have seen stars on the black of night, and none compare to you. 'Cause after all, what are eyes for? After all, what are feet for? After all, what is it all for? To bring you to your senses. Ha! These hands can hear you. These lips can hold you. These feet can tango. These eyes adore you. These eyes adore you.
What is Neb No Nay?
Net note nay?
The secret language.
It is.
Yeah.
You'd have to ask the author.
It's the meaning behind Mad Agnes. You know, it's the
Look that up in your dictionary.
code language of Mad Agnes. Yeah.
So you gonna join us on a little something?
I think so. We
Yeah.
planned it out.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
let's play it.
It's very impromptu.
I never like to trick the TV audience.
Ah.
We want to thank our studio audience for being here.
Yes,
Oh, we
all those
better hurry up and
winners.
play 'cause the credits are rolling. in.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee, and I'm bound for Louisiana, my own true love for to see. It did rain all night the day I left. The weather was bone dry. The sun so hot it froze myself. Susanna, don't you go on to cry? I said, oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me, 'cause I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Keeping Up with Senior Solutions. Today, Jim and I are very happy to be interviewing our own executive director, Carol Stamatakis. So we're going to introduce her and we're going to grill her and see what she can tell us about herself and what she does at Senior Solutions and all of the many activities she's involved in, and looking forward to it. So right now, Carol, would you like to say hello?
Hi, everyone, and thanks so much for having me. I'm nervous but excited.
You're going to do great. So just to let everybody know, Carol is our executive director at Senior Solutions. And before that, she was actually the executive director of the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. And she has taken part in so many legislative, adult services, adult protective services, long-term care projects in her lifetime. If we have to explain everything, she'll never get to talk. So also let you know that she is a graduate of the Case Western Reserve University School of Law, and she is a licensed attorney in both New Hampshire and Vermont. She does a lot in her own community over in New Hampshire, and she's also a trained hospice volunteer with Brattleboro Hospice. So Carol, welcome to the show.
Yeah, we're really happy that you have decided to join us for this time period. And it might be my educational background, but I was so impressed with all your fields are related and they're based on helping other people. And one of the questions that I like to ask, because I think in our younger years, mine is way back, but the people who influenced me to become an educator were two very important teachers in my life. Who helped you make that decision to make that move that you have made in your career?
Well, I think originally I decided to go to law school and pursue a career in law, and I did spend the first roughly 10 years of my career in private law practice. And at that time, I started doing child protection work. They needed, attorneys to take cases. And then later I was asked to work with the state in terms of, bringing those cases. And then that kind of led to the elder services and some of the other things. But I would say two things stand out to me. One was when I was in college, or I think maybe it was even, let me just think. I think it started, I took a class in high school on just the role of essentially how private citizens can make a difference, as sort of a civics, in their communities. And then later in college, a class on the Supreme Court and basically how the interplay between social and legal changes, where I was exposed to things like the major court cases and how they tied in with historical events around things like the rights of women, the rights of African Americans, and how that all related to changes in society. And one of the things I really came to appreciate and wanted to be a part of was how societal changes led to legal changes, but how changes in the law could then be a vehicle in helping to bring about positive changes in society. So I loved the idea of advocating. And then I had the opportunity particularly when I worked in the developmental disabilities field, to see how families could show up at the legislature or meet with officials and just tell their stories.
Right.
They would have meetings at their, at kitchen tables, and they would just meet with people, meet with whether it be their legislators or other people that had some influence in public policy, and just said, can I tell you my story? Can I tell you what I experienced raising a son with cerebral palsy or, whatever their situation happens to be? And when they were able to do that and make that human connection, it didn't matter what political party anybody was from. It was just that human connection, and they would be able to, to build advocacy. One other thing I'll mention that was extremely influential to me once I had the opportunity to work in the aging field was that I grew up in a Greek American family. And within that culture, it was very common for older adults, even when I was still a child, and I'm sure there's pressures now and that's probably changed, but when I was a child, it was very common for older adults to continue living with the family. It was rare that you would see someone go into a nursing home, and even people with dementia, even people who were incontinent, people who we think of now as, needing to go into a nursing home often, would stay within the family unit, and they would be respected members of the community to the extent they, were able to. So that was very influential to me in just having that foundation of that's normal. They're a part of us. They're a part of who we are. And it tended to be the same way for people with disabilities. So that was really influential. That wasn't really a teacher, but I did absolutely have teachers who were very influential, in
Carol,
high school and college.
Carol, it sounds like you were actually living as a child what our mission is at Senior Solutions.
Yeah, in a lot of ways. I mean, and of course, wasn't perfect. I mean, I learned that there was financial exploitation, that would happen within families the way it does now. And now I think we have more in the way of resources, more in the way of even something to call it, even a name to call it. But I think the idea that people would sometimes take advantage of people who were vulnerable was something that happened. And but I would say in general, the inclusion piece is because very often I feel with inclusion, whether it's older adults or people with disabilities or people maybe who have language barriers or other barriers to participation, very often the disability is within our society, more than it is the individual. It's about what are we doing to really listen to that person? What are we doing to include that person? What are we doing to make it possible for that person to enter the building so that they can so that they can vote, so that they can participate in their town meeting, so they can go to the show, so they can, be there and contribute and enjoy.
Sure. I mean, no matter how old or young you are, you want to take part in your community.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think recognizing too, just the gifts that people have, people of all ages, all abilities, and we're so enriched when people have the opportunity to share their gifts.
Whether you've come right out and said that specifically, the feeling we get working for you is that feeling, the inclusive feeling.
That's
the fact
true.
that when, I've been working with a woman as a Pearls person, and it's really listening to what they have to say, listening to their stories, and just piggybacking off and being supportive. That's the feeling we get from you, Carol. All right, I haven't even been there a full year.
Oh, well, thank you. I really appreciate that.
So I've enjoyed working for you.
Yeah, it's true, Carol. Your human caring comes through every day. And without it, what we do to reach out to people and what we do to talk about the services that are delivered by our organization wouldn't have half the meaning. I think it's because you do inspire us, because we know how much you care.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I think what you were saying, Jim, really speaks to the core values of Senior Solutions, which is really to support people to live their lives on their own terms. And that means listening. And I think what I'm finding is that's something that our agency does something when we provide social services that we refer to as person-centered planning. Right.
Right.
And that means that when we say in the context of case management or care coordination, that the starting point is what is that person's values? What's really important to that person, not what services do we have that we think are appropriate for them, but what's important to them. So we might find out that it's very important for someone to stay in a particular town, or it's really important for them to live with particular people, even if they might not be people who we would want to live with. And then that even extends when we're supporting people who've been mistreated, right? That people are much more likely to accept services, and people are much more likely to be able to benefit if we start from the standpoint of talking with them about who they are, what their values are, what's important to them, and then take it from there. And we need to, I guess, basically channel them and really try to see the world or see the opportunities from their eyes, through their eyes, and
Right.
then look
And-
at what can we bring to the table to support their vision of.
Well, some people end up always have this prejudge of other people, what they look like, what kind of living quarters do they have, etc. And they develop these stereotypes that are totally misleading and wrong. And I think everybody at our organization really respects everybody that they see. And that's unusual. Okay. A question for you, Carol. All right. You came to Senior Solutions in 2015. Is that correct?
Yeah, right at the end of the
right.
year. Yeah, right around.
What changes? I know you didn't come in right away and make significant changes, but I wanted to know the lay of the land first. What changes did you see that you had to bring to Senior Solutions?
Well, what's kind of funny, in the very first newsletter where I had expressed myself after I was hired, I had the thought that I would like to see a growth in volunteer programs. And I was really inspired by my mother I didn't think about that when you were asking me about, people who inspired me. But my mother was a volunteer in adult literacy. And she taught many times African Americans who had gone through the school system, but, were never actually taught or, never actually provided the opportunity to learn basic literacy, as well as some people that had English, were recent immigrants or people coming into this country. And it was so rewarding for her to do that. There was one woman I remember so vividly, an African-American woman who had taken on, I don't know how many foster children that she took in and adopted and, through the state. And my mother would just tell me her story, and they became, very friendly. And I remember thinking, boy, this is like just keeping her so engaged. I mean, she's helping this woman. She's showing patience. This is a woman herself, an older adult who wanted to, still learn how to read. She was in her later years. But I realized how much that did for my mother to keep her engaged. And to keep her feeling valued and being able to do something meaningful. So I had that thought without really a clear sense of, what might work here. But then we did a really, I felt, powerful strategic planning process. At the time I started, we had a board in place that was very, very interested in doing a strategic plan. And it was really exciting because it was not anything driven by any external cause. They just felt that it was time to to do that. And they had a very inclusive process. We had public meetings in several locations, brought together every imaginable kind of stakeholder into the process. We had members of our board, advisory council, and staff that formed a committee and oversaw the process. And so when we had meetings in the communities, it was in, I believe, 3 different locations. One of the issues that came up in all of those locations when people were talking about, what some of the unmet needs were in our community, or they expressed their opinion on what we should look at, is they said, you've got this wonderful program, Senior Companions, which matches volunteers with people who need visits and help, but it's a very restrictive federally funded program. People who participate have to meet some pretty significant criteria. They have to be willing to give, I think, 15 hours or more a week of their time. They have to be over a certain age. They have to fit certain financial criteria. So what we heard again and again is that is a wonderful program, but boy, you need to expand that. You need to find people of all ages who can volunteer. What about the mom whose kid's in kindergarten half the day and they're looking for something to do, or they would really like to visit their neighbor? You should be including them. And what about the person who can't volunteer for 15 hours, but they have 5 hours to give? And so that really started us down a path of the, programs. And that's probably the one thing that I've really been the proudest of at our agency. And certainly it would not have happened, without Vicki, without, you, Joanne, being there to support the growth and development of those programs. But we now have a friendly visitor program that never existed before. The Vet to Vet program, where we match veteran volunteers with isolated, elderly, and disabled veterans. And so we've created roles for volunteers. But it really started with, I think, that idea that, boy, this is a really powerful thing. But it's also a way, I think, that we draw on the strengths of our communities. It's so easy to say we don't have this, we don't have that, we don't have, as much money as the other guy, or we don't have, whatever. But a lot of times, we don't look and see what we have right in front of us that we're not seeing, which is just the talents and the skills and the goodwill of the people that we've been able to really channel that into the volunteer programs. And when COVID hit, they were front line. They were right there.
Well, luckily for us, the volunteers, and especially Vicki and Valerie who lead that, they are very flexible.
Yeah.
And they're so willing to do whatever it takes because they care so much about the people that they spend time with and who they connect with. So I think our biggest question is, how are we going to keep them busy all the time?
Yeah. And we're actually looking at that right now because of COVID. Yeah. We still have restrictions around people visiting with other people. And I actually just spoke with Valerie Stewart, who's an assistant who works with us on the volunteer visiting programs. And actually, Jim, you're going to hear from her if you haven't already.
We've been playing phone tag.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll give you a heads up. So what we're looking at is the volunteers would like to do more. And so she's talking with them about the possibility of making some phone calls to people, who are isolated and, being able to reach more people. And that's something we've been doing all along since COVID hit. But now we're looking at these volunteers who previously visited with people and really are feeling like there's more they can do or more they want to do. They're frustrated that they can't do all the things they could do before, even though they understand, the reasoning obviously, behind all the safety precautions that we still have going on, but they're saying, hey, I can make phone calls. There's always, and there's always something you can do. So, so I know, Jim, you really early on in the COVID crisis helped a lot of people by making phone calls and checking in on people like our Meals on Wheels recipients, other people we knew about or that we received referrals on who we knew were lonely and isolated. And sometimes too, I think what people don't realize when, you talk about Zoom meetings and different ways that people are connecting, for a lot of older people, the telephone is still a really critically important link to the outside world and an important way to connect to other people. And I've learned recently that there's book clubs, there's all kinds of things out there that people can participate in over the telephone, that are designed for people over the phone to do over the phone. So that's something they're looking at now is expanding or doing more to try to call people, just friendly phone calls. And then we're also hoping that as a part of that, they can talk with them a little more or talk with them about some of the programs and services we offer. Because as you know, very often people don't know about programs and services that can help them. Programs like the Medicare savings programs that can help pay their Medicare premiums, or programs that can help pay the co-pays on prescription drugs or other services. People don't realize that these programs exist. And sometimes if somebody makes a phone call and they break the ice and the person really starts sharing about what their needs are or what would make a difference in their quality of life, that's the that's the way for someone to then be able to introduce a conversation about other things that might help that person.
Carol, you hit it exactly, that conversation.
Yeah.
Because, say I'm living alone. Well, I do, but I'm working. So if I'm living alone and I'm older and, I could use some help on certain things, but I'm not going to pick up the phone and call a state agency. But if I have a friend who calls and we're talking and the friend says, by the way, do you know anybody that could use, such and such? We have a friend who found out and signed up and it's made such a difference. Now my mind will start thinking and I'll say, oh, you know what? I could use fuel assistance or I could use something like that. And that's how we get to put our hand out to help people.
Yeah. And that goes back to, even whether you call it that or not, the idea of this person-centered philosophy is you're connecting with that human being first. You're getting to know that person. You're getting to know their values, their needs. And something like a friendly phone call is very non-threatening. And none of this stuff is ever pushed. It's, as you start to talk to somebody, they may share, it's been really hard because I don't have hot water. That stopped working, right? And, I just don't, have the money, or I don't know.
How did you know? I had the water in this morning because I had no hot water upstairs in my bedroom.
Well, it actually happened to me, but not having it. So yeah, that's really funny. But yeah, it's something, and people think, well, I can live with this, or I can live with that, or I'm not going to bother anybody. And sometimes, help is available, readily available. But it takes talking to somebody else who says, there's that fuel assistance program, or there's, Senior Solutions has flexible funds, and, sometimes that they can be used to help you get something repaired, an appliance repaired, or even a new appliance or a wheelchair repaired, or hearing aid, or, all kinds of things that people don't know that help's available.
I think what the volunteers realize when they do make calls, I know I certainly do, is that you have something in common with everybody. You know,
Yeah.
it's just finding what interests and so forth, and let people talk, and then you really can help meet the needs that they're really worried about. And I think our volunteers do that extremely well.
So Carol, can I ask you another question? You can't say no.
Captive audience here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's why we love this show so much.
Oh, I know. You guys are great. You do such a good job. I'm just, well, that would be another thing I would mention actually, besides volunteers of things I've changed, is just this show. I am just so proud of this. You know, I mean, just what our agency through you two, you know, first Joanne and then, you know, you, Jim, joining in, has allowed us to do. It has really allowed, you know, our agency to just showcase, you know, what's out there for people.
I
So
hope-
that's really exciting to me.
Yep, I hope people are watching and learning and finding out things that they wish they had known before.
Yeah.
But if we can bring it right into the home, it's a plus for sure. So thinking of that, what are some of the other successes that you are most proud of during your tenure with Senior Solutions?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, definitely the volunteer programs, you know, and I had an experience in Brattleboro. It was, I think, the first training of the vet to vet volunteers where I had the opportunity to sit among them. And there was a Vietnam veteran there who had never been active with the American Legion before. And I just left there with goosebumps. I was like so overwhelmed. So definitely, you know, that program, and they were telling their stories. But another area has been the building up of our outreach. And again, you know, you, Joanne, have been a critically important part of that. But one of the things I discovered is there's a lot of resources out there, and I mean, including financial resources in the way of grants. Sometimes they're governmental, very often they're private foundation grants that can be used to improve the quality of life of older adults. And I think often agencies don't know they're out there and funds are left on the table. So we've been really fortunate. And, you know, when we did that strategic plan that I referred to, one of the issues that came out of that as another need was that we get the word out, or that we come up with new ways. And there was a real brainstorming of all kinds of ideas, many of which, you know, Joanne, you played a really direct role in making a reality, like this show. I mean, that's, you know, definitely one of them, the columns, the newspaper columns, you know, that you have in many different papers now. You know, they run in many different newspapers in both Windsor and Windham County, and even sometimes you know, we have papers that reach people in New Hampshire, that sometimes some of the same programs, you know, exist there. But you know, we have a very broad reach that way, and we've been able to get some grants that have helped us build an outreach program, and that has supported people who, in particular, help older adults with public benefits.
Mm-hmm.
And as you mentioned, Joanne, you know, the point you made that most people are not, if they have a need, going to pick up the phone and try to call or try to get help. But if we can be out there in the community and we can meet people where they are, then we're much more likely to be able to establish that rapport and be able to support and encourage that person. So it might be a table at a hospital fair. You know, we've done a lot of that. We had a volunteer who was reaching out to people in a large manufactured housing park where there were a number of low-income older adults, and they were, you know, giving out our brochures. They were talking with people, and then if the person was interested, you know, in learning more about services, they were directed on how to call our helpline, or that person would call for them.
That
So, you know,
reminds
just being out there where they are, you know, and not expecting that they're going to come to us, and sometimes we'll send out materials to healthcare providers, and we go to a lot of meetings. I know you do a lot of that, Joanne, and we have other staff who are part of community health teams, or they're part of groups where healthcare providers and human service providers and other community partners come together and look at community needs. And sometimes just being at the table in those meetings is a way to make a connection. If it's not directly to an older adult in need, it's to somebody in the community, whether it's the pastor at that church or the fire chief or the police chief. And, they hear about our programs and services, and then they pass them on to people. And then the connections you've been making, to Joanne with the select boards. So that was all. I mean, a lot of that has really come into fruition in the last few years. And this is work that we've been able to sometimes jumpstart through a grant, or we've been able to get a grant to enhance or improve the ability to do more effective outreach. And then we've looked at ways, well, how do we now incorporate these ideas into our ongoing operations? And so I would say we're able to reach more people. We have more staff now who can actually go into people's homes and help them with applications, but also out into the community to just meet with people. Whether it's, I think about all the fun we had at the strolling of the heifers. I'm, looking forward to that happening again. But we had a table there where we just interacted with people of all ages. And somebody would say, yeah, I remember somebody saying that, yeah, my mother could really use one of those energy visits. That was back when we had a grant at the time through Efficiency Vermont. And we were providing home energy visits to people. And basically they were like audits.
Remember the light bulb exchange?
Yeah. I mean, and then we would talk to people about services. So it's basically figuring out what's going to work, what's going to get us into that situation where we're meeting somebody and interacting with them, and they start to tell their story. And once they have that space to be able to tell their story and share who they are and talk about what's important to them and what they enjoy, then we can really make that powerful connection.
And I think, Jim, you should say something. Remember, you were doing the surveys to Meals on Wheels people, and you've made phone calls to the town clerks. And
yes.
Right?
Yeah, that was amazing. And 4 or 5 of the clerks or treasurers were my ex-students.
Yeah.
So the calls, and they said, Mr. Collins, I remember your voice.
And that is so important, because I think one of the philosophies that I've really embraced is that aging is not, it's a part of life. It's a natural part of the human experience. And when you're able to make those community connections and you're able to connect with your former student and talk about aging, you're making, really making aging, you're putting that on people's radars and expanding really how they're thinking about, not just aging, but how they're thinking about who's in our community. And what kind of a community do we want to be? And when you're looking, talking with people like town clerks, they're very often, in those leadership roles of caring the most deeply about their communities.
I like it when they said, "You haven't changed at all, Mr. Collins."
So then he keeps calling them back so he could hear it again. No.
Yeah.
Carolyn, on a serious issue, what are the most pressing problems right now for our senior citizens? Especially here, I think you can talk nationally, but I'm looking at Vermont, all right? What's pressing for our seniors now, other than the COVID?
Yeah, well, I think what the COVID has done has really highlighted an issue that was really that we're coming to recognize more and more, which is the challenge of loneliness and isolation that can impact older adults. And I've known many older adults myself, certainly people who, were friends or family, of my mother, um, who have outlived their children. And we live in a society now where very often, children do not stay in the same community as their parents, and they try to support them remotely, or many people don't have children. Um, and so the question is, how do they connect? Who do they connect with? And I think, when you're looking at rural life, it's a double-edged sword. One of the things that I'm just have been incredibly impressed with, and this only exists in our region to the degree we have it, are the CARES groups in Windham County and the Aging and Community, or they may go by other names in Windsor County, like Aging in Heartland. But these are really groups that started out as people, meeting around the kitchen table and saying, what can we do to help, people in our community? And what many people don't know, and I learned, is that those CARES groups started with our agency originally, and then broke off and, became independent. And some started independently, and we've tended, I think for most of them, we've supported them in some way. But those are people at the local level, really drawing on that capital, of the smallest communities, and the strongest, very often, the strongest CARES groups, the strongest local communities are in the smallest communities, the communities where you would expect that rural isolation to be the most extreme. And yet that's where you see that bubbling up of community spirit, of the sense of, we're in this together, and we're all, we're one in a certain way.
No, it really gives you hope for our society. When you see, like the neighborhood connections in Londonderry, what is it, Putney Cares, all these different groups, they are actually providing, in my opinion, a human chain of support for their communities.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they are so phenomenal. I can't say enough about them. And what's interesting, I'm part of this. I'm on this advisory board for an organization called the Tri-State Learning Collaborative, and you can Google it. And if anybody's interested, you can join for free. And they have all kinds of webinars, and they have actually a program. I can't think of what it's called, but if you go on their website, you'll find it, where they support local groups, local community groups. And they've been very inspired by the CARES groups, and they've wanted, sometimes representatives from the CARES groups have given webinars, or they've participated in webinars, because even in New Hampshire and Maine, which are the other states that are a part of the tri-state, they don't have anything quite like our CARES groups. There might be a few, but not the concentration. And they really want to learn from the groups. And even when I've been in national audiences, people are very, very interested. They want to learn more about how they can replicate those programs. And I think it goes back to one of our core values. I have a cheat sheet here. This is our brochure I'm looking at, and on the back of it, and this is on our website, you can see our mission, vision, and values. And one of our values is we're committed to maintaining strong community partnerships to assure our clients' varied needs are met, and to collectively strengthen the infrastructure of support for older adults. So that means that we're not so arrogant as to think that, even though we are the oldest and most established and, most comprehensive agency in our region serving older adults, we absolutely do not do that alone. And the more we collaborate with local communities, the more we strengthen that safety net of support. And really during the pandemic, when it first hit, I'm thinking of how we worked with, there were mutual aid societies that suddenly became reinvigorated. Some always existed, other new ones popped up, and how we were right there, not saying we're the ones that are going to do everything, we're the ones that are going to rush in and solve all the problems, but we're going to honor and respect and look at the strength of our communities and look at what can we do to fill the gaps? What can we do to build on the strengths that are already there? And that's something we've done that's made our visiting program so successful is Vicki Mastroianni, our home visitor coordinator, doesn't, if someone's interested in a visiting program and there's already a local community organization that wants to do that, she doesn't go in and say, okay, we're going to step in here and take this over. It's, we can train your volunteers, we can help you develop your own visitor program, or hey, you've already got one, we can help we do criminal background checks for a lot of other programs other than our own, and that's a way that we can help. We can help support programs, not by saying we'll go in and do it all or we'll do it better, but we will do that by recognizing everything that already exists. We have hospitals in our region doing a lot of really good disease prevention programs. And we have our own evidence-based wellness programs, but we really look at how do we get the word out about what the hospital's doing, what SASH is doing. They're a really valued partner. We're a part of these SASH teams that are multidisciplinary teams that are very often focused on health and wellness. And so it's not really how do we meet all these needs, but how do we strengthen the communities? How are we partners? So the partnership is a huge, huge part of who we are and what we do. How do we build strong partnerships? It's not about us. It's about our communities. It's about our region. It's how do we build infrastructures of support with our partners and help them and support them and help them be successful.
I think that's very important. You're right. Very right. And, I'm just looking at things we wanted to ask you. Jim, is there anything you'd like to ask before we ask our final question?
Well, I've been so impressed that I haven't been, it'll be a full year, I believe, in February that I've been there. I've been impressed too with our helpline and the people who manage the helpline.
Oh, what's our helpline number?
Get that number out.
I'm so embarrassed I don't have it memorized, but it's
802.
No, Joanne has it.
I got it down, Pat. 802-885-2669. And one of our very own helpline operators, not far from where Carol's sitting now, will be picking up the phone and helping you answer questions.
Yeah, I mean, a question would be, I ran out of fuel oil. I don't have any heat. What can I do?
Yeah, and even not only for themselves, but a lot of times people may not realize that you don't have to be an older adult to call our helpline.
Right.
So I can call and say, I am really concerned about my neighbor, and we don't probably have time now to get into the whole issue of self-neglect, but, very often people call, and we do help people who when there's a concern about self-neglect, or when there's a concern that somebody may be may have an issue where they may be losing their ability to care for themselves the way they did before. And so a lot of times people are concerned about someone and they don't really know, is there anything I can do? Is there some place I can refer them? Are you able to help them? And people are confused too a lot of times because they don't realize that services like our helpline are available to anyone of any age, any income level, as long as they're trying to help or support an older adult. So there's not an income test to use the helpline. There's not an income test for really for any program that's through the Older Americans Act. That's one of our major funding sources. So definitely promoting the helpline as, if they don't have the service or if it's not a service we provide, they will do their best to direct whoever's calling to a program or service that can help them.
Yeah.
So
And I
that's
think
a really important piece
really
of it.
important. And I think another part of our business is the way we support, especially the time is over, but open enrollment for people who are really, unsure if they have the right Medicare, Medicaid services. And through open enrollment time period, we have experts who will help those people with concerns. And ultimately, it ends up saving those people a lot of money.
Yeah, and what's really important about that is our program, our SHIP program, which is State Health Insurance Assistance Program, I believe
Right.
is the, so it's not strictly I mean, it goes by SHIP, but it's,
State health
and that program is completely independent of any commercial interest. And one of the
Right.
challenges that really came to the forefront this year, worse than in the past, even though it's been a growing problem, is people are bombarded by so much information by commercial interests. And a lot of times, not all of those interests are ethical, and people don't know who they can believe or who they can trust. And it's really important to know that our SHIP program, which is accessed through our helpline, same number, is an independent source of information about Medicare and about other health insurance options for older adults. And we do not get any funding from any commercial interests whose goal is to be financially enriched by somebody going to them. So our advice is completely independent. And I really encourage anybody who's going to be turning 65 or, anyone going on Medicare to
Carol,
check out our boot camps.
we have boot camps coming up on January 14th, February 18th, March 11th, and April 18th. If people call the helpline and pick one of those, we call them boot camp sessions, if they want to register for one of those, they have to, do that over through the helpline and give the helpline their email address because these are virtual. So then we can send them the link to whichever one of those they want to sign up for. And that'll help them or anybody who's helping them figure out what they need to do for Medicare. They'll get the best information. They can ask questions. It's so thorough. I would say that both our two Medicare specialists, Patty and Sarah, if they don't know anything about it that you're asking, nobody does.
Right.
And they're very fair and they're creative. I mean, they know the ins and outs of how things work. So I would encourage them, thank you for bringing that up, that Medicare boot camps are great. And then you'll be all prepared for open enrollment October 15th to December 7th this coming year. So Carol, one more thing.
Unknown caller.
Uh-oh.
It's not me. It's not me calling you.
It's not me.
Hi, Carol. We're kind of near the end, and I'll let Jim jump in too. But what do you have planned for the future?
Well, I guess for me, I feel like I've learned a lot in the work I've done. Earlier in my career, before I did work with people with developmental disabilities, I was legal counsel for the agency in New Hampshire that served older adults. And then I worked in the developmental disabilities field where I learned a great deal. And I think, aging programs or people concerned with older adults have a lot they could learn from people with disabilities and their families. And then I working here for the last a little over 5 years, I've learned a lot about just some of the challenges and barriers, but also just how much is available. So I'm really looking at how I can use the knowledge I have, in maybe a more targeted way. So I'm hoping to just keep the, time and space, be able to support initiatives, that may come along that provide an opportunity to move forward in some way. So I'm, hoping to be open to doing maybe some consulting work, but also some volunteer work in the aging field, to be able to look at how can I use what I've learned to be able to, help people, individuals, help organizations. I'm, looking at maybe getting, in terms of, you'd mentioned earlier on that I'm licensed to practice law in New Hampshire and Vermont. So I'm looking at, how can I use that to also help people individually?
Right.
Because right now, the role I've been in at Senior Solutions, I haven't had much of an opportunity to really do one-on-one helping people individually. And that was one of the reasons that I had become a volunteer for Brattleboro Hospice, which was something that was very rewarding to me. And so I'd love to put in a pitch for them as well. They're just a phenomenal local organization, and it was has been a privilege for me. I'm not helping anyone right now through that organization, and they've also suffered like everyone has through COVID. But there's something really powerful, and I know, Jim, you're doing, working in the Pearls program, and I've even thought maybe I'd love to do that, do a little of that. And that's a one-on-one limited duration, kind of almost like a goal setting. I don't want to call it counseling, but it's a, goal setting program. So I'm trying to just, stay open to possibilities. And I am on the State Commission on Aging in New Hampshire where I live. And that's a new entity. Basically, it's they have a staff member, and I was appointed to that. So it's really in its infancy. So I'm hoping to be able to spend more time helping that entity develop, grow and develop in New Hampshire. But I also want very much to stay involved in Vermont. So I'm hoping to just be able to build on a lot of the connections I've made and really look at where will the knowledge that I have do the most good.
Are there lobby groups that in Vermont and New Hampshire that specialize in senior issues?
Yeah, so actually, thank you for asking that. One that I would definitely make a big pitch for is COVE, which is Community of, Community of Vermont Elders?
Community of Vermont Elders, right?
Okay, that didn't sound right when I was saying it, but anyway, it's COVE, C-O-V-E, and just if you're Googling them, type in COVE, Vermont Elders, and I know they just did a training, a program on people interested in learning how to have an impact with the legislature. So they offer opportunities for people to volunteer in different ways. I'm on their board, and that's something that I'm hoping to be able to continue to do when I leave Senior Solutions, is continue to serve on the COVE board. And so they're a great organization, and they do a lot. Also, I know this time didn't allow me to talk a lot about one of my passions is elder abuse, but one of the things I definitely want to do when I leave Senior Solutions is volunteer through pro bono programs to help older victims of domestic violence. And I know there's a program in New Hampshire and also in Vermont. So that's one of the things that is definitely on the top of my list. So whatever else I might do, one of the things I learned through Senior Solutions is that they fall through the cracks very often. Older people who are victims of whether it's domestic violence or other kinds of elder abuse. So I would definitely like to be able and will, plan to offer myself as a volunteer, in New Hampshire and Vermont to whatever extent those opportunities exist to be able to, help people in that situation.
Carol, we have no doubt wherever you go, all the different places you're going to go, all the different things you're going to do, you will definitely be helping people. And you're going to be spreading help wherever you go. I just hope that you will leave us with your helpline number so we can get a hold of you.
Definitely. And I think, the one thing that I think is so important is when we think about aging is that it's not, it's not something for older people. It's really for everyone. It's thinking in terms of what kind of a community do I want to be in as I'm aging? What kind of a community do I want the people I love and care about who are aging to be a part of? And so it goes beyond aging. And it's really about how do we welcome people? How do we welcome not only the stranger, the person who's a stranger to us, but how do we welcome the people who are already here? And so that they continue to be welcomed as they go through, the stages of life that are totally natural and are a part of life. And how do we recognize the parts of aging that are positive and all the gifts that people have to give, but at the same time, not turn a blind eye to the fact that, there are challenges that many people will face. And, what can we do to support people? And part of that is acknowledging aging and not denying it and seeing it as a natural part of life, just like disability is a natural part of life, just like illness and aging is a part of life. And the more we do to embrace that and to accept that, the more fully human we are, and the more people of all ages are fully embracing the human experience.
Very well said.
Yeah, and Carol, I don't know about everybody else, but after spending this hour with you, I feel like a better person. Thank you. You're
You're too kind. Too kind.
She's going to ask you for a raise tomorrow, okay?
Don't worry.
Oh, you're both wonderful.
No, we've had a lot of fun, but we've learned a lot as well. And we appreciate you taking the time, because I know your schedule is busy, to spend with this program for an hour. Thank you.
Hopefully never too busy to talk about these issues. They're so important.
I know they are. Yeah.
No, I'm sure that the audience appreciates it too. So thank you so much, Carol. See ya.
Thank you, Carol. We'll see you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Here We Are, Brattleboro's Community Talk Show. I'm Wendy O'Connell, and my guest today is Richard Wazansky. Richard has been in this community for over 50 years, starting out in 1968 at the Total Loss Farm in Guilford. He became an English literature professor, a Vermont Humanities Council scholar, and he runs Bold Moves Consulting, which advises nonprofits on fundraising. So here we are today with Richard. And hello, Richard.
Hi, Wendy. How are you?
Good. It's great to see you.
Thanks for inviting me on.
Oh, I'm very happy to have you on. I know you have a lot of stories to tell, and you know, anyone who's been in this community for as long as you and I have can talk at length about how great this community is and the various cool things that you have done. You started out in Boston. You are a Boston native, and you were in the West End of Boston?
Yeah, I grew up in the West End, which was a very interesting, dynamic community, a very poor community. I always say I grew up in the slums, but what was fascinating and dynamic about it was that it was a wonderful immigrant community. It was a community that had a lot of Jews, a lot of Italians. Our tenement, in fact, that I lived in, we lived on the 3rd floor, and there was a fire escape as a Jewish family, and there was a fire escape, a very narrow fire escape, which led to the apartment next to us, and that was an Italian family, where the De Benedictis family, where the dad, Tony De Benedictis, came from Sicily rather, and the mom, Ida De Benedictis, came from Naples. And so those two urban centers are known not to get along very well. And so we used to enjoy hearing the arguments in Italian through the walls. It was also a community where there were a lot of displaced persons, what were called, and I think a kind of not nice way, DPs, but that's what they were called. They had been displaced by the Second World War. But it was a very thriving community of narrow streets and tenement buildings where you had the butcher shop and the fruit shop and the bakery all separate. And I remember my mother giving me a nickel to run to, a number of blocks actually to get a pumpernickel bread sliced, it had to be, at Silver's Bakery on Spring Street, where in fact my father had his own kosher butcher shop before I was born. Yeah. So it was, when you think about sort of the 19th century, mid-19th century, it was very much of a mid-19th century community and hadn't changed very much until it did get irrevocably changed in 1953, I believe, when Urban Renewal came in and tore the whole thing down to build high-rise luxury apartments. And it was basically the first major urban renewal disaster in the United States.
Yeah, really, it was. I didn't realize that Boston was one of the first ones. Yes, and so that changed the whole tenor of the neighborhood and who you were elbow to elbow with and growing up with.
Yeah, we were evicted basically. We were deported to Dorchester, or as we called it in Dorchester, Dorchester. And so that's where my parents lived, and that was more of a much more middle class neighborhood that I grew up in.
Did you have siblings?
I do. I have 2 brothers and a sister. As a matter of fact, I've just been talking to my brother today. He was at Mass General Hospital, which was right next to where we grew up in the West End. That's one of the only buildings standing. And of course, it's had amazing development, but he has COVID and he's in the hospital.
Oh, there you go.
So that's a sign of the times.
It is. Yes, it comes closer to home. We've been very lucky in Vermont. And
we have.
Yeah, we have. So you grew up there, and your dad had been a kosher butcher, and you were in public school, elementary school.
I was in elementary school. There's one of the schools that I went to in the West End actually are still standing.
Any teachers or influences during that time that stand out for you that you've carried along with you?
Oh, we have to talk about Miss Vitti.
Miss
Miss
Vitti.
Vitti was my Miss Vitti was my fifth grade teacher. She was a Southern, very attractive woman, as I recall. She had a very strong Southern accent. And I was a very good writer and talker, and Miss Vitti was very encouraging of me to continue my writing, encourage my writing, used to schlep me around to other classes to read what I had written,
Oh,
which was
my.
kind of embarrassing, and also called me her sugar plum.
Sugar plum. Sugar plum. There's a nickname that could stick.
I hope not. We've been there and we've done that. We're not there anymore.
That's pretty
But she was a marvelous inspiration, because it's so important when you're that age.
Yeah.
And I was in the fourth grade, so I must have been 10 or something, to have such very strong encouragement and confidence in you.
Absolutely.
So,
Yes. And so you ended up at BU, Boston
Yes.
University, and there you actually, unbeknownst to you perhaps, started forming a cohort that would actually follow you through your life.
right, and it's really amazing about that. And we were at Boston University. When I was accepted, I was encouraged to go into what was called the Division of General Education. And that was basically a great books program. And the recruiters were, I can tell from retrospectively, were putting the hipper, more beatnik kids, young people into that program. So in that program, many of that program ended up in Brattleboro or in Guilford, who went through that program. So we went through that program in 2 years, studied Western civilization, patriarchal civilization, of course, because those were the days, and
Yes,
it
they
was all
were.
white and all men, of course. But I mean, we started with the Greeks, and we studied Greek philosophy, Greek art, Greek literature, Greek music, and that's just one example. But we went through the history of civilization from the beginning of Greek times to the present, which at that time was the late 60s. So it was a very interesting program, but it attracted very wonderful people like Don McLean, who lives in Guilford now, Miranda Porch, who lives in Guilford, and many of those people came to establish the commune here in Guilford in 1968. And Don, and the way we found the land to have the commune on is that Don had a hunting cabin here on the road for many years before 1968, and he was coming up here one day and said, and saw a for sale sign of the Franklin farm, which that was the farm that we ended up buying on a 10-year mortgage for $226.10 a month.
Oh my gosh. Isn't that just incredible?
86 acres, yeah.
That's incredible. And there are folks still living on the farm. Many of you are in a very close surround to the old farm. And you actually were farming.
Oh yes, we came to, I don't think we knew it when we got there, but we knew that we had to do it when we got there because, I mean, we needed to survive. And one of the purposes of establishing the commune was to sort of disengage from contemporary society and politics, because all of us were firmly against the Vietnam War, where we were all activists. Some of us were being investigated by the FBI for political work, but we really did not want to be in Lyndon Johnson's America. And Ray Mungo, who was amongst us, had been the editor of the Boston University News and had put up a headline that said impeach Johnson, which at the time was a great scandal. Uh, so when we got to the farm, we needed to survive, and we survived by, and we wanted to be intentional, and we wanted to grow our own food and have our own kind of microeconomy.
Yeah. Yes, and you did that, and you learned a lot along the way. I'm sure. It's interesting too, isn't it, that there's so many young people coming to this area who are creating their own farms or taking over ones that have already existed. It's kind of heartening to see.
Right. I mean, we were sort of at the vanguard of what came to be called the Back to the Land movement, and we're in another Back to the Land movement here now in the
Very
in the
much so.
21st century. And in Guilford too, there are a number of farms where young people have come to establish, CSAs and organic farming operations.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
very exciting.
It is. It's a great thing to see. And during this time as well, you at some point you got your a master's degree, and you went on to do a thesis at UMass. And so you were kind of in between two different kinds of worlds.
When we came to the farm in 1968, that summer, we came here in July of '68. I had been accepted to Tufts on a full scholarship to get a PhD actually in American literature. I got my master's degree, but not my PhD. But so I was commuting back and forth, not every day, but many days during the week. It's funny. I used to take my my little Volkswagen Bug, which my dear friend Lori the bumper fell off the back, and he had put a log on the back for a bumper.
And during that time, Richard, you were also writing, and you were writing poetry, so that's been definitely a thread through your life.
That's right. I wish I were writing more poetry now. Now that I'm retired, I'm planning to return to it. But I have been writing. I wrote an essay for the Printtown book that's coming out in Brattleboro.
Yes. The Brattleboro Words Project. Yes.
The Brattleboro Words Project, and several other pieces that I've written for various magazines. And I'm trying to get back to poetry.
Well, it's a good thing to get back to.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
I read a lot of poetry.
Do you? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It takes an amount of attention and reflection to get back into that world. And so you were. Let's talk a little bit about teaching, because you did a good amount of teaching after you got your master's and did your thesis.
Yeah. So when I got my master's at Tufts University, and then I came back, permanently on the farm, and I got an appointment at Greenfield Community College to teach in the English department, where I was for 15 years. And I loved teaching.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you enjoyed teaching, didn't you?
Yeah, I had always wanted to be a teacher. In fact, when I was a kid, I would be in my room, I was supposed to be doing my homework, but I would be having an imaginary classroom where I would be giving lessons.
So that brings us to you being a Vermont Humanities Scholar.
That's correct.
And
that's a great deal of fun and challenging too. The Vermont Humanities Council has a number of programs. One of the programs they have is a program where what they call scholars, who are scholarly experts in a field, and they, for the council, facilitate discussions, mostly in libraries, literary discussions of books. And so I've been doing that for, 35 or 40 years. And I actually started at Brooks Memorial Library, where my partner, Joanne Hayes, she was my partner in doing these programs. We actually developed a number of programs for the council, which are still in the catalog today.
Obviously, you've done a lot of reading and teaching, and you must have some favorites. I know that I have a top 5 that keeps changing over the course of my life. So if you could share something similar, that would be fun.
Okay, I'll start with my traditional authors and books, but I also wanted to mention a couple of contemporary works, which I think are just super. So my favorite authors are William Faulkner, and Virginia Woolf. Those are probably the two top. Ernest Hemingway's up there as well. But I've done a lot of reading. I think I read all of Faulkner's works and all of Virginia's work. And of course, there's Walt Whitman. Mark Doty's new book on Walt Whitman is just fabulous. I have a passion and an inclination toward very rhythmical prose, very rich, deep, long sentence prose where you can actually hear the music of the prose. So you find that in Virginia Woolf and you find that in William Faulkner for sure.
Yeah.
So those are some of my favorite, and of course Shakespeare. We can't leave Shakespeare out.
That's right. Got to throw him on the list no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Elimination on the spot right there.
Recently, we have a little book, a very little book club. I think there are just 6 of us, and we're all pretty literary people. And we're reading a book now called A Paragon. I think it's Apeirogon, and an apeirogon is an infinite-sided polygon. And it's a novel, but it's about 2 fathers who lost 2 daughters in the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. So it's about the Middle East, and it's rich and beautiful and quite experimental.
Yes.
And before that, we read a novel, The Murmur of Bees, which is by a Mexican female author I think it's Santiago, her name is. That's also a very beautiful, very lyrical novel, which I highly recommend.
You know, Richard, through your life, at some point, I assumed that you came out. So as a gay man going through from the 50s, 60s up until this time, so many things have changed. Do you feel, what's your relationship to those changes?
I'm certainly very happy about them. When you look back, I recently saw a film, the title of which I cannot remember, but about coming out in the, it was Uncle Frank. It's on Netflix. That's the title of the film, Uncle Frank. And, you know, the protagonist is named Frank, and how difficult it was for him to tell his parents and his peers in the 50s and early 60s about his sexual orientation. It was very tough. It was brutal, actually. In Uncle Frank, the film, we have a scene in which his father dies. The will is read, and his father says, and for Frank, don't give that, can I swear? Don't give that son of a bitch 1 penny, because he's gone against it's unnatural, and he's gone against the order of God's kingdom. And that really summed up for me what it was like in those days. And then when we came to the farm in 68, I actually came to the farm with what we called then, he was my partner, but in those days you called your partner your lover, which we don't use that word anymore. But we were actually, even though all of the folks at the farm knew that we were together, it was never talked about. Now, today, I live with my husband of 37 years. We had a wedding in our backyard with 100 people, a catered event, and under white tents with serving martinis. And it was a very beautiful affair. And just that progression says so much about where we are now. There are still many LGBTQ plus people in our state and in the United States who are suffering because of their sexual orientation. And we need to be actively in their court, and we need to be empathic to their suffering.
Yes, right here in town, we have some great organizations. Out in the Open is one of them that's doing supreme work.
Great work.
Yes.
Right. Yes. And I should add that we have a foundation in Vermont called the Samara Foundation, which the endowment was left by 2 fellows who lived up north in Vermont who died of AIDS. And their wealth has gone into a foundation. I'm on the board of the advisory board. It's now at the Vermont Community Foundation. But the purpose of that fund, the Samara Fund, is to give grants to individuals and organizations, LGBTQ plus individuals and organizations in the state of Vermont. So it's the only, one of the only really organization in Vermont that's dedicated to that purpose.
That's great.
Out, for instance, the AIDS Project in Brattleboro has received grants. Out in the Open has received grants from the Samara Fund.
That's
You know
wonderful.
what the Samara is, by the way?
What is it?
A Samara, you know the maple leaves which twirl, the seeds which twirl down and you put on your nose?
Yes.
Those are Samaras. So the name stands for seeding and regrowth
Nice.
and whirling in the air.
Whirling, yes. There's a little ballet involved. That's it. Well, that also brings us to the fundraising part of your life and the amount of time and different organizations that you've been involved with. I know that you've worked with Next Stage and Groundworks, the Insight Photography, Marlborough College. You've been around the block with a lot of different organizations, all nonprofits. Also, the Mr. Rogers organization, which was that a while back?
That was just a few years ago. We were hired, my company Bold Moves Consulting, and I had a partner in that. I still have a partner in that company, Nancy, and we were asked by the Fred Rogers Company to come down and help them to fundraise for Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, which is the hottest children's program, I think, in the world, and certainly on educational television. The biggest, largest grant that we helped them get was from the National Science Foundation, which was a grant that was dedicated to proving the efficacy of that program in the learning of young children.
I think that and Sesame Street have sort of had, people are looking at it again in a different way and how much they did for early childhood education. One thing I know, Richard, that Total Loss Farm, there was a lot of politics involved. A lot of people were very politicized. And I know that during that time, so many people were becoming radicalized as well. And so I think it's really interesting. I know that both you and Veranda Porch, two of the founders, so to speak, of Total Loss Farm, are on the select board in Guilford now. And how is that, again, coming back? It's not a full circle kind of situation, but just to be sitting there in that seat with the wealth of experience that you have had and helping.
What's the most wonderful thing aspect of I'm the chair of the select board, but before I was the chair, I was a select board member, and I'm still a select board member. But the most wonderful aspect of that job, which is volunteer, is that I just love the town of Guilford. I've loved it for 52 years, ever since I got here in July of 1968. I think it's the best town to live in the world. And so to have the privilege and the responsibility of helping Guilford to navigate the 21st century and to become a better town, a more efficiently run town, is a great pleasure and an honor for me. And so I take great delight in my work with the select board. A lot of it is before I ran for select board, a friend of mine who was on the select board in Marlborough, she said to me, "Richard, it's dogs and roads," and we do have a lot of dog and road issues, but there are other issues as well. For instance, we're facing now the fact that we probably cannot have an in-person town meeting this year because of the governor's executive orders, and so it's a very interesting project to work out how we can still have a town meeting and still have democratic representation in Vermont's unique way, which is town meeting. We still have that and make it real and make it thoughtful and make it efficient.
Yes.
And that's a project that we're working on now.
That's great. And I think it's going to be really interesting. And I would just give a shout out to BCTV, who covers so many of the select board meetings in the area. They're kind of running from one to another. This year has been quite a challenge, but they have been doing it. So people
we very much appreciate BCTV. They tape all or at least almost all of our select board meetings. And it can, that's very useful for going back and finding out what you said, and then, what you might have, not legislation, but what you might have passed during that time.
That's right. That's right. Historically, too, yeah, it'd be very interesting. Which historically, for this year, 2020, we have the pandemic. And how has that been for you, Richard?
It's been awful. I think that we're, and given the political situation in our country, which is on top of it, I'll be civil in talking about that. But the pandemic has been very, very hard. I mean, just today, my brother just went into the hospital in Boston, Mass General Hospital, where we grew up, and he has COVID. He's on oxygen, and that antiviral drug, I can't pronounce it, Remdesivir, and he had a very hard time speaking. So it's just been hell, and I feel economically, my partner and I are in a comfortable situation economically. We've retired, but my heart goes out to those of us who are not in a situation where they have kids, they have to work, but they can't work. The kids are at home. I mean, I'm a guardian ad litem for the Windham County court system, and one of the young people that I am a guardian for, he just has such, he's 13. He did very, very well in school before the pandemic, but he's having a hell of a time learning how to be a remote student.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this is very, very and hard for us all, and I can't wait for it to end.
Yes.
It's tragic, really.
Yes, and I think that there are so many things that we don't hear about that we used to hear about, either through teachers or through people who were dealing with kids in different areas of their lives. So yes, we're going to find out a lot of things after the pandemic is over. Hopefully, we will have gotten some skills and tools to deal with that. Yes.
I think we will, and I think that American society has been changed irrevocably. I think there are going to be many ways of the way that we relate to each other, the way we relate to our government and to government institutions that are going to be very much changed.
One of the wonderful things about Zoom is that we can actually see each other. We can wear lipstick, right?
That's right. Well, I'm not wearing lipstick, but yours looks fabulous.
Very important to be able to do and smile at people and see teeth, right?
That's right.
Yes. Richard, thank you so much. It's been delightful.
Well, thank you. It's been a great pleasure.
And thanks to everyone out there in our audience for tuning in today and listening to another local person talking about being here and being part of the community. We are a weekly show. I just want to give a shout out to everyone who is working so hard during this time around the holidays, the end of the year, everyone who is needing food and the people who are stepping up. Everyone Eats is an amazing organization. There are many, many people who are pitching in an amazing way. So we say thank you to everyone there. I thank everyone at BCTV for making these shows possible. We are continuing to be able to be a viable TV station for the community. So again, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.
This is Derek Jordan. Welcome to the World Fusion Show, where we bring you the leading innovators in world fusion music. Today, my guest is Paul Richmond, who is a performance poet and spoken word artist. He is a member of the group Do It Now, which includes frequent guests Tony Vaca from our show and also John Sheldon, and they also are world fusion artists. So Paul has a world fusion style that he's using now with his poetry, and he is the National Beat Poet Laureate, which we'll talk more about later, and he has 6 books of his poetry that are published. Welcome, Paul Richmond, to the World Fusion Show.
Eric, so great to be here. Thank you so much for having me on your show. And so, yes, here I am.
Here you are, and here we go. So we're doing this is our first Zoom World Fusion show. Hopefully all will go smoothly. But I just wanted you to start, as we often do, just giving us a glimpse of your background, growing up, and, how you got into art, music, poetry, and, all the stuff you're into.
Okay, great. So real quick snapshot is I was a kid that was brought up on sight reading, which was not a good idea, which meant that there were no phonics. So I could not say words. Dictionaries meant nothing to me because a W didn't mean anything besides looking at it. So I don't come from now being the Beat Poet Laureate of someone who came from a literary place. I didn't read really well till 7th grade, but being in the American education system, you get pushed along. And so it took me a long time to sort of get to where I was actually wanting to write. And I was inspired by writing because I was at the University of Buffalo, who had an amazing English department. So I got to see William Burroughs, Gary Snyder, a lot of the Beat poets, because the English department was bringing them in. And I was teaching there. And because I was teaching, I went on the road during the summer, so I started writing myself. Funny enough, when I first tried to read on the road, I couldn't get it. I didn't really read it. And it's something about sometimes some books hit you when they hit you. Years later, pick it up and boom, you're through it. You read the whole thing. So I, from there of teaching and education and wanting people to have their voice, I actually went and you could say joined the circus once I stopped teaching because of the changes there. Without getting into all that, I became a juggler. It was a hobby that I suddenly was professional for over 20 years. And so there I had to write a lot of my skits. I mean, when I went places, whatever my juggling tricks were, of this and the trick stayed the same, but the verbiage always changed depending on what I was getting hired for. So I was writing there in terms of doing that. That all stopped at some point after 22 years. And I had been writing a lot of stuff and stories, and I got asked to do a couple things. And so suddenly I started hitting the scene. There's a scene like a music scene, a jazz scene, a club scene. There's a slam scene. There's poetry festivals. And luckily with the internet, I could find festivals all over the country, and I kept going to. So I basically went to those. Being a juggler, as a performer, Derek, writers, I think, aren't used to the idea that you have to promote yourself. They're writing, they're sending in. As a musician, if we don't call up or we don't make a postcard, a program thing and send it to some festival, they don't come knocking on our doors. So that helped me in the sense that when I went to a writer, I took myself to Austin. I took myself to somewhere else. And I wanted to be in front of audiences that didn't know me so that I could really go, okay. So basically, that brought me to the present place. I did my own festivals, jumped real fast, and I created Do It Now, which we can get into later. And I published 6 books now.
Actually, I think we're getting into it sooner rather than later. I'd love you to talk about this video that we're going to see, which is called Who Works for Who? I think that's the one. Yes, we're going to see that. So tell us a little about that.
Okay, so just a real quick introduction of this is Do It Now. Do It Now is something that I created. I asked Tony Vaca and John Sheldon, and at the time Joe Salins, to perform with me at one of my festivals. And the project has morphed over the years because that's already 3-4 years ago. Various other musicians come in. We jumped in at one place to play. And this now is just a continuation. So this particular piece just has myself, Tony, and John in it. And it's my attempt to keep, asking relevant questions about what's been happening.
All right, cool. Let's go to the video right now.
Unidentified. Federal agents. Operating without accountability. How do we stop them? Who's going to tell them? You can't kidnap people off the streets. I mean, where are the police? Why aren't the police stopping these kidnappings? Who works for who? Who works for who? The people are in the streets. They want to change. Stop the violence, the racism, the hoarding of wealth, stealing from the poor. Stop raping the earth and everyone on it. 2020, police brutality, police violence. A civil rights violation. Excessive force, beatings. A cry for justice only brings more vicious beatings. Early records suggest labor strikes were the first large-scale incidences of police brutality in the United States. The events, the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the Pullman Strike of 1894, the Lawrence Textile Strike of 1912, the Ludlow Massacre of 1914, the Great Steel Strike of 1919, and on and on and on. That's right, paid thugs now are dressed militarized. The PR machine for the military says it's given the military a bad name. Why isn't the military stopping them, protecting the people? I mean, who works for who? Forcing so many into poverty, desperate people are easy to control. Or are they? Or are they? Every camper knows, don't get in between a mother bear and her cub. Yes, the mothers came out, the dads, the youth were carrying the torch. A Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. Congress didn't get the job done. They left on vacation. Millions have no money or work. People need food today. Today. You don't go on vacation for a month. I mean, who works for who? Who works for who? Yes, we're in the street. We're not going back. We need real change. We need real change. Who works for who? Who works for who? We need real change. We need real change.
All right, we are back with Paul Richmond, performance poet and spoken word artist and member of Do It Now. Paul, that was really cool. You really hit these issues hard. I think it's great. We're gonna just what you've done a bunch of festivals you were talking about, and we're gonna next talk about this next video, which is a live performance of you in Senegal. So tell us a little bit about this.
Okay, so real quickly, I'm a publisher besides a writer, so I try to get other people's voices out, and in that, I create word stages. So I have a yearly big festival, and I have a stage at a regular big festival, which I met Tony at one of those festivals. He has the Senegal American Project, and over the years of us working together, he asked me to go out. We went out this January for their big New Year's celebrations. This happened at the Engagement place where they have a 650-seat outdoor theater. It's called the Theater of the Craze. It's worldwide. People come to this solo body to meet other performers and perform. And I got a chance to be on the stage, as you'll see, with many great Senegal artists who played. And it was really interesting just to see that we could get by the various language stuff, because there was a lot about feel. And you've been there, and the music there, it's a gift. You're making offerings to the community. So it was great just to be there and try that.
It certainly was, I'm sure. And also, many of the members of your band have had their own featured episodes on the World Fusion.
Yes, I was going to say that's right. You could listen. You could spend a whole show just going through all the people you've had, which is really excellent to have them all in one place. And here we are.
And there you were. Okay, let's go to the video right now.
Yeah, he's crossing the highway. He's walking along it, actually. And car after car after car is going by. He's looking across to the other side. He wants to get to the other side, but the cars just keep going by. Car after car after car. Everybody wants to get across, so he doesn't know what to do. He walks along, and then he sees it. It's a large rock. And he holds it above his head, and he decides to step towards the first line of traffic. He steps into that lane, and the car stops, and he's going across. He goes lane to lane to lane, and he's getting across, and the crowds that gather are cheering. When he gets to the other side, he does a little dance, and he decides he's going to go across again. He's going to turn this into a job. He's going to train people. He's going to get t-shirts that rocks on it. But then the police show up. The police show up.
Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air. Put them up. Now. Now.
paper did a story on him. He was famous for 2 weeks. He was known as the rock guy. He tried to sell rocks to tourists, but he ended up at his old corner with his old sign. He was a homeless vet. He would work for food. He would work for food. But if you need a rock, he's got one for you. Because he's the rock guy. He's the rock guy. Yeah, he's the rock guy. He's a rock guy. He's got a rock for you.
Let's give it up for the man.
We are back with Paul Richmond. And Paul, you've done a bunch of, interesting things, and you have this interesting award you won called the National Beat Poet Laureate, which is like, what the hell is that, right? Tell us what that's all about.
Let's see. Well, quick for anybody who wants to do things. I did not know about that organization because of my work that I was doing. They showed up at one of my festivals. I was first honored the Massachusetts Beat Poet Laureate for 2 years. And then following that, I was then given the U.S. Beat Poet Laureate. The virus, it took a little chunk out of me trying to be out there on the road with it. But, when you win these awards, still good to have that. I've been graced with, performing nationally and internationally. That's how I got to Senegal. I got to go to Edinburgh. I performed there for 12 shows at the Fringe Festival. I made it to Sweden. There was a Beat Poet Festival there. I went to Hungary. It's great meeting, as you know, as you have on your show, it's great meeting people from other places and that have the soul or the spirit that you are wondering about, because sometimes you may not even find it in your own hometown. And suddenly you go and there you are in, Sweden, and 2 musicians come up and everybody's just on, and boom, you go. And you go, okay, wow, we all feel or believe the kind of same thing and want to express our art in the same way.
Yeah. So we're going to watch another video coming right up. This one is called Push the Button. And it's another one of your hard-edged, it's like, life in our current existential, whatever we're doing now. You capture that so beautifully. You want to say something about it?
Thank you very much. This is John Sheldon again, and Tony Vaca on this one. It is a tricky thing, as you and I talked about, how to talk about things that are frustrating, not great experiences, and still add some irony or sarcasm or hope also in it, to be able to see a bigger picture, even though it's not, the present picture isn't good. So how do you, step out of that? So I tried that with these pieces.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the video right now.
Yeah, it's a parking garage. You know the routine. You pull up to the gate. You push the button, and a ticket arrives. I push the button, and there's no ticket. I push the button again, and there's still no ticket. I push it a little harder. I see there's other buttons. I'm pushing buttons and I don't get a ticket. I read the easy instructions and it tells me to push the button. So now I'm screaming and pushing buttons. And over the loudspeaker a voice comes on and says, "Hi, I'm Charlie. Do you need some help? And I say, Charlie, I'm pushing buttons and I'm not getting any ticket. And so I push the button again just to show him I know where the button is, and so he can see that I don't get a ticket. I said, Charlie, it's one of those days you push buttons and nothing happens. He said, yeah, tell me about it. That's my life in a nutshell. And I say, I'm really sorry, Charlie. Anything I can do for you? He said, thanks for asking. Nobody usually asks me what they can do for me. I say, well, anything I can do, I can help. And now there's cars behind me and they're all beeping their horns. They're wondering what's taking so long. I roll down my window and I yell back to them, calm down. I'm trying to give Charlie a little love here. I said, Charlie, I guess there's not much I can do for you. He said, no worries. I said, I wish I could give you a little fun. He said, don't worry about it. I'm gonna take it out on this next person who's been honking their horn. All of a sudden I hear a beep and there's a ticket. I said, thanks, Charlie. I appreciate that. I said, what's gonna happen with this next guy? He said, oh, he'll come up to it. He'll start pushing buttons. And I'll say to him, all you have to do is keep pushing the button, you'll get a ticket. Thanks for being here at Serenity Garage, where we make it all easy. Just keep pushing the button. There won't be a ticket. Just push the button. Keep pushing. Push the button. That's right. Push the button. Keep pushing.
All right, we're back with Paul Richmond, performance poet and spoken word artist, and National Beat Poet Laureate. All right, and Space Monkey for our first Zoom call. This is great. Paul, we are... So listen, we're just running out of time, but I wanted to ask you about, your current, what your vision is for your work and what you're trying to promote through the work you're doing.
First, thanks, Derek, for having me on. Everyone out there is a spoken word artist. The truth matters. Words have power. Trust yourself, the feelings you have. Learn to speak your mind. Have faith in your words and realize how much you can change things. And I hope you've had some sense of that from some of the work you've seen.
Me too. Now we're going to go to your next video, our final video, which is called It's Not Working. And sort of keeping with our theme of like civilization and its discontents. Anyway, you want to say something quick about it?
This is just me and Tony, and no, same thing, trying to figure out how to take what you might do as a phone call somewhere or whatever's going on. And, this is the state of the world we're in, and keep hope, folks. Yeah, and makes things happen. Can't just ask. You got to make it happen.
Got to do it. All right, here we go. Let's go to the video.
Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is anybody there? Do I have a live person on the line? Yes, you do, sir. I can hear you loud and clear. What can I do for you? Finally, I get to talk to somebody. I mean, have you looked out the window lately? Huh? Have you looked out there? I don't think it's working. It's not working for me. I don't think it's working for a lot of people. What's actually the problem, sir? I'm trying to tell you, it's not working out there for us. When did you start feeling this, sir? I think when I was offered that deal, where you could get 6 for 3. Or maybe it was when I could get 12 for 7. I'm not sure. It always seemed like a deal. But in the end, I'm just in debt. I owe zillions of dollars. It's just not working. I mean, come on. Do the math. I'm not sure what you're complaining about, sir. This is what everyone does. This is the norm. Everything seems to be working just fine. In fact, I can offer you a deal now. We can give you 20 for 10. We usually don't do that. I don't want your deals, don't you understand? Oh, so you don't want to be very cooperative, is that what it is, sir? You know, you should really learn how to cooperate. Because then things would just go along much smoother. If you just did what we wanted you to, it would be a lot easier for you, you know. It's not my fault. I'm tired of you guys trying to blame me for everything that you're doing. You know what you can do? You can tell those who are doing all this stuff that they can go shove it. That's not very nice, sir. I mean, you know, I'm getting tired. I've been on the phone here trying to explain for over an hour. Sir, you seem to exaggerate. We've only been on for 36 minutes and 40 seconds. That's it, I've had it. You can go screw yourself. You know what? I'm on a ledge right now, and I'm jumping because of you. What do you think of that, huh? Here I go. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. We'll make sure we get out a card to your family and send our regards. Yeah, we'll send our regards. We'll send. Our regards.
All right. Hey. That was cool, right? Yeah, no kidding. All right. Thank you so much, Paul Richmond, for coming on the World Fusion Show today. It's been just great to have you and share your, somewhat dystopic vision of the future. The present, actually. It's not the future. Hey, we're here. So thanks again.
Sci-fi movie, yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's really fantastic. All right. Hey, this is Derek Jordan, and thanks for joining us today on the World Fusion Show. It's been just fantastic. We've got lots more fabulous shows coming. Please share with your friends. Join us on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, and, let's keep spreading this World Fusion thing all over the world. That's right. Yes, we're going to do that. And I'd like to give a shout out to our wonderful sponsors, Mackenzie Family Charitable Trust, Dean's Beans, Chris Pratt, Nancy Feinberg, Ron Dans, and Jeff Green. Thank you for your generous support. And remember, as we always say, think globally, listen locally, and support independent music.
What is mail art? It's a surprise in every mailbox. What is mail art? It's anything you can get away with sent through the post. It could be a 4-foot long shark, plaster shark. One of my students made that in a mail art show. It could be 22 feet of garden hose with 1-cent stamps up and down. It could be a laminated $10 bill sent from Omaha, Nebraska to LA to test whether the postal system is honest or not. It could be all of those things. It could be audio art, it could be poster art, it could be t-shirts, it can be visual poetry. Mail art is not fine art, it's the artist who is fine. It's more about the artist reciprocating in a free exchange with somebody from the other side of the world.
I love making art, and so it's nice to make art and send it to people who you hope enjoy it. It's like at some point I get a card from them and I send a card back, and then I get another card from them and I send a card back, and sometimes there's a spark and we keep exchanging, and then the exchange go in different directions, and partly the direction they go in is a function of where they're at or where I'm at, but sometimes where we go is a function of the interaction between the two of us.
It is outside of the gallery system, the art establishment. It's between two people. It's a reciprocal exchange, oftentimes a collaboration. It can go global, it can become very intimate. But it is outside of the commodity system, primarily. It's always been that way. You don't think about, well, am I going to be able to sell this? The intention is not to have a commodity that has a certain value. The value is in the exchange, in the relationship, and it's outside of money.
It's always a struggle when I do something that's really beautiful and I send it to somebody, and I hope it survives, but it might not, you know. They might be moving and say, oh God, it all goes in the circular file, but that's okay. I mean, we're all beautiful, and we'll all end up ashes in an envelope sent to another mail artist, maybe, you know.
As far as the aesthetics of mail art go, I think it harkens back to Futurism and Dadaism, and there's a little bit of surrealism in there, and it really doesn't emerge until the 60s, I think, as an international art movement with the Fluxus artists in New York City, and quickly in 1962 that spread to Wiesbaden, Germany, and a Fluxus tour. Yoko Ono later. You had artists who actually used the post in kits, Fluxus kits, and Robert Watts introduced the postage stamp in Fluxus postal machines that were placed in galleries that people could buy art for 25 cents. What was the cost of a postage stamp in 1963 when he did this in New York City? What, about a dime? You could put a dime in the machine, and there you got original Robert Watts piece of art. I mean, brilliant kind of a way of playing conceptually with art that's for the people, you know, and that call for interaction.
Well, one of the things we felt like we should have in the mail art show is stamps that people could buy. And so I designed some stamps, and Chuck helped with the production of them and the machine. And it stole my 3/4. Oh wait, here it is. And here we go. And on the poster it says, vote for Ubu. With Ubu and Mayor Ubu. When you think about the fact that I've been doing mail art for 45, 48 plus years, actually it goes back to before my wife and I were married, because I have a box of the postcards I sent to her when we were engaged. So that's a lot of mail. And there are wonderful things in it. There are decorated envelopes that, you know, should be framed and hanging on a wall.
When you get an object in the mail, oftentimes the object is uncovered, totally exposed to the elements, which makes it more interesting of what the postal system will do on the route to your house. How will it get through? Will a can come dented? Stuart sent a pair of shoes to me. So I disassembled the shoe. I took the sole off the shoe and I made a rubber stamp out of it. And I stuffed it in a Ray Johnson nothing soup can. There's nothing in the soup can except the soul of mail art. This must have cost a bit. This cost $4.39. But on the other side, Stuart asks a really good question. Who knows what mail artists carry in their pockets? Only Shmuel knows, and he won't tell.
I'm amazed at what the postage service will let me send. You can glue things onto mat board and send them there. You have to think about, you don't want to damage the postman, so it has to be safe. You don't want sharp edges or pieces of glass, but there is an infinite variety. The only thing that's hard for me is you have to answer a question whenever you send something. Does this contain anything that is hazardous? And I say, lots of dangerous ideas, but they don't count those.
Traveling from my place to the Netherlands to Japan to Australia, and we're all collaborating. Wow, talk about a wonderful way to escape your geographic isolation. I lived in Omaha for a long time, and they have that interesting scene there, but I really felt like closed in. Talk about lockdown. Geographic lockdown to me in mail art is huge.
The nice thing about doing collaborative books with other artists is you never know where they're going to go. This is called Until. It's by Shmuel and Dottie Sider. And it begins, we assume, even as we ask our way, that the oracle is mad. She must be mad, as anyone who tells the truth must be. She tells the truth despite the fact that no one listens. The truths she tells are those that people cannot bear to hear. But she must tell them over and over and over again until. It was done as a process of things being sent back and forth and each of us adding a page. This book was done by an incredible artist, Andrea J., who was struggling with leukemia. I had some of the books. Others were sent to me by her niece after she died. And she had a wonderful sense of humor. You can't read these books. Every time I would get it, I would just burst into laughter. And her ability, despite going through chemo, to make things funny and see the light side of things was just incredible.
They always say that being a mail artist, what can you do as an artist? You know, you can't change the world. You must be a fool, some idealistic. And I always felt like, you know what, I'm living in my little area. Yes, I am secluded, but I can reach out. I can make a difference. I can reach over that wall, you know, with this mail. This is a actual navel that was cast by me. That happens to be a mail artist navel. I won't say whose navel that belongs to, but I created probably a couple hundred mail art navels. I cast them through the years. I had in 1985, I had a New York Naval Academy performance event on the west side of Manhattan.
International Union of Mail Artists. You can look up and join, and that will let you know about mail art shows. And the thing to do is then send something into a mail art show. People will see your name and your work, and you'll get some postcards in return.
You go into this exhibition and you look at Ryosuke Koen's Brain Cell Project, and there you've got your network. Every 2 weeks he has a list of 115, 120 different artists from around the world, their addresses, and you just write down a few names and you're into it.
I think there is a vast difference between a letter you can read and hold in your hand and keep and an email message you get from somebody that no matter how good you think you are at archiving is going to disappear when your computer dies or you switch to a different server. It's a shame. Even email pictures, I think, and videos don't have a very long shelf life. You know, it's a different thing. Getting something physical you can hold and look at and touch. There is going to continue to be a place for physical things to go back and forth.
I don't have to show up in person to meet a mail artist to be part of a performance event, right? I can be where I am and still interact with you. You make it what you want it to be, you know, but it's open.
For O's are really hard. I have to do. It's all curved lines and they have to be just so, otherwise it looks a little funny.
For the Brattleboro Words Project and the Brattleboro Words Trail, we had known that we wanted to create something that was different from most of the maps that you find at welcome centers and at kiosks, and we wanted it to be really beautiful and to have a very artistic take on it. We did a very wide search for our local Brattleboro artist to design the map. In that process, I came across a map that made me stop in my tracks. So of all of the maps I had seen, I was like, that is the map. That is the style. Everything about it felt right. Cynthia Parker Houghton designed it for a client of Natalie Blake Studios, where she's the lead designer. And she had used the Brattleboro area as the basis for creating a sample of the kind of tile work that she can do. It was so gorgeous. And the in-depth local knowledge that she conveyed visually was exactly what we were looking for.
Just take a piece of that and add a mountain over here. So I'm just looking for light spots which indicate where there's a mountain. So we drape the clay over these forms here. And then sponge them down. And then the clay is going to shrink about an inch. And so everything's going to squinch down and the forms will move along with it. And then in a couple days we'll come and see if it all went well. For this project, we're mapping the words of this region, and I love the idea of having it be like, this is the land, these are the rivers and the mountains that were here before anybody came. And so there's these layers of stories. Just the other night, I was up here at Sunset Lake with my sweetie, and then we got married up here, further up the West River, and I work right there. This is where I am right now. These huge format tiles that we make here at Natalie Blake Studios take a very, very long time to fire. We do it over a span of 4 days, ramp it up incredibly slowly because the clay actually shrinks during the firing. And if it doesn't all shrink together, then we end up with cracks. If we do it slow, we end up with beautiful tiles. They wanted me to make a map that people could walk around with, but in order to make the map imagery, I made it big because it's hard to work tiny. So like for the portraits, I made them this big so that I could make portraits, and then I'm shrinking them down digitally so that then they end up being that big. Landscape mural. I made it extra big because I knew they wanted to have it be a permanent mural eventually. And then with the town map, I didn't need to make it so huge. I made it this scale, just big enough to get the words I wanted.
It was so delightful working very closely with Cynthia, making sure that her artistic vision is honored as well as translating that into a map to represent the area in a different way.
Sort of like game pieces. First time, right?
Sitting here at the edge of the West River, this place we call Wantastagok. I appreciate the way that Cynthia has lifted the landscape here up into 3 dimensions, from the flat map that we're so used to, up into the air, giving it shape, giving it space, giving voice to the stories that are embedded here in this land.
Hopefully people will see it as an invitation to engage and to go out and observe. Our stories and our maps purposely leave space for people to insert themselves and develop their own connections and understanding with the landscape, with this place, with the stories, and to create their own.
Hello and welcome everybody. We are here in my home in Burlington, and today we are going to have a look back at 2020. A global pandemic, an American election, coronavirus, unemployment, protests for racial equality. This has been quite an unusual year, and hey, you can't say that it wasn't memorable. Here is how I have been surviving 2020. In no particular order: lots of food, lots of family, lots of books, cats, walks, and time spent in my garden. Oh, and lots of work. So I asked you out there to tell us what 2020 meant to you, and you delivered. Vicky said, the best thing about 2020 is my niece, born in July. When things were discouraging, I thought of her upcoming birth and better days ahead. Cheers to that, Vicky, and congratulations. This picture is of the two most important women in my life, my daughter and my granddaughter. I am so grateful that we had so much safe outdoor time this past summer to spend together. Holly said, 2020, wow, grateful to be healthy and have dancing parties in my home, even if it's just me or me and my dog. Holly, I love it when you dance, never stop. John said, of course, this was the summer of the porch, and I know I got to sit on John's porch. It has a beautiful view of a lake. Jen said, I'm becoming a professional domestic cat photographer. Join the club. 2020 has allowed all of us to hear ourselves think, whether we want to or not. We checked in with our friends Galen and Rick.
So this is the year we got to move back home to Oregon.
And we got married.
Yeah, the venue, the ceremony, it was all donated to couples just like us, so it really meant a lot.
Miss you, Ava.
Mwah! So one of my favorite things about making the Stuck in Vermont video series, which I have been making for the past almost 14 years, is watching kids grow up. Of course, our friend Oscar Williams, who we first met when he was 11 years old, and then we followed him to Broadway, and then more recently we saw him, he's now a teenager, a high school student. Amelia Mason and Victoria Fern were little cute, adorable munchkins, and then I got to see them in the same show with Oscar. Mabia Kadka, I met her when she was 8, now she's 11. She placed in the top 5 of an international competition. We also want to give a shout out to our friend Amir Malik, who came in 4th, that's right, 4th on American Ninja Warrior. And Tara says, while writing songs, I also maintained teaching online and in person to a group of wonderful students who have a newfound love of in-person learning. That's something I think a lot of us learned this year, to be grateful for what we have. I'm grateful that my 86-year-old mom is doing okay.
People are talking now about getting back to normal. Well, I'd like to have a new normal that nobody's imagined yet.
Jan said, my 91-year-old mom has survived 2 hospitalizations since the pandemic began. I'd love to share our positive stories about living with a medically fragile child and the respite that COVID has offered our family. No in-person school, no nurses, all remote all the time fits our family in a very cozy, sane, and safe way. It's interesting to reflect that with COVID-19, the rest of the world has joined us in social isolation, anticipatory grief, and ambiguous loss. Natalie said, I made this video in Greensboro with the amazingly talented Duncan Yandel of Williston. Well, COVID set me on a path. I learned to bake bread and taught myself to sew masks. Yum. These kiddos have kept me sane and driven me insane, all at the same time. They may be Arizonans by birth, but with mom, dad, grandparents, etc. being Vermonters, they have the soul of Vermont in their veins. You might want to consider heading down to Sweeney Design Build in Shelburne to film what they've done there. And it seems like there are always a family or two strolling around to take in this little Vermont wonderland. I haven't gotten a chance to go yet, but that is a huge thing about 2020. There is the Vermont Lights the Way #initiative. It's a way for us all to stay positive in the midst of this really unprecedented year. Sarah said, I have relied on outdoors and nature even more than usual this year. It saves me. We are lucky to live in a beautiful state with so many beautiful places to get outside. I couldn't agree more, Sarah. That has saved us too. This has been a trying year. We worry, we doom scroll, we long to see loved ones. But I know how lucky I am. I have a job, a house, a partner, and a close-knit family, no matter how far away they live. The best thing that happened this year was the birth of my first grandchild, Ellie Eleanor. I truly feel there's no other place I'd rather live than Burlington, Vermont during a pandemic. For our city and state leaders, I am eternally grateful. There's no place I would rather be stuck. Terry says, 2020 has meant more time alone with my beautiful Sophia. Vera said, my kitties keep me sane. Thank goodness for all our furry friends. Sean said, this is the highlight of my year. After being together for 16 years, we decided to get hitched. I was totally surprised, hence the tears in this photo. Congratulations, Sean and Don. Mwah. I am a third-generation Canadian that calls Vermont my part-time home. I must admit, although its natural beauty is beyond compare, what ignited our love affair with Vermont was its people. We love you, Vermonters. 2020 was the first time in 42 years that I was not able to see my favorite place. I love Vermont and I miss her dearly. And speaking for Vermont, we miss you too. Sharon says, reminder sign for the man with developmental challenges that I work with, but it could easily be a sign for all of us. Yes. I have loved the stillness of these days, the opportunity to reflect and get in a newer, more refreshing groove. Every day I post a different necklace on Facebook and tell its story. That is something I would never do in ordinary times. I love that idea, Mickey. And check it out. I'm also wearing a crazy necklace. I'm so excited that I got to interview the MVP of 2020. It's Peanut!
Interview minute with Peanut.
Hello, Peanut. It's me, Ava Solberger.
What are you doing here?
We're stuck in Vermont.
Stuck in Vermont.
I like to make videos and interview people for a living too. So I'm going to ask you some questions. Peanut, do you have a middle name?
Beauregard.
Do you have a favorite movie?
Crooklyn.
Do you have a preferred pronoun?
They.
Do you ever feel lonely?
Laughing by myself is not the same.
What's your favorite color, Peanut?
Pencil color.
What makes your heart happy?
Puppies.
Peanut, does anything scare you?
Not being taken seriously as a journalist.
What's your favorite joke?
2 peanuts walk into a bar, one was assaulted. Sorry.
Peanut, you've interviewed lots of famous Vermonters. Who's your dream interview?
You. And Deputy Health Commissioner Tracy Dolan.
How do you feel about 2020, Peanut?
What the
And of course, 7 Days turned 25 this year, and so I was so excited to document that with the Pass It On video. Unfortunately, we lost some Stuck in Vermont friends this year. Ralph Preston, the shipbuilder who puts little itty bitty shits in bottles. Ralph, you will be missed. Shirley Chevalier, the wonderful pilot and photographer who took us up in a plane. Shirley, fly high. And Jack Laser of Butterworks Farm, a wonderful man. He left an indelible mark on the farming community and he will be missed. And we will continue to eat your wonderful yogurt, Jack, in your honor. Mwah. To all their friends and families. Wishing you all happy, healthy new year. I hope 2021 brings us all better fortune, a vaccine, good health. Thank you so much for tuning in every other week, and we will get stuck in Vermont with you again real soon. How's my audio? Can you hear me? La 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 la. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. I'm talking about stuck in Vermont and crap like that. Crap like.
Thank you everyone for showing up and taking this time to do important stuff. And we're really happy a lot of you showed up. And yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're gonna have to bear with me a little bit, but this took a lot to put together, and so we need a lot of support, and thankfully we got some, and so we want to shout them out. And if we could go to that slide.
Do you mind if I actually say one thing? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, totally.
I just forgot. I'm not sure if everyone who is here is aware, but we do have Brian from BCTV who is recording this event and streaming it. So there's a live stream on Facebook and I believe on YouTube as well, but I just wanted to give everyone that heads up and make sure that you're aware that that is happening. Thank you all. Please proceed, Trinity. You're amazing.
Thank you. I totally forgot that. Can we go to the next one? I think whatever one has the, yeah. So we want to do a big shout out to our co-collaborator, Lost River, and a lot of them are helping us with moderating our later breakout rooms and stuff. So we really appreciate them as always. And our event, this particular event, our supporters include the Community Equity Collaborative, Brattleboro Area Interfaith Leaders Alliance, Compassionate Brattleboro, the Center Congregational Church. So especially Scott has done a lot with helping us, so thank you. The All Souls Church, who is doing the tech of this and has been really helpful, and so we thank them, and George in particular, really. The Guilford Community Church and the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity. And then could you go back one? Or no, yeah, go back one. Yeah. Yeah. So since this is a Youth for Change event and we are hosting it, we want to make everyone aware of our general mission statement, which is thus, the mission of Youth for Change is to empower and amplify the voices of all youth. We reach out especially to youth that are BIPOC, LGBTQIA+, low income, differently abled, and differently schooled, among those who are oppressed in any other shape or form. So our frontline, those are, it says that later. Together, the diverse group of our youth advocates stand in solidarity for fights for our frontline communities locally in our educational systems and abroad on national movements, using art, outreach, protests, trainings, and workshops, as well in correspondence to achieve these goals on race and social justice. Wow. Okay, next slide. A big thing that we want to make aware of the overall group, and this will be brought up again because it's super important, that this is a Black-centered, literally, and also youth organized, Youth for Change, and a lot of us are stepping up in roles that we're not super comfortable in, but we'll do anything for y'all and for our community and such. So we want to make everyone aware of that. And then next one. Yeah, so a big part of this is that we are accepting donations, and we really appreciate that support in that way, and a lot of other ways, just sharing about the route and all the programs within it, and just, yeah. But this is a nice way of supporting us. And so there's two ways. You can do standard mail and just send a check-in. And for that, just put in the memo saying that it's for MLK Day, and you can send it to the route. Or you can send it online to PayPal, which is on the route at that website. And of course, also note that it's the MLK event that you're sending that for. And yeah, so thank you. And
Hi, my name is Z. I use they, them pronouns, and I am another person who's going to be sort of facilitating today. And I want to welcome everyone to our event. It is called MLK Day, and we are celebrating BIPOC today. And as you know, the Root has participated in the Community MLK Day event for many years now. And we're humbled and we're thankful that a lot of people want to come together to celebrate MLK Day today online and support local organizations that are doing racial justice work. And over the years, the Root has had many of our BIPOC community members give the Root feedback that this event has not created a sense of safety or community or has uplifted or celebrated Black and BIPOC folks in our community. And for the past few years, we've been working closely in collaboration with the Interfaith Initiative to primarily through Lisa Sparrow, who was formerly the Guilford Community Church pastor, to create an MLK Day where BIPOC folks feel respected and honored and celebrated for who we are, and not for their contributions that we may offer. And this year's no different. We're just getting better at what this is going to continue to look like moving forward and help address these concerns and enact a vision that we all have for this day and forward, and to create an event that feels mutually celebratory. We have been shifting what this event looks like. So that is basically our mission for today. And this includes many things. Trinity, if you want to go into that.
yeah, so big ones are centering Blackness. So centering people, voices, and experiences of Black folk and other BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color people, and listening to what these communities need and working to make that happen. Recognizing BIPOC labor. There's emotional and physical labor that comes with this work. We are redistributing funds and not having all of our BIPOC community volunteer, instead paying our Black and POCs for their contributions. Honoring our youth, centering the next generation and honoring what they need, monitoring them for the leadership of this event, stepping back from adult leadership and creating equitable relationships between adults and youth leaders, and then being trauma informed, making spaces available for BIPOC only so that BIPOC folks may be able to be in safer spaces to process and reflect together as BIPOC, which is why we have breakout rooms and such. Our experiences are in the ability to speak candidly of racialized trauma experience is really important, and we give a lot of space for that.
And a big thing, one of the Root's foundation principles is relationships and building relationships and meeting the needs of our own communities. So we at the Root and with Youth for Change, we believe that this fits well with the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. And yeah, so the first thing that we are going to be doing at this time, we're going to shift into our panel that we have planned. And everyone on our panel is very valued BIPOC members of our community who each have different backgrounds and perspectives on living as BIPOC in the world. And I want to thank our panelists for being here. And we are going to take your questions throughout.
Oh, wait, sorry, not to interrupt. I got a direct message. I didn't recognize it was a direct message until this moment. Really quickly, just for the ease of the rest of the thing, could everyone who self-identifies as BIPOC put a 1 in the front of their names? And if you identify as a white folk, put a 2. and that would be greatly appreciated. Sorry to cut you off, Z. Continue.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Well, just a second. I'm so sorry. Does everyone know how to do that?
Yes, sorry, there's instructions,
great.
but if you don't know, next to your little box with your face and name, there's 3 little dots, and you can click rename and just type it in the front. And if you have any further questions, feel free to send them in the chat.
Question, did you want to chime in?
Oh,
Did you want me to continue or?
oh, well, you can continue.
Okay. So yes, our panel. So for the panel, we are going to be taking questions throughout, and after the panel is over, they will be addressed for a Q&A. And we're asking that anyone who does have a question during the panel or wants it to be answered after, we're asking that all questions get typed in the chat, and just type them in the chat and we will get to them after the panel is done. And so to start, our panelists, we have Naomi Domoody, Stefan Gillum, Desmond Peebles, Amber Arnold, and Michaela Sims. Did I miss anyone? Yay, thank you, panelists. And so to start, for our panelists, we would like you to say your name, your pronouns, your position, maybe where you work or what you do, and a land acknowledgement of what land you're currently occupying. And the first question after those are, why have you agreed to be a panelist for this event? And I don't know if someone wants to raise their hand and start, or someone wants to just start, or
Feel free to take time and process. There's no rush as well.
I can start. I'm gonna try to put my video on. Hopefully the call won't drop. Hi, I'm Naomi. My pronouns are they, them, and she, her. I am co-steward and co-executive director of the Susu Community Farm. And I'm also coordinator of Soul Food Sunday at The Root. And I, right now, am living on or residing in, occupying unceded Abenaki land in southern Vermont in Putney. And the reason why I'm here on this panel is because I am really excited and humbled and honored and grateful to uplift and support our BIPOC youth with Youth for Change, and also to continue honoring the legacy of Dr. King.
So I guess I'll go next, and then I think what I'll do is I'll just like pass it on like a game of tag, so it's just, it flows. And I might get the questions out of order because whenever I'm asked a series of questions, I say, oh, which one was, what was I supposed to answer first? But anyway, if I do that, I'll just ask for help. So my name is Stefan Gillum. I am affiliated with the NAACP, but I'm also proudly a clinician. So I'm a therapist, amongst a couple other things. My pronouns are any pronoun. I mean, I always put he, they, but I really don't. I mean, as long as it's meant with love and good intention, I'm pretty happy to be called whatever pronoun you call me, depending on our relationship. Let's see. I'm already. Yes, I am also on Abenaki land. I'm also in Vermont. But I would also add to that I'm on the land of my enslaved ancestors as well, because it was their labor that made this infrastructure possible. And so I've been making a real effort to honor Black indigeneity and the fact that we were taken from our indigenous homes and plopped here. So I guess I would say those are my two honors of the evening. And did I get all the questions, y'all, or am I missing one? I think I hit them all, right?
Why you're here.
Why I'm here. the most important. So I'm here because, well, first and foremost, because I was invited, and I'm always love to be invited places. And to honor the younger voices, and that's also just people who are younger at heart and spirit, and also people who are considered younger in age. So I love to build capacity for of others in any way I can, or be part of really cool change. And also to echo Naomi, to celebrate the life of Dr. King. And so with that being said, I think I'm going to pass it to Amber.
Thank you, Stefan. My name is Amber, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm also one of the co-stewards of the Susu Community Farm and the Susu Healing Collective. I am on Abenaki land in Wantastigock, also known as Brattleboro. And I'm here today because I was invited by some of the members of Youth for Change, and I really honor and respect our youth and the legacy that they're holding and that they're, carrying on. And I really want to support all the work that they're doing and all of the love and nourishment that they need in order to take on this role that they're in. So yeah, and I will pass to Desmond.
Hello, everybody. I'm Desmond Peoples. I use any pronouns. I am a writer and editor. I am the content manager at the Vermont Arts Council, and I'm the editor-in-chief of Mount Island, which is a literary magazine for rural LGBTQ plus and POC people. And I'm on unceded Abenaki land in northern Vermont, Northeast Kingdom. I'm here, like others have said, to honor what the youth are doing and support their organizing, and yeah, I think community is the only power we have to keep the movement going. So very happy to be here with everybody. Thank you so much. I will pass it to Michaela.
Thanks, Desmond. It's so good to see you. It's been a long time. Good evening, everyone. I'm like, Stefan, I'm like, what am I supposed to say? I'm Michaela. Any pronouns work, usually she, her. I am a social justice educator, and I've had the pleasure of meeting many of the youth that organized today and knowing them. And just seeing them even on the screen warms my heart because I miss them. I miss seeing y'all. I am also on unceded Abenaki land. And I'm just happy to be a part of anything that comes together to engage in and question the legacies of our ancestors. And let's see, I don't see anyone who hasn't gone. I lost who else is on the panel, Trinity.
I believe that's everyone, actually. I think
Oh,
you were
okay.
the last one.
Okay, great.
Yep, one, two, three, four, five. So that leads in, I guess I will ask the next question. So how has the past year been for you, or past month, even if like a year is a lot, because a lot has happened, and so, and like, if that might be too big of a question or too general, then what have been your main takeaways or any like standout moments, like positive or negative? But, and I don't know if someone wants me to pick someone, but I'll pick Stefan to start, just to get it rolling.
It feels like dodgeball class when you're like the first one. I don't know if I used to play dodgeball, but they used to force us to play it. You have to be the first one up. You're just like, oh God. Let's see. Okay, so now would you mind just repeating the first question for me? Or maybe someone can drop the questions in the chat and then I can just like look.
Yeah, sorry, they come after me a little bit. I'll try to be quicker next time.
No worries. I'm happy just to sort of sit here for a second and actually just let's make.
They're in the chat, Stefan.
Oh, okay. How has the last year, month been for you? What have been your main takeaways, positive or negative? Okay, so I guess I will start with takeaways. So I think, I don't know if this is considered a controversial idea, but as of late, I have been, the biggest takeaway that I think 2020, especially with 2021 starting off the way it did with a literal, insurrection on our nation, I actually have been feeling like we are living in a moment in history that represents the fall of white supremacy, or at least white supremacy as like we know it. And so I guess what that means is that I do truly believe that there are a number of younger people from various backgrounds, but especially BIPOC backgrounds, mixed with enough millennials, mixed with enough Gen Xers, and a couple of those baby boomers, because they act out sometimes, but that has started to really shift some of this narrative around supremacy culture. And so I've just seen a lot of young people, and by young, I mean people as young as like 8 or 9 years old, using whatever platforms they have to disrupt their parents and who have positions of power and that are problematic in communities, that are doing supremacist stuff. And I think that if we look at a lot of like historic movements and the factions that come out of them when they feel like they're going to lose something, and the violence that happens. I mean, we can look at slavery, for example, as an example of that, and how there was such violence that started to happen because folks were so afraid they were going to lose that privilege. I think that we saw that on the we saw that about a week and a half ago during the insurrection. And I really do believe people like all of y'all who put this event on are really ushering in a new wave of ways to think about things. And so it's really gradual. It definitely is not going to be anytime soon, but for the first time ever, I really do believe that we are watching like the slow crumble of something that maybe if I'm blessed to have grandchildren, I might be able to kind of chat with them about and say, oh, I was somewhat part of that history. And I remember when we started to see the cracks in that foundation. So I guess that's my big takeaway. And then how has the past year been? And I think it's controversial because I would never want to minimize white supremacy, right? Because it's here, it's harming people. But I also think it's kind of empowering just to be able to name that as a Black person, that I do see what my ancestors were fighting for, and I am seeing some cracks. So that feels good to me. And to your other question, and I'll try to keep it quicker because I don't want to ramble too long. I think the past year has been challenging. In a lot of ways. It's been challenging because all of my clients are now online, and it's hard to help people from a screen. There are some ways that have been better, though, like more access. People have easier access to me, but it's also been draining. But I've also really gotten the chance to reevaluate relationships in life, and I think that it's turned me a little bit. It's helped me to reorient what I've found the most important. And so I guess that's my answer to that. And what I mean by that is it's helped me kind of find importance in myself in a new way, and importance in my family members in a new way, and my friends, because when it was really rough, that's who I ran to. So yeah. So do you guys want me to pass it on? Because I'm just going to pass it right to Amber and keep the flow going. Okay, Amber, get ready. It's always going to be you next if they put me first.
She goes out tonight. She won't stay out.
All right, let's see. How has the past year truly been for you? And what have been your main and standout moments for 2020? I think the past year for me has definitely truly been a lot of things. There's been joy and there's been sadness, and there's been definitely like all the feelings and experiences. I think that, a lot of the stuff that has happened in 2020, especially around white supremacy, is like seems shocking or more awakening for a lot of white folks. But I think that for Black and brown people, it's the same things that we've been dealing with since the beginning and inception of America. And I think that I definitely see, to what Stefan is saying, lots of ways that change is happening, and that we as Black and brown people are reclaiming our birthrights to experience change, to experience the legacies that our ancestors left for us, to really, experience that right now instead of 500 years from now. I think really thinking about Martin Luther King and just reflecting on the way that the FBI and the CIA and our government, really did a lot of harm. And, J. Edgar Hoover and his work with MLK and the Black Panther Party and MOVE and, all of these Black people that we all love and respect so much now as we can idolize them, but really hated when they were here doing their work. I see a lot of similarities in the work that they were doing and the reverberations that were coming back at them from our government, as I see right now in the way that propaganda and all of these different things have been perpetuated. And so I think that's one of the main takeaways that I take, is that, it's the same, white supremacy is the same beast that it was back then. It just manifests in different ways. And so we may be less aware of it. And I think the other takeaway or thing that has really stuck out to me is how deeply ingrained capitalism is in our culture, because even when we talk about anti-racism and all of these things, we're using capitalism to perpetuate that. So instead of redistributing resources, making sure people have their needs met and taking care of our people, a lot of white-led organizations, and we see this in Vermont, are trying to figure out how they can maintain power and control while also saying that they, are for Black Lives Matter or for Black people, or that they care about this movement. How can I maintain this money and this power and also say that I support this thing? And that's just not how it works. I think that really looking at capitalism is something that we're really going to have to reckon with, especially people who truly believe in dismantling those types of systems. And I think that MLK spoke a lot about that, I think that was huge to a lot of what he talked about. And so I guess I'll end it there, and I will pass it back to Desmond.
Thank you, Amber. Yeah, I want to echo what has been said, definitely. I think a big takeaway is that there are cracks in the foundation of white supremacy and capitalism even. I mean, yeah, we are seeing signs of a turning point. I hope, and I think thus we're also seeing the damage because of that, pressure points and friction. So I think another big takeaway is that as much work as has been done, as good as the work that we've been doing is, and as much as it has been chipping away at that foundation, there's going to be just as much pushback. And we see it. We see the violence now, just as there always has been. There's going to be just that same intensity that we need to bring to the movement to push back against it. Takeaways. I am not astonished at how little care and neighborly love there seems to be across our nation right now. Absolutely not surprised. Like Emma said, I think it's, this environment is not shocking to those of us who know the history and know the truth of the present, certainly. For me personally, this year, amidst all of the pressure and strife, this year has been one of great growth. I've made incredible strides with my mental and physical health. I have a new job that's steady. So amidst everything, I feel really lucky. Yeah, I'll pass it right back to Michaela.
Oh no, okay. Actually, if it's all right with y'all, I'm gonna ask your permission first. Someone read a MLK quote to me today that I felt like was really great. And I'm a teacher. I won't write it on the board, but is it okay if I read it really quick? All right. Okay, I see some head nods. I'm gonna take those. All right, so I'm gonna take a little creative license with it. But if a person accepts their place, accepts exploitation and injustice, there will be peace. But it'll be obnoxious peace. It will be a peace that boiled down to stagnant complacency, deadening passivity. If peace means this, I don't want peace. If peace means accepting second-class citizenship, I don't want it. If peace means keeping my mouth shut in the midst of injustice and evil, I don't want it. If peace means complacency adjusted to a deadening status quo, I don't want peace. If peace means a willingness to be exploited economically, dominated politically, humiliated and segregated, I don't want peace. I think that MLK was such an important figure, and that at the end of his life, definitely what Amber said, he was fighting against capitalism with the Poor People's Campaign. And when I think of this last year and people really standing up, people of all backgrounds together, saying that once the veil was pulled off of the violence that people of color experience every day, that poor people experience every day, that people were in the streets and they were not having it. All kinds of people. And in a crisis like what we're experiencing now, there is hyper exploitation, which is another thing that inspires people to be on the street. I always think once the gas prices hits $4, people are going to be on the street, and that hasn't happened so far. But this summer, it happened. And I think that gives me so much hope, so much possibility that people have that in them, that we have some kind of collective feeling, even if we don't have collective understanding yet, that when the world isn't right, that we have each other and that we should be in the streets and stand up against injustice. So for me this year was that, there was so much of that offers inspiration, and so much possibility of change. And people really stepping up and wanting to change themselves. I mean, I had people apologizing for stuff they did 6 years ago. I was like, oh, you just realized right now? Okay. It's a little late. I'm not timing you, but at least they noticed. They were able to see themselves. So I wasn't holding my breath, but so I would say that this year has been really amazing in that way. And what's the other thing? What was I supposed to answer? Oh, my takeaways. And so I guess those are my takeaways. Those are all my standout moments. So I just, although there are so many things that we can analyze and complain about, there are many gifts. And with that, I'll pass it to Naomi.
Thank you, Michaela. I'm going to try video again. Thank you, everyone, for your answers. I really appreciate and resonate with a lot of what's been said so far. Yeah, I feel like as far as how 2020 has been for me, I'm still processing. Part of me doesn't really know how to answer that question yet, and part of me feels like I do know how to answer that question. I'm gonna ramble a little bit because this is how I do panels, and I apologize. But I moved here almost 10 years ago from Boston, and before I moved here, I was like trying to figure out who I was and what I wanted, and I had this like scrap piece of like red construction paper and like a crayon or a marker, and I just stream of consciousness like wrote down like who I wanted to be and what I wanted, and it was like, I have a really supportive partner and a beautiful child, and I live on a farm with all of my friends, like all like this. And when I look back on 2020, I see that sort of vision coming.
Oh no. Did Naomi?
Did we lose?
Yeah, I think Naomi just disappeared.
Can you see me? I'm back.
Oh,
I say, oh, okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna put my video off so that I don't drop again, or maybe I will, but let's see. Anyway, I was saying that 2020 presented the opportunity to start making some dreams come true. There was, time off during the so-called lockdown in order to really focus on what was needed, not only for myself, but for the community, and to work with people I really love and respect, like Amber, in order to take some of that visioning and bring it to life. And so that's how Susu was born in a lot of ways. And also, I felt that, I think a lot of people are speaking to the ways that community has come together, and people are like stepping up and heading to the streets and all this positive change. And for me also, I felt like it was sort of this peak and valley where like there were these points throughout the year where this was really happening, and I felt like really supported by people, particularly white people who consider themselves allies, and then just witnessing the drop off. And it was kind of like an emotional crash for me, noticing the engagement of people talking about certain issues like slowing down, or people's investment in projects like waning. And so I feel like while there were these really incredible peaks of people's awareness, like expanding and opening up, I also still feel like the amount of effort being put into the things that need the effort. I don't think it was always there. I think that there were times when I felt and trusted and believed that people were going to step up and be there and hold space, and they just weren't able to. And so 2020 could also, feel really disappointing. I feel like I lost connections and friends because of some of the events of this year. And one of the takeaways that I have from 2020, this country has a way of gaslighting people of color into disbelieving their own experiences and invalidating our truths. Like this culture is just set up to keep us from being able to like be believed. And 2020 for me, like everything that I thought or felt or have known about what it is to be a Black person in this culture for me was validated. Like I was like, oh, everything I have felt is actually true. And no matter what anyone says, or people still continue to deny my experience, like I can just witness in every headline, is a mirror of what I've experienced, like in my own life. Like everything that's happening, everything that our former president, has been saying is like a microaggression I've experienced in my own life. And so without a doubt, I have felt like unquestionably validated in my own experience. And so knowing that it's not all in my head has been really helpful for my mental health, and for also revealing like what it is that my work should be. And for me, dismantling the system is no longer like my focus. Like I've divested. For me, it's all about looking forward and looking at what I can build. Like I want to build a new culture for Susu. We want to sow seeds of liberation. We want to build new communities. And that's what I'm looking at. Like, what can I create not only for us right now in this moment, but I'm thinking generationally, right? So maybe what I do isn't going to like necessarily fix everything in this moment or ever, but we're planting seeds so that next generation, maybe it's better, and the one after that is even better, and so on and so forth. So thank you.
Thank you all for sharing that. We don't have to go down the line, but do any here that, because obviously there's a lot of things we want and a lot of things we need as BIPOC, considering just how everything has been based on and just everything else. So what are any big ones that you particularly want?
Could you, for me, that was cutting out. Did everybody else cut out, or was that only me? Oh, okay, maybe it was just me.
It's in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Question was, what are your wants and needs for this current year?
Okay. So I guess in keeping with the order, I'll just go first, and then we could kind of, what are some of your wants and needs for the current year? That, it's so funny because that question is not really asked to Black and brown people much. And I don't think I've ever been asked that on a panel, which is just now hitting me like, oh, that's significant. Because there is always something that is being taken from our well, right? Because I think that to be a brown person or Black person, especially one that is in proximity to, femininity or queerness or anything that is always under constant threat of violence, regardless of if you're, whatever your body looks like, just in being connected to those things makes you closer to violence. But it also, I think it also increases your range from an early age to talk about things. And I think that range is what a lot of folks who don't have those identities want to pull from for their own wisdom. Because I really believe that a queer person who is like 9 years old could probably talk about the nuance of life in a way that someone who has none of those identities in their 60s or 70s would struggle to even wrap their head around. And so for me, I think that's a question that's hard to answer. But I kind of pivot to Naomi's point. And I think about my own grandmother, who I talk to all the time, and she's, was on a sharecropper's farm. She picked cotton until she was, a good age. And she's from Mississippi. That's where my family's ancestral home is, and where our ancestral lands are, that our grandparents who, slaved on and eventually owned a little bit of or whatever. And so for me, it's really that ancestral piece. I can feel it. I can feel my ancestors now kind of telling me that it's time to pivot. I no longer am interested in this dismantle the system stuff or the harm that it's going to cause to me and the way that I have to think about it either. And I have really limited my white people's really access to me around those things. So if it doesn't serve me or it doesn't serve what I would call the communities that I care about, I really just don't even pay much attention to it. And I'm doing that unapologetically now because I have to live. And as a therapist, I know that trauma is carried through my genetics as well. And so I have a due diligence if I want to have children biologically or through adoption to do right by them. And so I guess to answer that question, it's a matter of ancestry and getting towards that community piece to figure out what it is that we want, which is why like the Land Access and Opportunity Act that I'm working so hard on is something that's dear to my heart. The same reason that Naomi and Amber are doing the farm, right? It's like, how do we push for access in a way that makes us feel good or that empowers us or that doesn't leave us, vulnerable? So I guess that's my answer. It's kind of not an answer, but that's all I got. And I guess I'll just pass it to Amber.
Yes, I love that answer. And I really appreciate what Naomi and Stefan were both saying. And I definitely agree. And I think if I was to think about what do I want or need, I really would love our community to shift from being a culture of we can't to being a culture of why not, and really just start to move away from making decisions and building community in a way that centers our need to survive and recenter our, collective desires to thrive and really start to build and create beyond the boxes of capitalism and white supremacy and all these things that we've been given, and really just give ourselves permission to dream and to create, a culture and a community and a reality that truly can, meet our needs and that we can build for the generations to come. And I think that is a lot of, the legacy of our ancestors and why we are where we are today. Like they dreamed, and when they came here from, Africa, like they were like eating soil and like putting seeds in their hair and just like, like bringing that earth with them back here because they believed in this legacy and that would be possible for us, regardless of all of these circumstances and these colonizers and all of these things happening, they still believed, and we see this in the way that they, even, throughout slavery, how they saved money to purchase land and then it was burnt down, and they've always, been dreamers and visionaries and creatives. And so I think what I would really want is for our community to really embrace that and to center Blackness in a way of centering the legacy of our ancestors in the way that we do things, and less centering of this made up, white supremacist, white America capitalist way of doing things that clearly is not working so well. And I'll pass it to Desmond.
Thank you, Amber. Again, I'll echo everything that's been said so far. I think we need to turn toward our own solutions, our own legacies, and organize around a future we want to create, alternate and parallel systems. And I really hope that I will have more company next year. I hope that we're all able to get together and be close again. That's I will need that as soon as it's possible, definitely. Over the past year, I've been excited to see steps being taken to create those kind of parallel systems that we need. Susu's Farm Project, the Land Access Act, those are incredibly exciting. And I hope that we all, that the momentum behind them isn't lost. I'm also on the board of Out in the Open in Brattleboro. It's an organization that supports rural LGBTQ folks. And after the pandemic started, we launched a mutual aid fund. And there's been more mutual aid networks and funds popping up over the past year. And I think seeing those kind of structures really rolling out in concrete ways, the more we can organize around that, the better. Michaela.
Somehow I didn't expect that. I should have. I think this is a hard question, and I think one of the things that a bad habit you have as a parent, and I don't know if this is true for all parents, but it's hard to think about myself. And so I feel like the collective ideas, I'm like, you want to know about me? That's weird. But I do think that, of course, our needs are food, clothing, and shelter, all of which I am in a really blessed position that I have all those things. But then when I think beyond that, I really miss my work with the youth, and that there's so many things that we do every day, so many connections we have that are not possible virtually. And I know that there's a lot of connections that people are able to make virtually that they're not able to do in person, but somehow maybe because of my age, I'm not able to do that. Maybe I'm just like not effective in that way. But I do appreciate what everyone is saying about the idea of creating alternative systems. And there's this other idea of delinking from the capitalist system, of imagining another world, of the world we wish to see. And I think that for sure, that's what gives me hope. And that's what wakes me up in the morning. That's what allows me to smile at my children, because I can't think that the world we're living in right now is what I'm leaving them, that there will be some change before I leave the earth. And Naomi, are you there?
I am, thank you. Do I sound like a robot? I apologize.
No, you sound
okay, cool, thank you. Yeah, all these answers are great. So good, I forgot what I was gonna say. So yeah, like another takeaway for me from 2020 is that like community is everything. And so if there's anything that I want or anything that I need, it's for us to invest in community, to invest in each other, not just like money or resources, but also like time and energy. I would love for people to invest in learning about like the history of Black people in Vermont, learning about the history of Indigenous people in Vermont. I would love for us to look at all of the ways that 2020 allowed for people who maybe didn't have access because of like different abilities or chronic illness, how all of this access, how all of this utilization of like technology has created access for people who might not have been able to show up in a different way. And I'm hoping that as we move forward into 2020, we can keep making space for each other, keep investing in each other as individuals, and looking at individual needs that aren't the same as our own. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. So our next question is, so it's about what are the effects of having to teach others on things like MLK Day, primarily to white folks? So yeah, I guess that's self-explanatory. But yeah. And I don't know, Stefan, you want to start, or we're gonna?
I'm glad just to keep the order, order in the courts. Okay, so let's see here. I would say that, of course, there is a fatigue, right? But I think for me, the fatigue comes from the fact that some of the ignorance feels, I shouldn't say it is, a bit willful, because their ancestors participated in the system one way or the other, just like mine did. And just because you're white doesn't mean that your ancestors participated willingly. There were some folks' ancestors who came here as servants and things like that. And so they have a bit of a different legacy. Now, that might have taken a nasty turn, when this whole whiteness thing was introduced and you were no longer an Irish person or a Polish person or some of those maybe more oppressed European descended groups in the grand scheme of things. But nonetheless, their ancestry is linked. And so it always baffled me how, folks could go and find all the land that they owned and all of the wonderful people of importance in their bloodlines and every little detail that great uncle said about, trees, because that was significant and it means something. But you could not go back and find or figure out how white supremacy has impacted your lineage or how it shows up for you. But you got a whole picture book, about literally everything else but that. And so that great irony is something that I think continues to baffle me as a person in the justice movement. Now, of course, this is more of a freer space just to say that. I wouldn't necessarily say that in all platforms, because sometimes, especially if you're not there yet in that range, it's not built up to have those conversations. It's easy to feel offended. Like, are you trying to say that I participated actively in this? And sometimes you want to say, maybe I am, but you know how that might go. So I guess for me, that's really how I would answer that question. I would also say, though, that back to the ancestor piece, which I've been really big on just because of my own upbringing, I think spirituality and faith and the way that it's manifested in me has protected me from a lot of that and from a lot of that foolishness. And also, this might sound weird and be kind of like weird to understand for some folks, and maybe probably the white folks in the room, but Black culture has protected me from a lot of that. The culture that I grew up in was more of a no-nonsense culture. If you heard people talking nonsense, you just was, okay, I'm not even listening. There was just a way to it's just my ears just turn off and they could be talking and I'm not hearing a single thing. And that's cultural to me. And it's been protective. And I think that was created because Black folks in particular had to deal with so much anti-Blackness in every space, even in spaces with other people of color. And so part of the culture I grew up in was you just knew how to spot out and listen to foolishness, and you knew how to turn it off. But anyway, the conversations about the impacts of that it's probably a longer, deeper conversation about those psychological impacts, right? That even the act of turning it off has, but nonetheless, like that's kind of where my answer lies in the moment. And so, and it's a great question, by the way, and I'll pass it to Amber.
Definitely agree with all of that 100%. I think that a lot of times there's this like subconscious belief that a lot of white people have that Black folks are just born with this education around white supremacy culture and how to educate others on it, and like this whole curriculum, like they're just born with this curriculum. But just as white folks aren't born with a degree to Harvard and all of the education that comes along with it, like all of us only know the stuff that we know because we have invested a lot of time and energy and free labor and emotional labor and all of these things into learning and understanding how these systems work, learning this history, because obviously none of us learn it in school. Like we have done all of that work on our own times. And in a lot of ways, obviously, we more so have had to because of the violent impacts on our bodies. And so, like I definitely believe that there is no excuse to not do that work. And I know that it's possible because all of us do it with like way less resources, and on top of that, dealing with the violence and oppression that all of it brings. And so also I would say that I think that the effects of, like constantly teaching white folks about that kind of stuff is definitely very draining. It's definitely very painful. It's definitely putting you in this position of acquiring even more added trauma and burden in a way. And I also think for me personally, I just don't do it anymore. Like I have boundaries around, what parts of myself I am willing to give and what parts I'm not. Like through the SUSU, I teach a course called Unbodying White Supremacy to White Folks. And that's something I do because it's something that I find joy in and I find connection in. But I definitely don't, I'm very aware of my body and how it's impacted by being in certain situations. And I don't do a lot of, free labor education type stuff that I know is going to harm my body. And I think, like the more that we become aware of those things and develop boundaries, it just helps us to make those decisions, because it's part of the trick, like you can spend your whole life trying to educate people on things where in our culture, Black and Indigenous women especially are, like white folks will just kick back and watch them do all the labor and work and like they're our heroes, yay. But that's, it's just an excuse and a way for us to kind of like sidestep the work and the labor that it actually takes to do this. And that's all of our responsibilities. So I guess that's how I would answer that. And I'll pass it back to Desmond.
Yeah, I find it exhausting. I think the word fatigue came up a couple of times in Stefan and Amber, and I definitely agree. I think, though, I grew up in Vermont, and so there's not a lot of people to turn to when you're exhausted from educating a white person. The next person you turn to is probably another white person that you have to educate. Over the years, it has been that much more important to me to find community with BIPOC folk here. I remember a few years ago, there was the first statewide People of Color Caucus at the Marlborough Elementary School. That was, that was the first time in Vermont that I had felt, really surrounded by community and kind of just overwhelmed with that feeling that we are here for each other, and that, that's the reality. I'm going to have to be exhausted by these white folks, but we're here for each other still, and we can gather and support each other through that. But also, I really resonate with what Amber was saying about, and Stefan as well, about how now I don't really have all the time for that. I have to watch my body. The exhaustion it keeps me from everything that I can be for the betterment of everybody else. So, Michaela.
Thank you, Desmond. Actually, Desmond, I was just remembering you in the halls of UHS. It seems like a lifetime ago. I guess I'll think about it a little differently. What I'm thinking about now is possibilities. Like, what makes a John Brown? What makes a dude who's like, I'm not only gonna put my life on the line, I'm gonna put my whole family's lives on the line. I'm gonna give up all my money because there's not gonna be another slave state in the Union. And he didn't, there was no reason, and I feel like they portray him like he's crazy, but to me, I feel like that says more about our society, that they can't understand people who really want a different world, who really are not about to be like, I'm not about to go along with this because it's wrong. And so the portrayal of him with his eyes all crazy, and like, even the last movie I didn't watch, but like his hair all crazy, like he's always painted as a madman. And so what does that mean for people, for white folks who really want to fight racism today, who are really against capitalism the way it's constructed today? And so how do we create a community where people are really willing to take those risks and give up what they need to give up? And I feel like that is the reality of the world we live in, that nothing sees anything without a demand. And so it can't just be people of color, people who are marginalized making those demands. It has to be people with money and power. And so I think that one of the effects we hope is the building of more conscious people, of deeper connections, humanized connections, so that my kids won't experience the same racism that I did, or that I do. And I feel like that's the interesting conversation to have at school with children. It's like young people. Two is that whatever racism they experience in the school system is not different for those of us who work in it. So that there is an ongoing struggle, and it continues, and it's with us every day. And I told one child, he said something racist to someone, really sweet kid, and he just said, well, what's the big deal? It was just a joke. It was one joke too, like it wasn't multiple jokes, it was one joke. And I asked him, I said, how does it feel when someone's tapping you on the shoulder? Like constantly just tapping you on the shoulder. He's like, that's annoying. I'm like, you want to hit him, right? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, that's what racism is like. So it's not that a person hears one joke and gets mad, or it has one experience and gets mad. It's that it's a constant reality in this system, not just racism, but the other isms that prop up capitalism are constantly there. And so we won't be whole as a community until we're all fighting against those things together. And so I'm hoping that all the tiring education that people are doing, the things that are draining and hard on us, will get people to the point where they're able to take some risk and not be worried about what other people say. Because some of us, we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice of whether to say something. So that more people are brave, as the young people have told me, like one youth told me that, she was like, why can't they just be brave? And so that's my hope. Be brave. Naomi.
Thank you, Michaela. Oh, wow. Again, I just resonate and just admire everyone so much. Thank you for what you're sharing, everyone. I really appreciate what you were saying, Michaela. And for me, it's kind of like a both and. And not to keep talking about my organization, but like I feel like Susu for me is that's the vision I have for the both and, right? Amber was talking about how she has a workshop series that is predominantly for educating for white folks, right? But also there's still exhaustion there. A lot of us are speaking to fatigue and exhaustion. And so that's ultimately why affinity spaces are so important, because we need time to rest. We need time to heal. Up until recently, up until the pandemic, I was part of a collective called Rebel Women, and we were like a healing retreat based organization where we would take BIPOC femmes on trips to other parts of the country and just be in community and just have like 4, 5, 6, 7 days together to support each other however we needed to be supported. And usually we go to New Orleans and we will be like in the 7th Ward or something. And for like 2-3 days straight, it's just Black people, right? We're just around Black and brown people. And we don't even know how impactful that is until we go to the quarter, like on the 4th day. And once again, you're like under the white gaze and you're like, oh, my nervous system is now ramped up and I have like my chest is tight. And you're like, oh, right, because I didn't have to deal with this for 3 days. So I know what it feels like to not have this, right? So it's so important to have those spaces where we're not being tapped on the shoulder constantly. Because the more time that we're able to rest, the more capacity we have to be able to hold space, right? If Amber has enough rest, if we're like nourishing Amber, then Amber can hold these unbodying white supremacy workshops. And then we're all better equipped to come together, to have conversations, to figure out how we can build community together. Like as Rich Holshoe says, like we're all here now. So what are we gonna do? We have to figure out a way to work together in order to move forward. And so if we're able to give each other what we need, predominantly, BIPOC people, if we're able to have the nourishment, the support, have our basic needs met so that we have some time to, to rest from like the constant labor of educating white people. Some of us, even our partners, right? Like it's nonstop. So if we're able to nourish each other so that we have the capacity, then we can have these conversations. We can come together in a safer way and figure out together how to move forward.
Thank you so much, everyone. This is going to be our last question for the panel. And this question is, what do you do to center healing and joy into your life?
So there are a lot of things that I think that I do to center healing and joy in my life. I think the majority of my time is spent on things that center joy and healing in my life. I mean, even from my career choices. And I will say that, despite all of the, what would you call it? Despite, okay, sorry, that's really close. Anyway, despite all of the, I don't know how to say, like labor and stuff that everyone's talked about, I also think that there is like a real joy that I get from doing this work too, because I see its impact on other folks. I get to work with people who are impacting other people, and there is a beauty in that. And I think some of the relationships that I've made have been really groundbreaking for me, I think, not even just in Vermont, just across the country. But I would say that community has been the biggest one. That's family, that's friends, that's just being able to go and talk to people. And I feel like that's really it. I would also say, actually, this is not it. I would also say that connection, or finding reconnection with the land, finding reconnection with ancestry in a way that didn't feel so secretive, especially coming from a family from the Deep South, where it was like, you're a certain type of Christian or you're not connected to anything, and it's just like, what? It's so being able to kind of rewrite that story, especially as a person who's biracial or who, is mixed with different racial backgrounds, has been healing for me. So I guess I'll keep it short and sweet and say that. Oh, and I'll pass it to Amber, sorry.
What do I do to center healing or bring joy into your life? Well, I spend a lot of time doing that. It's very important to me. And I think what I do is I spend a lot of time, connecting with and learning from the earth and building my relationship with the earth. And I think like the Susu for me has been super healing, like building this organization where, like Naomi and I get to like work for ourselves, and we get to create this structure that is incredibly healing, because we can like create this space that goes beyond what you know, like our culture normally creates of like, how do we treat our employees? Like, what kind of things do we offer people? How do we take care of ourselves? How do we take care of community? And so I think, you know, one of the ways that I center healing for myself is really prioritizing that and believing in my self-worth and not needing permission from other people to center my humanity, and my joy and my happiness, and really taking that seriously and really making that a priority in my life. And I'll pass to Desmond.
I have to move. I spend a lot of time outdoors. The connection to the land is also important to me, and physical movement really clears my mind. I also, reading is a huge source of healing and joy for me. Reading for both pleasure and for power. I love history books, finding out how people have overcome before us, and I love sci-fi. I love thinking of the future, creative thinking like that. Right now, I'm getting a lot of joy from Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower. I mean, well, it's quite an intense book, but there's sources of healing in it, immense sources. Yeah, that's great. Michaela.
This is a hard one. I would say, oh, don't put that in your mouth. Oh my goodness. I think that this summer, this would have been easier to answer. I had my first garden, although mostly the squirrels ate it because I couldn't figure out how to take it. And I felt like that was, even though I worked a lot this summer, that it was really beautiful to just be outside with my two children. And to see people you don't normally see because everybody's outside. And just, so I got to know my neighbors in a new way, and I was able to just be, which was good. I think that it does become hard in these circumstances, and you have to be really deliberate. And I think that one way is, for me anyway, is what people mentioned before, and boundaries, and really trying to say, like, I'm not gonna work after, like, usually I don't do many evening meetings. Like, I'm not gonna work after this time, or I'm gonna, we're not gonna do a pillow fight. And I'm gonna focus on my kids, or I'm gonna, as you can hear. But in taking care of myself is something that I really need to work on. Because usually it revolves around my children who are making a mess right now. Okay. Naomi, please save me.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for your answers. I feel all of that. Healing is centering healing is really my life's work and has been for a really long time. And so making space for that is really just a part of my daily routine, and as far as work is concerned, and it just sort of spills over into the rest of my life. Healing with and through the lands, identifying where in my body I'm experiencing land trauma, like working with the land and feeling where in my body I'm experiencing ancestral trauma, generational trauma, gives me an idea of like how I might pass it on. And so I can like focus on that, on healing that, so that I don't. And as far as joy, I love being on the land. I love being outside. I love homeschooling my son. Reading has been hard. The pandemic has really shortened my attention span. Watching TV, things like that for like escape are not really working. And so being present, I've been finding joy in trying to be present through all of the emotions that have come up this year and come up all the years. And thinking about community, I'm thinking about I'm planning Susu's Garden with Amber and Lisa right now. And so thinking about what's to come is bringing me a lot of joy. People have mentioned, sci-fi and Octavia Butler, like Afrofuturism is really huge for me right now. Really like visioning like what's possible without limitation has been really healing, and also a way that brings joy. So thank you.
Naomi, are you the last panelist?
I believe so.
Okay, great. Just making sure. So I just want to say thank you to all of our amazing panelists for sharing your stories. As a youth that has much more growing I have to do, I find all of you to be very inspirational. And I value all of you very much. And yeah, just thank you for being here and putting your time into this event. We really appreciate it. So now is time for the breakout rooms. And we're gonna reflect and discuss what came up for us about the panel in the breakout rooms, excuse me. We want to make it clear that we consider it to be important for BIPOC folks to have space for ourselves to celebrate authentically without censorship, which is why we will be hosting 2 breakout spaces, one for BIPOC folks and one for white folks to celebrate. Okay, so we break out into breakout rooms now?
No, we have to do agreement. We have to do agreements before we go into the breakout rooms. And also quickly, for anyone who came in late, we're asking that in your name you change so you have a 1 or a 2. 1 if you're a BIPOC and 2 if you're a white folk. And you can do that by going to your little image and clicking the 3 buttons, and you can do rename, or you can go to the participant spot and do more and change it there. Or you can even ask one of us to change it if you really need to, just so everyone knows real quick. But we're gonna go over our agreements.
Yes.
So here we go. Oh,
sweet. Thank you.
So we can hit the slide. Okay, there we go. So our first agreement is that we are on stolen land and acknowledge openly that our work towards justice is happening on colonized land that we are the beneficiaries of, and we occupy the Western Abenaki land in Dakana, our land, homeland, or at least I am on that, and I know that a lot of us are too.
So go back one. Okay, take space, make space. If you're someone who's more talkative, more reserved, then please step forward, or feel free to step forward. And we encourage that people use the chat in the breakout room. Yes, and if you're someone who's more active, then maybe take a step back. But yes. Next.
Either people have been oppressed or have oppressed others. We will acknowledge it and are willing to change. Oppressions exist. The existence of any particular kind of oppression or its severity is not up for debate in group, even in this very space.
We assume best intentions. We acknowledge some may make mistakes with their wording, and in this space, we seek to educate instead of condemn. If something said or done comes across harshly or triggers any negative or uncomfortable feelings, be aware of what you share with other people and that something said might need a warning before, so keep that in mind.
So big things to help us are oops, ouch, and whoa, and we allow each other to use that. If people are using chat, I'm not sure how that will really work, but I guess just type it into chat. And so ouch is if something is said, something that is said is hurtful or harmful to you. Oops, if you say something that you're not quite sure of or you know makes sound wrong and you kind of need a little clarification, so you just kind of preference. And then whoa is whenever you need more clarification for someone else, something that someone else says, or you just want more information about it.
This is a space where we will acknowledge our privileges.
And now everyone just needs to hold tight and wait to be split off.
Yeah, then we'll see a breakout room thing happening.
Does anyone know how long we have in this breakout room?
About 10 minutes.
Beautiful.
Now, those who are not yet in a breakout room, a box should have come up to get you there, and I'm not sure what I can do now. Let's see, unassigned. That. Priscilla, I don't see Priscilla. Here she goes. Marie Proctor, where's Marie Proctor? Daniel and Brian, I guess I can send you to a room and then you can send yourself to another room. All right. I'm sending you to. That's everybody.
Any reactions that you had during the panel or as you kind of reflect on the panel? Were there sensations that came up for you in your body? Did you feel different sensations in different parts of your body? Did you notice anything like your heart rate changed or sweating or warmth or tension? Did you feel at ease? And do you have an understanding of why you felt any of these things? So I invite you to take a minute to just sit with those questions, and either write something in the chat if you feel like it, reflect within yourself if you feel like it, or share out loud if you feel like that.
Well, just to break the silence, it made me feel really good to hear a lot of elements of optimism and positivity in the discussions. Gives me a lot of hope for the future, especially among the youth who will be our leaders in future decades.
I'm happy to share a little bit too. I noticed some quickness in my heart rate and sort of some anxiety feelings. I noticed this when I sort of hear and realize again and again how, as a white person, I'm likely to, never be fully trustworthy, or fully trusted, and by people of color, and my sort of realizations of that, and seeing how, and then there's some relief that comes with letting go of having to be anything other than just what I am, and showing up, and just releasing the need to be a good white person, and sort of stepping into the brave space of the work that's possible. But that's something I noticed. And the grief that's underneath that too, that shows up around the harms that, that have happened and are continuing to happen from white supremacy and whiteness.
Yeah, thank you, Emily, and thank you. I don't know the name of the person who's labeled Center Church, but thank you for sharing that. What have others been noticing?
Sorry, Ethan, did you just pose another question?
Sorry, no, the same question.
Oh, okay.
It's a little hectic over here, but try to answer. I really appreciate what you just shared, Emily, and I can really relate to that. I felt similar sensations and very similar questions. And for me, what's really present is figuring out my own authentic dedication to this work, and knowing that even if it's not trusted or not seen, that I'm doing the best that I can, and allowing myself to always be open and listening, and kind of that navigation, and I'm being very overstimulated at the moment, so I think I'll stop, but thank you all.
Thank you, Ingrid. Another question to reflect on or share about, was there something that you learned from the panel, a revelation, a new perspective, something about the experience of living as a Black or brown BIPOC person in this world, in our community? Is there something that you learned that felt new to you?
Could you put the question in chat, or did you? Yeah.
I just did.
Mm-hmm. One thing that kind of resonated with me was the discussion about alternative structures, alternative ways of being, and what the potential possibilities could be. And it sort of ties into some of the discussion that's been going on about defunding the police. And my realization, and the discussion here in Brattleboro, and my realization that the way things have been, it's time to question it. So in particular, I never questioned when they brought someone onto the police force that was working with mental health issues. It seemed like a good idea a few years ago. We seemed progressive on it, but now some of the research has turned out, let's just get the police out of dealing with mental health. They're not the ones that should be dealing with this, and also some other kind of welfare home calls. So kind of things that I think it answers the question in the ways that people of color are much more attuned than I and the many.
Hi. Welcome back. Thank you for being being okay with the time changes and stuff. We just want to be aware of timing and everyone else's time. Is everyone? Yeah. Z, are you set?
So now we're gonna go into our celebration. And are we doing Samira Evans? Yep. Okay. So Samira is actually on here too. And Samira is a well-known artist, performer, and educator. And she, during her career as a performer and a recording artist, she's become known for her dynamic and soulful approach to music, especially in the jazz and blues genre. And her musical style is heavily influenced by New Orleans sound, where she was one of the most popular and in-demand singers for nearly 20 years. And Samira has toured North and South America, Europe, and Asia, sharing stages with a multitude of New Orleans notables and legendary artists. And since the devastation of Hurricane Katrina, Samira has relocated to Brattleboro. And since then, she's been performing in venues and festivals throughout the Northeast with her band called Samira Evans and her Handsome Devils, and her classic New Orleans R&B choir and the NOLA Brats, and among other projects. So we are going to shift over into Samira and her presentation.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Samira Evans, and I am here with Franz, and we're with you all the way from the Vermont Jazz Center. Happy to be a part of this program today to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And in celebration of this day, we are going to perform a couple of songs for you of love and hope. That's one thing we can definitely all hang on to and march towards. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. Deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk shall overcome. We shall overcome. Yes, we shall overcome. Yes, we shall. Okay, so we're going to perform another song for you. And this one is very appropriate for everything that we're going through in our world very recently and a long time ago, and it's just all bursting up for everybody to see. And this is a Stevie Wonder song from his album, Songs in the Key of Life. And I think you'll appreciate it. Here's your friendly announcer. I have serious news to pass on to everybody. What I'm about to say would mean the world's disaster. Could change your joy and laughter to tears and pain. It's that love's in need of love today. Don't delay, send yours in right away. Hate's going round, breaking many hearts. Stop it, please, because it's gone way too far. Ooh, hey, the force of evil plans to make you its possession, and it will if we let it destroy everybody. We almost take precautionary measures. If love and peace you treasure, then you'll hear me when I say, oh, that love's in need of love today. Don't delay, send yours in right away, right away. I said hate's going round, breaking many, many hearts. Stop it, please, before it goes much, much, much too far. I said love's in need of love
That was really beautiful.
Thank you.
Nice. Really calming. I'm like all calm now. Thank you. For our next performance, we are John Hughes. John Hughes is an internationally renowned composer, kora player, percussionist, and vocalist whose style crosses myriad cultural boundaries and fuses disparate influences. And playing ancient traditional instruments is not often heard of in the US, and many of which John builds himself. And he takes his audience on an intimate musical tour of universal expressions of joy and hope that soothe and uplift the spirit. And John is also a sculptor, a dancer, an instrument builder, and educator. And he studied the music, song, and dance of West Africa for over 28 years, training with numerous master drummers and dancers from Guinea and Mali. And as a kora player, John is self-taught and has developed his style of his own. And having intently studied traditional kora music for 10 years before he even touched the instrument, John still focuses on playing in the deeply rooted ancient Mande tradition. So we're gonna play a performance of John Hughes.
Thank you. That was amazing. I like that a lot. And we appreciate you, John, for being here and for sharing with us that. It was really great, and we really appreciate it. So that'll lead into our final performer, which will be Question, our very own. And so Question, Ricardo, is a 19-year-old BIPOC queer youth that has dedicated their time to youth activism while living their normal life. Question is a graduate from the class of 2020 of Brattleboro Union High School, and they are now enrolled in Greenfield Community College. Whoop, whoop. Question has been a part of Youth for Change for the past 3 years, and they plan on doing more work in the future. So here they are performing their poem, Conflicting Emotions.
Hi. So I wrote Conflicting Emotions a couple years ago, and it was published in the Burlington Free Press, and I'm always so proud to announce that. My writing is something that's very deeply emotional for me. So here's Conflicting Emotions. I bleed, I breathe, I cry, I smile, I'm happy, I'm sad, I'm angry. I wish I could make things better for myself. I'm content with my life. I wish I knew you. I'm okay with not knowing you. I'm afraid, at the same time I'm brave. How is it possible to feel all of these mixed emotions at once? Thank you.
Thank you. And with that concludes our event. And so again, like we said many, many, many times, we want to thank all you guys, from our panelists to the people who have just been here listening, to the people who have talked, our white allies that have helped us with our breakout rooms, our BIPOC helpers that have helped us, and our adult helpers and stuff. And we'll really appreciate you. And our performers, even though some of them have left, but we thank them a lot. And we thank all our sponsors from before, and just, yeah, a big thank you to every single one of you that have stuck around this whole time. We really appreciate it, and your patience with us and flexibility. And yeah, so thank you. And with that, I guess it's a goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, donate to
Have
the
a nice night. Oh yes, please donate. Please support us, share us, hit up our Facebook or the website. Like, we even have a Youth for Change Instagram. Like, we're around. Find us, hit us up, email us.
Yes.
We're always here. Thank you.
This was really wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you.
We really appreciate it. I've never been like the goodbyer.
Yeah,
Great job.
longest, and it's like, bye everyone.
Bye.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Steve Budd, volunteer for the Brattleboro Literary Festival. And of course, with me this hour is Zeke Emanuel. Zeke, in the introduction to your most recent book, Which Country Has the Best Healthcare? You tell us that you love ranking things, that you rank cheeses, you rank chocolate. Well, I just want you to know that I have posted in my kitchen your ranking of the most risky public behaviors that one can conduct in a COVID environment. So we're spiking a little bit in this neck of the woods, and that's my excuse for not getting a haircut for you today. But you're quick to acknowledge that there are many different rankings of healthcare systems, and none of them are great. And the upshot, I think, of what you're telling us is that you just can't decide what's the best healthcare system, and you say that you just can't decide what's the best and then plunk it down in the United States. And you talked about having to kind of think about any particular country's pathway in developing its healthcare system. So I'm hoping you'll tell us a little bit about that. You've written 2 new books, The $1 Trillion Revolution back in March, I believe, which was about your work with the Affordable Care Act, and Which Country Has the Best Healthcare System, which we're talking about today. For those of you who don't know Zeke, and that's hard to believe, but he is a special advisor to the Director General of the World Health Organization, a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress. He was the founding chair of the Department of Bioethics at the National Institutes of Health, and he's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations. He's also the chair of the Meta Council on the Future of Healthcare Committee for the World Economic Forum. He's the vice provost for global initiatives and the Diane S. Levy and Robert M. Levy University Professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I'll come back when you want me, Zeke.
Thank you, Steve. That was a lovely introduction. And I'm sure my mother will be proud. It is true. I love to rank things, and I've always loved to rank things. At the dinner table, my children used to chide me by throwing out some topic like schools and ask me to rank them, or presidents and ask me to rank them. And they would always, niggle me by throwing in some other thing that I hadn't considered. Interestingly, for a long time, over the last decade, audience members used to ask me, well, which country in the world has the best healthcare system? And I think deep beneath their question was the idea, well, why don't we just bring that here? We'll put it in the United States, and we'll have the world's best healthcare system. And they understood we didn't have a great system and it needed to be improved. I long resisted that question. I would poo-poo it by saying, look, we can't just take, call it Germany or France or Britain's healthcare system, pick it up and plop it down here. As Steve noted, there's a lot of history, there are institutions, it's very hard to undo. And then I would sort of say, look, there are a lot of rankings. I think some French researchers looked at all the rankings, and they came up with 9 different rankings of health systems. The granddaddy of them all is the World Healthcare Organization's ranking, which was done in 2000, had a lot of statistics and nice graphics. The United States came out in the 30s in that ranking, not very good. The ranking has a lot of things which make it unbelievable. One of which is, if you look at countries, there are places like Oman that rank higher than Germany, which is, kind of head scratcher. Certainly you could understand higher than the United States. And then some British researchers observed that the WHO ranking seems to be highly correlated with, they call it football, but what they meant was soccer rankings in the FIFA association. and that the higher your soccer ranking, the higher your health system ranking. And they said, therefore, the best way to move up the healthcare ranking was to have a championship soccer team. And that kind of put the end to that WHO ranking. And by the way, it's never been repeated since 2000, in part because there was this sort of dismissive research on it, and the results just didn't pass the sniff test. And many other rankings, don't agree at all. The second point I would make to people is that, the third point I would make to people, is that the problem is a lot depends upon what you actually think is important in a healthcare system. A lot of people take it as obvious, coverage and affordability. But the moment you begin to unpack these things, they're not so obvious. Like, does coverage mean universal coverage? But doesn't it also matter what services you are entitled to? How much your copay is? Does it cover long-term services? How is it actually doing in terms of quality, not just coverage and affordability? There's also quality. Does it have good mental health coverage? Is it innovative? Is it actually pioneering new ways, not just of treating people, but also of providing coverage, covering doctors? Is it not just affordable for the individual, but affordable for the whole society? You also might want to know how it's dealing with things like long-term care, drug prices, and other things. So a lot depends upon what combination of metrics you actually think is important. One of the things we ended up with in this book was 22 different metrics. So I'll get to at least one of the bottom lines in this book right now, which is we looked at 11 countries, Australia, Taiwan, China on the Pacific side, Canada to our north, and then across the Atlantic, we looked at Britain, a Scandinavian country, because liberals like all things Scandinavian, Norway. We looked at Switzerland because a lot of more conservative health experts say, Switzerland's a real idea. We looked at Germany, the Netherlands in particular, because of some other health policy experts say they've got a good example of managed competition. We looked at France, which came out with the #1 ranking in the WHO list, and of course, Britain. So we looked at 11 different countries. One of our bottom lines is the United States is not really in the top 10 of countries in world healthcare systems. Ours just doesn't perform that well. On the other hand, we're not the worst, and that may be reassuring to some of you. China is actually much worse, and its defects will become more obvious over time. For one thing, it is a totally hospital-centric system. It really doesn't have any physician offices outside the hospital. That is both inefficient. We learned that through COVID when they had to rapidly build, I think it was 13 hospitals in Wuhan to handle all the people because they didn't have other kinds of facilities. And it doesn't provide optimal care. Just when most of the world is moving away from more and more hospital care, China is focused on hospital care, and they have a very difficult time convincing people not to come to hospitals. It's going to be very difficult to make that transition. In addition, they don't have a very good long-term care plan, especially given the fact that with the one-child policy, you now have one daughter or daughter-in-law caring for 4 older people, which is going to make it enormously difficult going forward. So when we looked at various systems, obviously from my perspective, one of the key things we were looking at is what could we bring back to the United States that would help us improve our system. We came up with a number of conclusions, but I do want to talk a little bit in depth about some of the countries we saw. One of the debates we've been having in the United States intensively is Medicare for all. And every time polling happens, people actually like going to Medicare for all until you tell them, well, that's going to require you giving up your private insurance. And then suddenly support plummets for it. It turns out you can get a lot of the advantages of a universal system and still retain private insurance. It's a sort of false notion out there. Well, if we go to universal coverage and the government's involved in the financing, we're going to go to single payer and we're going to go to socialized medicine. That's been a canard that has been perpetrated in the United States at least from 1946 on, when California tried to create a universal coverage system, and the opponents, led by the California Medical Association, labeled it socialized medicine. If you look at Germany and the Netherlands, those are two countries that actually provide the care through insurance companies. They call them sickness funds. Initially, they were organized around employers. So a big Siemens plant would have one sickness fund, but now they've become slimmed down in more national organizations. There are about 105 in Germany and about 22 in the Netherlands. Basically, pay taxes to the government. The government then brings all the money together, adds a little of general revenue. Those taxes come from payroll taxes. Germany was the first to pioneer paying for health insurance through payroll taxes, just like we pay for Medicare through payroll taxes. And then they pay to sickness funds. When you select the sickness fund, they give a premium to the sickness fund. The sickness fund is allowed to charge individuals and families a little more. And that's the money they get to provide care. And the sickness funds organizes care. Now, in both Germany and the Netherlands, it might surprise you, they have more freedom of choice of doctors and hospitals than we do in the United States. In Germany, you can go to any doctor in the country and any hospital in the country, and you go to see a doctor, pay nothing. Zero deductible, zero copay. You could go to 10 orthopedists and have them look at your bum knee. You could go to 10 orthopedists in a day and have them look at your bum knee in Germany. Zero. It's remarkable, therefore, comprehensive benefits, universal coverage. You can see any doctor you choose, and it's very affordable at the point of care. It has a lot of ideals that we like in the United States. As a matter of fact, it has even one ideal that, it's been very hard for us to even get agreement on in society. Recently, they added in long-term care, again, through tax funding, so that there's a reliable financial basis for long-term care. But I brought up Germany mainly to focus on the fact that you can have private insurance compatible with paying the government, universal health care, comprehensive benefits, and free choice of doctor. So it's not necessary for us to go to Medicare for all if we wanted universal coverage, if we wanted to retain widespread doctor choice. There are other systems out there in the world that provide a good template for maintaining our private insurance system and getting to universal coverage with free choice of doctor. And Germany and the Netherlands are very, very good examples. And by the way, for those of you who are worried about affordability, and who isn't worried about affordability, those systems, both Germany and the Netherlands, are substantially cheaper than the United States. When we looked at it critically, the United States were spending 17.8, 18% of GDP on healthcare. Don't look, but it's $1 and every $6 in your wallet goes for healthcare. In Germany, it's about 11.5% of GDP, $1 in $10. That is a very big difference. And it's not the case that in either Germany or the Netherlands, there are long waiting lists. That if you need a hip replacement, you have to wait and wait and wait. That is true in a number of countries, Britain, Norway, Australia, but it's not true in these countries in Germany. So what does Germany or the Netherlands have that is challenging or problematic? Well, one thing, and a major issue in Germany, and a major issue they know about, is that they have too many hospital beds. As I mentioned when I talked about China, most countries have seen a decline in the use of hospital, a shift out of the hospital, whether it's to ambulatory surgical centers or more recently, much more care in the home. Germany has about 40% more hospital beds per person than we do in the United States. They find it very difficult to close down unnecessary hospital beds. And they think that has resulted in a lot of unnecessary medical procedures done in a hospital to keep those beds full. And that gets to the second point. The sort of monitoring of quality in Germany is not nearly as good as you might expect. Many of the German health policy experts are quite critical of the sickness funds, that they have not been good at monitoring quality and assuming that the quality and pushing to get the quality up. They also have a problem, or the doctors complain about a problem, that if costs are too high, they actually cut back what they pay doctors. So doctors might submit a bill for 50 euro, but in fact, because there's too many doctor office visits happening, that reimbursement to the doctor may be only 40 euro. And that happens after the fact, after they've seen the patient, when the sickness funds can see how much utilization there's been. And that's a bitter pill for a lot of doctors to take. So we went, as I said, around the world looking at alternative healthcare systems and looking what we could learn in the United States. One of the other areas we looked at was drug pricing and drug price controls. The United States stood out as a place for two things. One you know about, really, really, really high prices. Our prices are way above any place else in the world, and we don't regulate prices. Every other country, whether you look at Australia or Britain or Germany or Norway, and even free market Switzerland, regulates drug prices. They recognize you give drug companies a monopoly by giving them a patent and marketing exclusivity. You can't let them set the price, because someone who has a monopoly will just put the price up and up and up until they're losing profits. And in the case of health, people will be willing to pay a lot of money to maintain their health. So all of these countries regulate drug prices. The second interesting thing, which again might surprise you, is they all have one price for a drug. They don't have a price for Medicare patients and a price for Medicaid patients and a price for patients on all the different kinds of insurances we have, and a different price for VA patients. They have one price in the country. And if someone has a large amount of use because they have a lot of illnesses, or they have a high expense for drugs will be harmful to them because they're low income, they subsidize the price. They do not make it a different price, because different prices encourages gaming of the system by the drug companies. And we see that a lot of that in the United States. Third, they determine a price by objective criteria. They often, almost all the countries, look at how much health benefit a drug is going to give you and then link that to the price they charge. The more health benefit, the larger the price. France has 5 levels of health benefit, and depending on how much benefit, you have a price cap on things. They also use these objective measures either by assessing as I said, the value, how much health benefit you're going to get, and linking it to the price, or they look around at all the other countries in Europe or Australia or other places and peg their price to other countries' price, so that they are not being abused the way we are in terms of having to pay much higher prices. Interestingly, the bills in front of Congress to regulate drug prices are not nearly as comprehensive as every other country we looked at in terms of drug pricing regulation. And we can learn a lot about effective drug pricing regulation in looking at these other countries. Well, COVID has exposed a lot of problems in our healthcare system, the disparities being a major problem. Almost all these countries make a very special effort to focus and target and make sure low-income people are covered and subsidized so they don't have to pay to see the doctor. The last point I want to emphasize, and this is dear to my heart, mainly because I'm the son of a pediatrician. My father was a pediatrician and took care of many, many, many children in Chicago. I can still walk into stores, and when they see my name, they say, oh, my son or my daughter or my grandson was a patient of your doctor, your father's. All these countries actually have children on health care, and they don't make parents pay the full amount. It is a very interesting phenomenon. So take Germany, for example. Germany is paid, healthcare is paid for by a payroll tax, but a worker pays the same tax regardless of whether they have a family or they're a single person. It's a percentage of their wages. And if a family comes onto the insurance, they don't pay more for the wife or the husband who's not working or the children. Children are free. Children often have additional benefits like dental care and vision care, which we included in the ACA. But the key message is they don't put the full financial burden for caring for children on the family. Children are viewed as a social responsibility, as something that we collectively as a society should support. And as a result, they tend to have better outcomes than we do, lower infant mortality and other outcomes. I think that there are a lot of things we can learn from other countries, and our book is filled with good lessons about how we can improve our system by looking at other countries. We're not going to take the German system and plop it down here, or the British system, or the Norwegian system, or the Swiss system, but there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from these other countries. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions. Steve, you got questions?
Okie dokie, Zeke. Well, we've got one question up here, and I think in part that's because I didn't tell the audience beforehand that the questions and answers were open. But actually, we've got a couple. So yeah, why don't we just start with the, do you see them also, Zeke, or is it only me that's looking at them?
Only you. You're the medium here.
All righty. Well, okay. So first one is a little lengthy. Joanne is asking us, why is the U.S. unable to negotiate uniform drug pricing? Pharma lobbyists? Question mark. And then she follows that question by saying, it takes 10 to 15 years to go from brand to generic. What are the alternatives in the interim when there's no comparable option to brand name drugs and insurance companies are unwilling to consider what is not on their formulary?
Well, that's a very good point. The first thing to say is that, yes, the pharma companies are against drug price regulation, very strongly against drug price regulation. The dirty little secret is that they do expect to have some drug price regulation sometime in the future. They're working very hard on a COVID vaccine and COVID therapeutics because they want to get a good aura around them and halo and maybe put off the time when there is drug price regulation. But they expect something to be passed. The big question is when, but they are going to fight it tooth and nail, just like the cigarette companies fought tobacco regulation. The car companies fought, having a fuel economy and safety measures. The soft drink manufacturers fought against any sugar tax and things like this. They're protecting their business interests, and they make a lot of profits here in the United States. So it's interesting, if you go around to other countries, one of the things you learn is that they will give a premium for an innovative drug. But in some countries, the next drug, the Me Too drug, so if you have one, say, statin that reduces your cholesterol, that'll get a premium. When a second statin comes on the market, places like France say, oh, you can't charge the same price as the original. Your price has to be 5% lower. Or in Australia, they move the moment there's a second drug, even a second brand name, they move them to a new formula and they say 25% price reduction for both of you. So they have mechanisms when there are Me Too drugs in competition to lower the prices. Another thing they do is they often limit the annual increases that can happen. And they reevaluate whether drugs are really that beneficial after a set number of years. I think it's in Switzerland, it's every 3 years they reevaluate whether the drug is really that beneficial. Is its health benefits what were portrayed when it was being approved? And they can reduce the price if it's not that beneficial or if the drug company is making too much profits on it. Another innovation that has happened in this place, in Britain and France have sort of led this, which is they're looking at the total spend in drugs. And they say, well, here's our total spend. It can't go up. That total spend can't go up by more than 2% or 1.5% per year. These are brand new programs, and we're going to tax the drug companies if the total price amount spent on drugs goes up too much. That actually is a model that has been used to some degree in New York State's Medicaid program. We're going to cap how much the Medicaid drug budget can go up. If it goes up too much, we're going to recoup it back from the pharmaceutical companies. So there are lots of mechanisms we could adopt to actually lower price, even when the drugs are still brand name and not generic. I will say there is one place here in the drug ecosystem that the United States is a leader, and that is our generic drugs go rock bottom faster than any other countries. So we have lower generic prices, and we have lower, and they get lower much faster than in other countries. What we do badly is in the brand names. We don't, for example, I forget how many statins there are. Most of them are now generics, but at one time there were 8 or 9 branded statins. We didn't say, oh, look, there are 8 or 9. They're mostly Me Too's. We're going to bring the whole price down. That would have been the rational approach.
Thank you. Got a bunch of them here now, Zeke. Anne is asking us, well, it's a statement on a question, I guess. Children could be a priority, she says. How would we make that happen in the US? A healthcare challenge / issue could start in childhood and thus challenges adults.
Well, that happens now. That's no different now. What we could do is make, for example, employers cover families at the same price to the person as they cover individuals now. So let me give you a really concrete example. Individual insurance in the employer market. So if I work for the University of Pennsylvania, they provide my insurance. I'm an individual. It's about $7,000. I haven't looked exactly at what mine is, but that's what it is nationwide. And I probably pay about $1,500 to $1,700 out of my paycheck every month on that. I mean, every year on that. But if I'm a family, it's about $22,000. That might surprise you. It's enormously expensive to have a family insurance. And families pay substantially more, $6,000 to $7,000 to cover a spouse and children. And that, we could say, just can't happen. You have to cover the same price. Or we go to a tax system and we say, you know, we're going to tax whether you've got a family or individuals the same, pool the money, and children are going to be covered by the collective payment, not ask the family to make an enormously expensive payment. You know, we're often worried that having kids is too expensive for families. That's one of the reasons people think the birth rate might be going down. It is true. Kids are expensive between daycare and preschool and all the other food, clothing, etc., but also partially because they cost so much on the healthcare side. And we can ease that up.
Thank you. Being mindful of what you've said in your book, Zeke, about the healthcare system that we develop or that's developed in any country has to be mindful of the path that country has taken and what went before it. I've got two questions here that are similar, so I'm going to read you both of them. Bill is asking us, how do we move the USA toward a system like Germany's or Holland's? And for me personally, I'm not sure that's the whole universe of the kinds of questions we want to ask, looking at Germany and Holland. But Jim, where did you go, Jim? Hey, Jim, okay.
Well, why don't I answer
Jim
this question while you're
what,
looking at the other? Okay.
No, he asked the same question essentially, Zeke. It's what obstacles do you see in the U.S. getting American healthcare up to the German level? So Bill asked about Germany and Holland, and Jim's asking about Germany.
So the reason I raised the Netherlands and Germany is because I think they're the closest analogy to what we will need, because I think Americans, for whatever reason, aren't so willing to give up their private insurance. And, we can try to psychologize it, explain it, call it irrational, call it whatever you want, but that's what the polling says. And the Clintons learned, try to get rid of the insurance companies, and they will fight you tooth and nail and torpedo your reform, and it won't pass. And so the question is, can we still work with them? I think they do bring something to the table. Can we work with them in developing a better, more effective system? So I do think that there's a positive answer there. Part of it is, let's look at Germany and the Netherlands, and then look at our unique situation and how can we do that? Well, one idea I've had along with my brother Ram, and we propose this is, we have a problem with Medicaid in this country. It's 50 state programs, and there are 12 states that are implacably against expanding it, including and particularly Texas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, that have a huge proportion of people. And also, it might surprise the audience, a huge proportion of working African Americans. 46% of all African Americans of working age population live in the 12 states that don't expand Medicaid. It is impossible to get to universal coverage unless we get that Medicaid expansion. And those 12 states don't seem to want to expand Medicaid, no matter how financially advantageous it is for the states. So we've proposed, let's federalize Medicaid, make it one program nationwide. Well, there's a kind of grand situation you can create. If you've got Medicaid, 70, 80, 90 million people, because there are a lot more people are coming in because of COVID, because of becoming unemployed under COVID. You merge that with the exchanges, and maybe you even merge it with Medicare Advantage, the sort of managed care part of Medicare, which has become enormously popular too. You have a lot of people, over 100 million people in an exchange. You have the insurance companies have actually liked the Medicare Advantage exchanges. They've liked the regular exchange after some teething problems. And you could create a very efficient marketplace, kind of like Germany, where you get a set amount of money depending upon your income. You then select the insurance company you want. You give them the money. The government gives them the money, and they have to provide you comprehensive care, the 10 essential benefits that are part of the Affordable Care Act. That simplifies our system a lot. Either you have employer-sponsored insurance, you have traditional Medicare, or you're in this exchange and you've got choice, and you get subsidized to make a choice according to your income by the federal government. That actually makes it, we're not completely like Germany, but it's pretty close. And I think it would make it a lot, first of all, a lot simpler system, and would introduce a lot more efficiencies.
Inevitable that we would be asked to talk about this, Zeke, but what happens if we lose the Affordable Care Act? Karen asked us that.
Yeah, it is inevitable. So if you had asked that question of me in December 2019, I would have said there's no chance of losing the Affordable Care Act. The first thing to note is that the court case, California v. Texas, no reputable legal scholar thinks it has any merit. And I'm not talking about only reputable liberal or progressive scholars. I'm talking about no legal scholars, including the conservatives. There are a lot of conservative legal scholars who said this makes no sense. The basic argument is that if you take out the mandate, the whole Affordable Care Act has to collapse, becomes unconstitutional. It's an argument that was made by Anton Scalia in his dissents about the constitutionality of the Affordable Care Act. I just suffice it to say, constitutionally, legally, no one gives it credit. It has gotten through by luckily getting very conservative Republican justices, both at the district level and at the appellate level. Now it's in front of the Supreme Court. And before, when Justice Ginsburg was alive, I was pretty confident we were going to win because John Roberts was clearly on the side of upholding its constitutionality. If the Democrats take the White House and the Senate, there's a simple fix. And the simple fix is pass a law, a very simple law that says the mandate is severable from the rest of the bill. It what's called moots the Supreme Court case, makes it not relevant anymore. If we don't get that, if the Senate stays Republican, or God forbid, Trump wins, that was a political statement in case you didn't notice. And the Supreme Court rules that the ACA is unconstitutional, havoc will break out. Everyone has built the system on the ACA being there. And we should make quite clear, even if you don't personally get your insurance through the ACA, whether the exchanges or Medicaid, you will lose something. Let me just run down a brief list of things that go out the window. One example, there are roughly 3 million kids who are on their parents' insurance plan up to age 26. That goes. There are seniors, you're over 65, you get into that donut hole where you have to pay a lot of money. We close that donut hole, so you're only responsible for 25% of the drug bill in that zone. That goes. You get your preventative tests, your immunizations. So if you're older, you're getting your shingles shot, or kids are getting their immunizations. Now, today, no copay, no deductible. That goes. You get a mammogram or a colonoscopy. That is free, no deductible, no copay. That goes. So almost everyone has something that they're going to lose. And I've only begun to scratch the surface of many of the programs that will disappear if the Affordable Care Act is ruled as unconstitutional. And let me just be clear, and again, political. The Republicans don't have a substitute. It's not like they've developed over the last 10 years a very refined way of having a replacement for the Affordable Care Act that is more congenial to them. They've had 10 years, and all we keep getting is, oh, the dog ate my homework, right? President Trump says, I've got a great plan, and a great plan. Soon we'll release it. Well, you know, soon has come and gone, and there's no great plan. And I'll tell you a secret as to why there's no great plan. Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, originally came from the Republicans. The notion of an individual mandate, the notion of income-linked subsidies to buy private insurance, those are Republican ideas. They didn't originate with the Democrats. We took their ideas saying, listen, let's do it bipartisan, okay? You've been pounding these ideas for 50, 60 years, more than that, actually, if you want to be honest about it. Let's incorporate them and let's move forward to get to universal coverage. They refused, we adopted it, and they have no other plan. So it's not like they're going to rush in if it becomes unaffordable, if it becomes unconstitutional, with a plan that's going to protect you with pre-existing conditions.
Yeah.
So it'll be a terrible moment in American history. And I think if they rule it's unconstitutional, which would be a disaster, they're going to say, oh no, but let's not put it in place for a while. Let's give Congress a couple of years to come up with something in its place, because it would be so disruptive to the whole system.
You know, I think it's worth telling our audience. I might mention that I live in Massachusetts, and you know, I lived here, of course, under two successive Mitt Romney administrations, and of course, it was Mitt Romney, as you suggested, was the Republicans, and of course, in our state, you know, Mitt is a Republican, and he, you know, was the architect of our present health insurance system. And, you know, for you and for those who are listening, we like it. We like it. And, you know, I'm looking at the most recent question here about, is from Bill again, about, you know, why are they so fixated on rescinding the Affordable Care Act, and why won't they propose an alternative? And I guess, and you mentioned in your comments just a few minutes ago that I think that most egregious, I guess, is the mandate. And again, we are living under that mandate here in Massachusetts and are willing to do so. So yeah, go ahead.
There are two good points that you bring up, and let me just illuminate them a little more. The first thing is, you know, they got rid of the mandate in the tax bill. Went to zero, no penalty, so you didn't have to buy insurance. Guess what? People still wanted insurance. They still went to the exchange to buy insurance. And the reason there other 30 million people are still uninsured is not because they don't want health insurance. There is a small fraction of people who don't want health insurance and think they shouldn't have it and are willing to get sick and impose the costs on the rest of us who pay for people who are uninsured who get sick. But most people want insurance. They either find it unaffordable because they don't have enough subsidies, or they're caught. They don't get Medicaid, but they can't get in the exchange. But most people, you know, it's not the mandate that drove them. It's, if you give me the subsidies and they're enough for me to buy insurance, I will buy health insurance. I know it's important. There are some young kids who are, you know, in their 20s and think they're invincible, but that's not the 30 million people who are uninsured. It's a money problem. The second thing is Massachusetts is a standout state on this. You have been doing the exchanges longer, and you have about 97% insured rate. So that says that properly functioning, we can get up to 97% of people insured. Now, I might emphasize all the countries we looked at, but the United States and China, right? They're at 99.9% insurance. And by the way, in Switzerland, it's free market. You have to get insurance. There's minimal subsidies to people. There are subsidies, but they're not very generous. It's a private system. You have to select private insurance. It's not a exchange kind of arrangement. But Switzerland is very serious about its mandate. You don't get insurance, they know through your taxes and insurance company logs, they penalize you severely, basically the premium. And they, if after 6 months you don't do it, they render a penalty and they enroll you in insurance and pay for it and tax you. So you can be serious about this kind of mandate, and serious about the penalty and get to universal coverage, 99.9%, 99.5%. It's possible. Again, this is another lesson. Even with private insurance companies, there are ways. You got to be serious about it. You have to think health insurance, it's important to get, and we're going to force you to get it.
Thank you so much, Zeke. I mean, this has been very, very rich. So glad you could be with us. You know, not a night goes by that I don't see you on some news feed, or those that knew that I'd be talking to you today, writing me and saying, he's on this, he's on that. And I very much thank you for being out there. And I really
thank you very much.
Thank you for being here today.
Wish I could be in Brattleboro in person. Yeah. I love the literary festival, and it was when I got invited, it was a real highlight. And as I said at the start, we really wanted to be up there to enjoy the fall and to enjoy all the people who come to such a wonderful literary festival.
Well, thank you, Zeke. It's been a wonderful weekend. The weekend was beautiful, but all of us are sitting here in our homes participating in this, and next year will be different.
Great. Look forward to seeing you.
Hey, thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
Hi, this is Derek Jordan. Welcome to the World Fusion Show, where we bring you the leading innovators in world fusion music. Today, my guest is Amit Kaftkar, who is a tabla player, composer from India, living in Boston now. But the most incredible thing is that he is a student of Zakir Hussain. Zakir was a part of the early world fusion group Shakti, led by John McLaughlin, and has gone on to be probably the most famous living tabla player right now. Welcome, Amit Kaftkar, to the World Fusion Show.
Namaste, Derek, and thank you for inviting me on this show. I was excited. We've been talking about this, but it didn't happen. So today is the day.
Yes.
It's great to be here.
I'm
Great.
so glad that you can join us. I've also been looking forward to this for a long time. Now, I'd love to start just by talking a little bit about your background. You grew up in India and you were exposed to a lot of traditional music as a young person, but you started playing tablas when you were only 6 years old. So tell us about how you began.
So basically, everybody had their after-school activity. So I had my after-school activity as a tabla because my dad, my father, Suhas Kautekar, he is a connoisseur of Indian classical music. He loves music. He used to take me to all the music concerts where all these masters used to play, Ravi Shankar ji and Vilayat Khan Sahab, all sitar player, sarod player, every day now and then. I used to attend all these concerts when I was 6, and I used to play tabla and keep my hands on. My first teacher was Dinkar Gadgil. He taught me how to play tabla a little bit for a year, and then he decided I need a better training. So he took me to the Ustad Allarka Khan Sahab, who is the world-renowned tabla player, and that's how my initial training, the training towards intermediate and advanced training started.
Fantastic. Now, you also started studying with Zakir Hussain when you were 19, and Zakir is just a huge force in world music and greatly respected. What was it like and meeting him and working with him?
Oh yes. So when the way I mentioned, I used to go to Ustad Allarka Khan Sahab to learn tabla, and then Zakir Hussain, Ustad Zakir Hussain is his son. So I used to meet him at his place. I was a big fan when I was saw him first time. I was in heaven. I was like, wow, this is great. So, and he used to teach a little bit tabla in the class, demonstrate a little bit, tell us that what you should do, what you should not do, and all that stuff. And unfortunately, when Ustad Allarka passed away in 2000, Ustad Zakir Hussain, his son, he took all of students under his wings, and he tried to teach us in his own way. So I was very, very keen that how these different teachers are teaching different music and different tabla playing. So that was a great experience for me.
I bet. Well, I'm a huge fan of Zakir Hussain. And he was very influential, and Shakti was very influential in my own music education back in the 70s when they were out. They were just a fantastic group, bringing together wonderful combination of styles.
Yes.
So, Amit, I'd like to go to our first video. And in this first video, you are playing with your band Sawari, but the video begins with you doing some vocal percussion. And I'd like you to explain to our audience how this vocal percussion is a typical part of your training as a tabla player.
Right. So, as you know, the Indian tradition is the vocal, more oral tradition. So, our teacher says, and we have to grasp everything, whatever he's saying before we write it. So, it's all basically on the syllable. If I may introduce syllables on the tabla, which we have a name of it. It's na, tha, teta, teraketa, dha teraketa, taka teraketa, dha akadati tagena, धिन्ना दाती दागेना ఇక్కడ దాతి దాతి దాగేనా దాదరి ఇక్కడ తగ్గ ఇక్కడ దాదరి ఇక్కడ తగ్గ ధిన్నాగేనా దాతి దాగే ధిన్నాగేనా. So basically this is how the tradition goes, and the composition, we enhance it and improvise it. So basically, which I played on that band Savari, that's a 15 beats cycle, and it goes 1, 2, 15. So I think you might listen to that.
Okay, let's let everyone follow along. Let's go right to the video. That's great. Hey, we're back with Amit Kaftakar. That was great. And it's a really interesting combination of instruments. You don't usually see a synth in a group like this. And also with the oud, it's quite nice. We're going to actually watch another video of Sawari at the end of the show, but fantastic stuff. Now you do a lot of teaching, and you have your school, the New England School of Music, where you have 80 tabla students. That's a lot of students. And you're doing all of them online right now, right? So what's that like for you now that you're doing an online program?
Oh, it's very interesting actually. We were having classes in person, and this pandemic hit, and then after March we started online classes. I thought this is not going to work, and I'm going to lose the students, and everybody's going to lose interest. But it happened the opposite way. Everybody actually, all the kids are very keen to learn online. Their parents are, helping. They're very supportive, and their time, actually, they saved their time basically by not driving them to the class and just coming online just from your home and watching my tabla on the screen. That's the best thing they have ever done. So they are watching my hands, they are grasping everything, everything is going cool. So this has been a really different experience, but great experience, and I'm still having that experience. It's fun. Just the challenge is keeping our hands perfectly.
Yeah.
tabla, it's a perfect. You have to keep your hands perfect, sit properly. That all posture. That's the challenge when you start. But then it's okay to learn tabla.
That's great. That's fantastic. Now, I want to talk a little bit about your inspiration in music. You moved to Boston about 10 years ago, and you've been playing with lots of different people. Tell us about some of those collaborations.
So when I moved 2010, first of all, I started playing with a lot of great Indian classical artists. Actually, you know, when in India, I didn't work with them at all. When I came into America in 2010, I started playing Ustad Shahid Parvez, Ustad Amjad Ali Khan Sahab. These all are stalwarts musicians from India. And they tour all around and they work with a lot of musicians. So I get to work with so many different musicians. So I work with Sawari Band, as you just saw, that I met these guys when I organized the Mass Rhythm Festival in 2016, when I actually gathered a lot of musicians from different genre and tried to collaborate with them. And it worked really well. So we had an African singer, Boubacar Jaibete, then Fabio Pirozzolo is a percussionist, Mike Rivard, UC who plays oud, and Andy who plays the clarinet and wind instrument. So this collaboration, it worked. And so we came up with this band. And Sawari is the best. Now it's like best band. We are best band in the Massachusetts. And so basically, I worked with a lot of genre of music, which I was actually keen to learn a lot of things from them, like African music, or if you say different kind of percussion. How do you go with tabla? How does it sound? Collaboration. Then I worked with a lot of symphony orchestras and chamber music, which is quite different setup for tabla player. And they have their chart, and we have our memorized stuff. So I worked with different kind of musicians then to get an experience and to learn a lot of things from them.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It sounds like you've been seeking out and exposed to many different kinds of music. I'd like to go to our second video, and this is really a solo tabla piece, just demonstrating some of your musicality and skill. Let's go to that right now. All right, we are back with Amit Kaftkar, tabla player extraordinaire, as you can see from that last video. Quite wonderful stuff. Beautiful, beautiful playing. Now, I wanted to just ask you a little bit about what the vision is for your music, what you feel like your purpose is, and what you're bringing through your music to the world.
Yeah. So when I think about that, I always think about music. You know, it's a vast subject. Tabla is a vast subject. We are just a part of it. We do our work and just go away. So basically music is the biggest thing. So you are, whatever you can learn and you can grasp out of this music, that would be the great thing you can do. Like my teacher used to say, be a student, never try to be a master. So always be a student, always learn a lot of different genre. There is a lot of music around out there. In a lot of countries, there are cultural music, there are traditional music, there are compositions. So it's a lot of music. If I just take tabla, I would spend my whole life, but this will not stop. Like somebody's playing piano, composition, you can keep learning, you can make your own composition by learning those compositions. It never stops. So music never stops. So this is our lifetime thing, which we spend life with the one instrument and still not over. So that's kind of, I want to be like better than yesterday, better than last month. So I would like to be, better musicians every day.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. I agree with you completely on that subject. Always a student, never a master. Something we should all remember. Thank you. I would love to go to our third video. This is another piece with your World Fusion group, Sawari. Different context. We have a wonderful singer here in your group. It sounds, to my ears, kind of flamenco. Is that, what would you say his influences are the song that he's doing?
Yes, that's true.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. Let's go to the video right now.
Mi faceste simpatia, una punta di scarola, mi faceste la maglia, una punta di scarola, mi faceste la maglia. Io l'ho fatto focca notti e la luna la iongia, prima faceste le cose sorte e poi me le porti a me. Prima faceste le cose sorte e poi me le porti a me. Profumo di anestra e de corallo mi fa lo yoga di la palomella, mi fa lo yoga bella di la palomella. Quando passo di cai, passo pulito, passo con passiceto a modulato, passo con passiceto bella modulato, a modulato, a modulato, a modulato.
Yes. Very, very nice. Lovely, lovely piece. Anyway, so much. I'm so glad that you could join us today, Amit Kaftakar. And it's just been an absolute delight to have you on the show. Thank you again.
Thank you, Derek. Thanks for having me here, and thanks for getting my music out there, and I hope people will listen this music, and I hope people will know about tablas, which I'm working on. So this is my instrument and my heart. So thank you so much for having me here, and this is a great show. I wish you all the best for your future projects of BCTV, and this is really great.
Thank you, Amit. That's fantastic. Now we're going to get to go to the part of the show where we play together. And I'm really looking forward to this. I'm sure it's going to be a huge challenge for me to keep up with you, but I'm really going to have some fun with this. So we'll get to share that also with our audience, right now.
Me too, looking forward.
All right. Thank you again, Amit, for being here.
Thank you.
All right. This is Derek Jordan. Thank you for joining us today and being part of the music on the World Fusion Show. It's been great to have you. Hey, subscribe to us on our YouTube channel, follow us on Facebook, share with your friends, and, let's spread this World Fusion thing all over the place, all right? And I'd like to just say thank you very much to our sponsors, Mackenzie Family Charitable Trust, Dean's Beans, Chris Pratt, Nancy Feinberg, and Ron Dans, and Jeff Green for their generous support for the show. And remember, think globally, listen locally, and support independent music.
I'm Marty Cohn, and welcome to episode 32 of Rotary Cares, the monthly award-winning show that will tell you everything you wanted to know about Rotary International and more. Rotary is a global network of 1.2 million neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers that come together to make positive, lasting change in communities at home and abroad. Established over 110 years ago, Rotary now has 35,000 plus clubs all over the world. Rotary's motto is service above self, and Rotarians adhere to the four-way test, a nonpartisan and non-sectarian ethical guide for Rotarians to use for their personal and professional relationships. The test has been translated into more than 100 languages, and Rotarians recite it at all club meetings. Of the things we think, say, or do, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? In Brattleboro, there are two clubs, the Brattleboro Rotary Club that meets every Thursday and the Brattleboro Sunrise Rotary Club that meets every Wednesday. One club meets for lunch, the other club meets for breakfast, but both clubs during these times are meeting via Zoom. Our guest today is Rotary District 7870 Governor Steve Pudabaugh. Welcome, District Governor.
Thanks, Marty. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for coming on the show. So let's knock off some personal stuff, District Governor. First off, how long have you been a Rotarian?
Going on 31 years. I'm a charter member of the Raymond Area Rotary Club, which was founded in 1990.
Wow. Okay. 31 years. All right. Let me ask you this. This is going to take you back. Do you remember why did you join Rotary?
Well, as I recently started my business, which is an animal hospital in Raymond, and I saw it as an opportunity to get to know the other business and community leaders in Raymond and the surrounding communities, and then also an opportunity to give back to the community. My passion for Rotary really developed over time when I saw, the breadth of what the organization offers.
All right, great. Well, so you're currently serving as district governor of Rotary District 7870. Could you just define what is a Rotary district?
Okay, sure. Well, it's a group of clubs, and that's just how Rotary organizes itself across the world. So our district is composed of 59 clubs in southern New Hampshire, southern Vermont. Some clubs are very small and some have over 100 members. And there are roughly 535 districts worldwide. So there's a lot of us. So.
All right. Now, so then I have the follow-up question to that is, what does a Rotary district governor do?
Well, I like the more descriptive title of, it's not as fancy as a district governor, but I kind of like being the chair of the district leadership team. So I'm the liaison between Rotary International and the Rotary Foundation with the local clubs. I try to educate the local Rotarians of what all the opportunities are and what the resources are from Rotary that can help the local clubs. And normally I'd be traveling to all the clubs across the district to meet with their boards and their clubs. Unfortunately, I have to do this all via Zoom this year.
So let me ask you, how did you prepare to be district governor?
Well, I've had many leadership positions in my local club for probably the first 10 years of my Rotary career. And then I was asked to take on some district duties, which I did for several years. And I also had the opportunity to do some international travel with Rotary groups. That one went to Australia, one went to Pakistan, and gave me a much bigger picture of Rotary. And then the actual governor training has been about 2.5 years before you become governor. That culminates in the International Assembly. This is where all the incoming governors from all over the world, so all 535 that can make it there, met in San Diego last January it was kind of like a mini United Nations, with all the governors from different cultures and different languages, and it was quite a memorable experience. That was pretty amazing.
Well, that sounds like a wonderful experience. So can you tell us, how does the district relate to the individual clubs? You said that there are 59 clubs within our district of 7870. How do they relate to each other? Or how does the district relate to the clubs? I guess that's
got it. We provide training and networking opportunities for the various club leaders. We help to educate the local Rotarians, again, as to the many opportunities that are available across Rotary, because many, when you join Rotary, you just can't figure out the whole Rotary spectrum. And again, to educate them on some of the resources that are available to the individual clubs, and that'll give them more information about the parent organization and what all these different programs that are available.
all right. So let me ask you, from your position as district governor, what do you see as the function of Rotary?
I guess a simple answer would be, community service that we do both locally, which, most clubs are focused primarily in their local community, and but also what we can do around the world, because we can make a huge difference around the world. And, Rotary has what we call 6 areas of focus. So we have, I'll read them off here. So peace and conflict prevention, resolution, disease prevention and treatment, water and sanitation, maternal and child health, basic education and literacy, and growing local economies. And then number 7 is going to become official as of July 1st, which we're going to have a new focus that's going to be on our environment. So we're looking forward to adding that to our 6 areas of focus. And I think a lot of people will be excited about that.
I think it really encompasses all the work that Rotary does. Let's take a quick break for this message from Rotary International. We'll be right back.
Possibilities are all around us. Everywhere we look, we see opportunity. We see potential in unexpected places. And when we share our knowledge, vision, and connections, we turn great ideas into action. In communities all around the world that we call home. Like transforming an old bus to feed hungry children, or providing life-saving equipment to those who need it most. From fighting disease to rebuilding schools, together, we can make real change happen. We're Rotary. We are people of action. Get involved today at Rotary.org.
Welcome back to Rotary Cares, a monthly award-winning show that demystifies Rotary International. Our guest today is Rotary District 7870 Governor Steve Pudabaugh. Okay, Steve, so let me ask you some questions as it relates directly to you. What are your goals as district governor?
Thank you. Good question. And of course, nobody could have figured when I was going to be governor that I was going to be doing it in a worldwide pandemic. So that's changed a few of my goals a bit. But so keeping our clubs active and growing, and in some cases this is easy, but especially in some of our smaller communities, it can be difficult, especially in the current situation. So, we want to continue to do great service projects around our district and, across the world, and, continue to promote Rotary, and, if everyone knew all the things that we do in Rotary, and they'd be standing in line to join us. But in reality, most people don't know what we do. And I know your shows has been great to help demystify Rotary and try to get the word out that, of all the things that we do. And kudos for that.
All right, so let's try and spread the word a little bit, District Governor. What are some of the successes of the district as you've traveled around, whether in person or through Zoom?
As I'm mostly zooming around, so many of our clubs, including yours in Brattleboro, there have done many amazing projects in the face of COVID-19, and the largest project, which I'm very proud of, we had a unique opportunity due to COVID-19 that we did a district-wide global grant. So all the clubs were given the opportunity at the beginning of the pandemic to do their own community assessment to figure out what was needed in order to combat and to support their communities with COVID-19. So they were able to support food pantries. We were able to, support our first responders and our nursing homes and our medical facilities primarily. And so from that, we ended up pulling together like a total of $341,000, which was, totally blew my expectations away. And we supported our 2 state food pantries to the tune of $81,000. And between our PPE and medical life-saving equipment, for first responders and other organizations, we spent about $260,000 on that. So, things like CPR machines to disinfecting equipment for some of our first responders and firefighters and stuff. And there's just a whole lot of stuff that a huge breadth of things that we accomplished there. Besides that, we also were involved with bringing literally about 500,000 masks into the district that we just got another shipment of them here last week, and we're putting those out currently. And so figuring out what organizations in our communities are still in need. Some of course are doing okay now, depending on what their sources are for accessing PPE, and a lot of local projects like your project there in Brattleboro. We're able to take excess milk and that was being wasted from the dairy farmers, and being able to financially support turning that milk into dairy products for our food pantries. And many other projects in the local communities that have been great. I know I've gotten involved with the New Hampshire Food Bank and with some other Rotarians that I'll be going out again on Friday to where we do a food distribution here in Manchester, New Hampshire, that we'll be putting out food to 700 families in one sitting. And so it's great to work alongside other people in the community and other people, other Rotarians, to be able to do that.
So it sounds like, despite COVID, the clubs within the district and the district itself have really had a number of successes in terms of the focus areas that you mentioned previously. But let me ask you this: what do you see as some of the challenges for the district? And I know one. Let's remove COVID as a. Right. But what do you think are some of the challenges for the district?
It's hard to totally remove COVID these days, but yeah, I know what you're saying. So keeping the clubs connected and with each other when the meetings are not live, and the friendship and fellowship of Rotary is, of course, the glue that kind of holds us together while we're doing all this community service. And it's hard to replace that in front of a computer screen. Other things we're trying to do is, as well as we get the vaccination process going, at least we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, so we can get back to our personal one-on-one connections and fellowship. And so, the membership is like many community organizations, even before COVID, the people being able to take time to volunteer and be part of local organizations, whether it's churches or other civic groups, most groups like that, it's tough to maintain membership. And but we find that with Rotary, it's just a matter of getting the word out and figuring out what we do. And once we do that, then we certainly attract people. This past week, we had our first session of, we're going to do a monthly program that we're calling The World of Rotary, which is where we can invite new and potential Rotarians to get this bigger picture, because that's, like I said, one of the biggest challenges is to share that so they can get a taste of all the different opportunities that are available.
All right, so some of the successes that you talked about were really local, local. But can you tell us about the international service projects that of the district?
Sure, we've had some great ones. An ongoing one, I guess, is what we call Amigos de Honduras. It kind of started over 20 years ago, where there's a hurricane in Honduras that really devastated the country. And since then, almost every year, we've sent a team down there where we've built schools, we've done projects to give people clean water, we've done medical clinics, and just a whole several things. And we obviously can't go this year because of the travel restrictions and not being safe, but we'll hope to be back there next January. And I know I'm planning to, God willing, I'm hopefully going to be part of that team next year. Other ones, in Guatemala, there's a midwife project where we, a Nashville Rotarian started that, to where we've did a global grant to train midwives, because in the backcountry outside the cities in Guatemala, there's a very high infant mortality rate. And actually, the mothers, tend to, not sure, mortality rate, when they're delivering. I'm not saying the right word, but you know what I mean. But they've this grant has really set up training for local midwives to get the training and some basic equipment, stethoscopes and other things that they can help successfully deliver babies. And so that's huge. A couple others are we've done like a India water project where we had 75,000 people and now we're getting clean water. We had a microfinance project in Rwanda. We had recently had a project where we helped purchase a pediatric bronchoscope in South Africa, where they're able to do literally hundreds of surgeries. And going back historically, one of our big things in the past where a good friend of mine actually summited Mount Everest. And we were able to turn his climb of Mount Everest into a fundraiser of climbing Everest and polio, and raised over $100,000 to help that effort of eradicating polio from the world, which has been one of Rotary's big focus since 1985.
Wow. I mean, incredible. I would be remiss as host, though. I have to put in a shameless plug for the international projects we're doing down at a Brattleboro, which is to help the residents of Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. So not all the, so that's in South Dakota, which is considered international because it is the sovereign nation of the Lakota Sioux. So incredible the reach of our international work. You mentioned, you talked for a minute, you said Rotary International offers grants. So there are international grants, but then there are also district grants. What can you just tell us about that?
Well, those projects I just mentioned were mostly global grants, we call them. And the international ones, and we have international clubs that are partners with us on those. But the district grants, we can take a portion of the money we get every year from our Rotary Foundation that we get back from it, from our donations. We have a program inside the district where we can do these district grants. So they're going to be more local projects or small projects that, you know, local clubs can get some help with. They're usually up to about $2,000 that to match local funds, and, you know, they might be park projects, you know, supporting libraries, you know, various things in communities. You know, our club was trying to use one to do put in a soccer field, and, you know, so and it's actually going to be called Rotary Field, and so, you know, obviously local smaller projects and to help the clubs out.
Again, unbelievable in terms of the depth and the reach of Rotary and how we're able to leverage. We really learned how to leverage money to do good. So let's talk about you for a second here. What do you do when you're not district governor?
Well, I'm professionally, I am a veterinarian, so I'm still practicing. I was hoping to be retired by the time I was governor. It didn't work out that way. And so I own Raymond Animal Hospital for 36 years. And for recreation, I like lower impact sports like golf, tennis, and recently pickleball. And I've been active in my church for many years. So certainly there's busy enough boy without Rotary, but certainly this year there's been a whole lot of Rotary.
I'm sure. So what happens after your year as district governor?
Well, my wife Deb and I are trying to get mostly retired so we can travel. Of course, we got to get this darn pandemic behind us. But the Rotary has really opened the door to our travel options, as I now have contacts all over the world, and you know, across the United States and the world. And but even without my governor connections, Rotary has programs like what we call a friendship exchange that we can take advantage of, and you know, we're planning a friendship exchange with a large group. We're going to do it this year, but now it'll be next Rotary year to send a group to South Africa, and they're going to send a group here, and hope to be part of that. But I found in my travels that I mentioned to Australia and Pakistan that when you can travel as a guest of Rotarians, boy, it's an amazing experience, because the hospitality and to live in their homes and have them show you the best that they have is just pretty amazing. Hope to do service projects. I mentioned the Amigos to Honduras, and I hope to go on that trip next year. And so there's a lot of things I'd like to do, but I'm really looking forward to it. And like I said, I'm going to have these great connections all over that are going to be great to utilize.
So it sounds like being district governor hasn't stopped you from being a Rotarian, and you're going to continue to enjoy all the benefits of the friendships.
Exactly.
That's great.
You know, I wasn't able to go to an international convention this year. We had one last spring that I was supposed to go to in Honolulu, and then doesn't look like I'll be able to go to the one this June, which will be in Taipei, and which is, you know, one of the disappointments but you know, we have lots of things to feel good about, but you know, yeah, of course, yeah, there's a couple things that we're, you know, not so excited about, but
right. So, all right. So last question, what's the best part of being district governor?
Well, I guess there's a lot of things, but so getting to know Rotarians across the district, obviously some of them I had to get to know through the computer screen, but still, but also learning what everybody's doing, not only in our district, but we're having, of course, these Zoom meetings with other Rotary leaders across our zone, we call it, and across the world. And people are doing so many things, and, you know, always being amazed at what's being accomplished across the Rotary world, I guess. And hopefully as we get vaccinated and stuff, that I can still, before the end of my Rotary year, I'll be able to actually get out and get to some of these clubs as they go back to being live, and I can go back to being live and kind of see where that goes,
Yeah. Rotary District 7870, Governor Steve Poutoubat, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you, Marty. It was definitely a pleasure.
Well, by the way, I usually give a shout out at this point to Brattleboro Sunrise Club past president Kevin Yeager for doing the magic behind the cameras. And I look forward to the time when we can return back to the BCTV studio and I could work with Kevin again. Speaking of BCTV, I'd like to thank BCTV for recognizing the Brattleboro clubs of the Rotary Clubs of Brattleboro as the 2018 Nonprofit Member of the Year. And wait, there's more. That's correct. They also named me the 2020 Host of the Year. Thank you very much. And a special thanks to Brian Bashaw for helping us bring this show to you. If you have any questions, concerns, or even ideas for future topics, send them to info@brattleboro-rotaryclub.org, info@brattleboro-rotaryclub.org. I'm Marty Cohn. Thanks for watching.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm Danny Lichtenfeld, director of the Brattleboro Museum. I'm here at the museum for our 13th annual Lego contest and exhibit. And it's our first and hopefully last annual virtual award ceremony. I think it's going to be fun doing it this way, but we really look forward to getting back to doing an award ceremony with all of you here in person in the future. In any case, thank you for tuning in tonight. This is one of our favorite activities of the year here at the museum. All of you wonderful, creative people who submit sculptures for this event fill our museum with brightness and color and whimsy and fun. And you know, it's always uplifting when we do this in the middle of November in Vermont, and certainly, especially this year when we all really need those things. Here's how this is going to work tonight. In just a moment, I'm going to walk around the museum and give you a glimpse of what's on display here and show you each of this year's award-winning submissions. Then, via the magic of the internet and Zoom, we're going to take you to Connecticut to the home studio of Lego artist Jessica Ragsey Ewood, who is a finalist on the TV show Lego Masters. She has kindly agreed to give us a little presentation about her Lego art from her home studio. And then we're going to wrap this up with a short video featuring every single submission, all 70 of them that were submitted this year. So if you submitted something for the contest and it's on display here, stay tuned for that video and keep your eyes peeled for when yours is going to be on the screen. All right, so we're going to get started here. And I was given this hat as a gift a while ago, and I haven't really known when to wear it or what the right occasion was. And this is obviously the right occasion because wow, this says wow. I'm not sure if you can see it. This was a gift from our friends at the Center for Maine Contemporary Art. And it's also kind of a nod to hunting season, which it is here in Vermont. So this will be my special outfit for our tour. I'm in the museum with our cameraman, Tim Wessel. Thank you, Tim. And we're going to take you now. We're going to walk into the center gallery of the museum, and I'm going to show you all the different award winners, and we're going to start with the youngest age group, which is it's up through pre-K. So follow me, and we'll go take a look. And we'll come back afterwards and look at many of these as well. We won't get a chance to go to every single submission, but if you watch the video at the end, I think every submission is included in the video. So let's see, Tim, the way we want to do this, I think, is I'm on this side, and this is. So this is our youngest Lego artists and sculptors and architects and engineers and builders and designers. This is up through pre-K, and this is the one right here, The Thingy Majigger by Zoe Frazee, that won most creative in this category. So congratulations, Zoe Frazee. And now we'll move down the table this way. Some really incredible, these are like among the best submissions we've ever gotten in this age group, I have to say. If we come on down here, I will announce the award winners for grades K through 2. So this one gets the most creative award for grades K through 2. That's Pirates of Treasure Kids Theater Play by Amelia Eckhart. Congratulations, Amelia. And in most of the categories, we give 2 awards, one for most creative and one for best craftsmanship. And so the award for best craftsmanship in grades K through 2 is this one. That's The Battle Between Two Robots by Mohsin Latif. Congratulations, Mohsin. I just want to say a word, Tim, if we come back over here, A number of the submissions have these honorable mention cards next to them. And I'm always so thankful to the judges. This year, the judges were Bob Parks and Johnny DeGeorge and our longtime judge, Marta Birnbaum. And with each one of these honorable mention cards, they have like a personalized note for the winner. So in this case, it says, "Loved the story here and that you touched on environmental concerns." I really love that the judges give that much attention and care to their job that they do here. So thank you to them. Okay, now we're going to head back into the main gallery of the museum and move up to grades 3 through 5. So we're headed across the other side of the gallery. To this side. So this whole side of the gallery here is submissions in grades 3 through 5. Somehow every year that's the age group where we get the most submissions. And the most creative this year in this age group went to, is this what? Most creative, yeah, grades 3 through 5 for Robot Frog Attacks the Crystal Bank by Luke Lynch. Congratulations, Luke. And right next to it over here, a very different approach to Lego art, which I imagine the judges appreciated. Best craftsmanship in this age group for My Cat Duster Dude by Lily Suponsky. Congratulations, Lily. So Tim, I don't know if you want to just quickly pan across some of the other grades 3 through 5 submissions as we head back across the gallery to look at grades 6 through 8. This would be a good time, perhaps, for me to mention that the museum is in fact open. Things are, getting challenging again here in terms of health and safety and restrictions on what we can do and what we need to do to keep each other healthy and safe. But for the time being, the museum is open and people are wearing masks here all the time, and there's plenty of room to socially distance when you're here. And we're cleaning extensively every day. So if you are nearby and able to come visit and check out these submissions in person, hope you'll do that tomorrow or Monday. And then we take it all down Monday and we're just back to being a regular art museum. So now we're going to head over here to grades 6 through 8. So these are the submissions in grades 6 through 8. And the most creative is this one right here, which is Mecha Robo Attack Giraffe. Because of course, why wouldn't you create a robotic attack giraffe? And that's by Bennett Hart and Julian Hart. Congratulations, Bennett and Julian. And Tim, if you follow me around this way, I'll go around to the other side and point out the best craftsmanship in grades 6 through 8, which is right here. This is Robots by Malika Anthes. Congratulations, Malika. A lot of awesome robots, I have to say. Okay, now we're going to jump across to this table right here for grades 9 through 12. And the winner for best craftsmanship in grades 9 through 12. I don't take part in the judging, but it seems to me that this must have been extremely challenging judging because these are all fantastic. And the one that won best craftsmanship is this here. called Modern by Raphael Andrew Moore. And so this looks like a mid-century modern spectacular house with this cantilevered swimming pool. And I just have to say, I wish that were my house, and I wish I were a Lego minifigure and could live in that house. So congratulations, Raphael Andrew Moore. And our final category, our age group, our final age group is adult-child collaborations. And so those are right here. And the judges awarded one award in this age group, and it's for best craftsmanship. And it is this, which is a water wheel by Peter and Eli Welch. And we're gonna post on our website, or maybe we'll share by social media, the video that these guys made of how this works. It's an actual working water wheel. We obviously don't have the water going right now, but Tim, if you stay right there, I'll just show how this is designed. So water comes in at this level, or like you could place this within a casing in a stream, which is what they do in the video. And then the water turns this, and you can see the lights coming on because it's generating power as it turns. So it's an actual working water wheel that's generating power. Awesome. And congratulations, Peter and Eli Welch. Okay, we have 3 final awards that are not within an age group. They're overall awards that cut across all age groups. And so there's the Spirit of Lego Award, and then runner-up for Best in Show, and then Best in Show. So those are the 3 I'm going to show you now. We're going to go this way to see the Spirit of Lego Award. Here you have Lego Cruiser by Lewis Shipman. Congratulations, Lewis. This won the Spirit of Lego Award. My understanding, what the judges intend with the Spirit of Lego Award, which they don't give out every year, is it's for the submission that uses like really old school kind of traditional Lego pieces, rather than say specialized pieces that were designed for, like from a kit that for a boat to make a boat, but just using like old school bricks to make something that they weren't necessarily designed for. And so this is this year's Spirit of Lego Award. Congratulations, Lewis Shipman. And now we'll go back across the gallery one more time for runner-up Best in Show, and then Best in Show. Here we have runner-up for Best in Show, and this is called Happy Homestead, which it most certainly is. And it is by Jack Ewald, Claire Ewald, and Antonia Crawford. Congratulations to you 3 for making this really happy, cheerful homestead, which has been bringing a smile to the faces of everyone who's come into the museum these last 2 days and seen this. And I'm sure we'll continue to do so tomorrow and Monday for all the visitors who are going to come get a chance to see this. And finally, Best in Show, right here by Scotty Hartshorn. I believe, so Scotty made these 2 pieces, and the Best in Show is this one, the working Lego slot machine. Now, this is an actual working Lego slot machine where you can put a quarter in here and then tip this handle, and you're looking through these windows and the colors spin. And if you get a certain color combination, I think it's 2 yellows, then you win the jackpot, and you can actually open the bank here and get the money out of the slot machine. But if you get any other combinations, you can't open it. And it's an amazing contraption, and I'm going to be able to just give you a glimpse of what it looks like on the inside, but I haven't figured out how to actually make it work consistently and reliably. So I'm not going to attempt to do that. But you can see the complicated design in here. and see that there's a motor, and the motor is meant to spin those color cartridges, and then they stop at a certain combination, and depending on where they stop, it either makes it possible or not for the door to open up and the money to come out. The judges were able to actually make it work and see how it's all intended to work, and they were totally blown away. And so this is the one they awarded Best in Show. So congratulations to Scotty Hartshorn for Best in Show for working Lego slot machine. All of the winners that we just went through will get gift certificates to Toy City in Keene, a great place to get your Lego supplies. We're always really grateful to Toy City for in part donating those gift certificates. So thank you very much to them. Congratulations to the winners, and really congratulations to everyone else who took part. This has been such a difficult and unusual year, and I'm so grateful for your efforts at cheering us all up and lifting our spirits and being creative and making something and sharing it with the world. That's not an easy thing to do. And the competition aspect of this isn't what's important. It's really the participation and the sharing with each other that we all get to do. And so in that vein, I have 3 final things I want to show you that were not part of the competition at all. So if you just follow me back to the center of the gallery. We have some works on view here that were submitted by exhibitors, special exhibitors who we invited to provide work for this exhibit, not part of the competition. So the first one is this mind-boggling creation called New Kowloon, which is a reference to the walled city of Kowloon in China. And if you don't know the history of that, which was eventually torn down, if you don't know the history of the Kowloon walled city, it's totally fascinating. For a period of time, it was a 6.5 acre plot that was the most densely populated place on Earth. Eventually it was torn down, and Christian Stromberg and Gretchen Stromberg and Leland Stromberg, inspired by the Kowloon walled city, have created this New Kowloon. Congratulations, Strombergs, and thank you so much for sharing this with us. It's absolutely amazing, and it's like a magnet drawing people's attention as they walk into the museum. So thank you. And then once they're finished looking at this, they look up here, up the marble steps, at this city scene by Andy Price. So thank you, Andy, for being willing to share your incredible Lego creations with us once again this year. This is a replica of Union Station in Springfield, Massachusetts. Andy's from Massachusetts. And this right here is where you are. In fact, as you can see, it says you are here. This is a shockingly detailed and accurate replica of the Brattleboro Museum and Art Center, complete with our wrench bench by John Tajuri and someone sitting on it, and this sculpture that we have out front called Idle Knot by Johnny Swing, and even John Gibson's paintings called Jazz in the windows. Just awesome. Thank you, Andy, for that. And Tim, if you walk around the back, this area over here in Andy's is called the dodgy part of town, the wrong side of the tracks. And somewhere on here is Central Perk, bring your friends, bring your friends. Pretty sure that's a reference to popular 90s TV show. I'm not exactly sure where the coffee shop is. Oh, it might be this down over here. So Andy Price, thank you so much. You're amazing. Really grateful that you brought all this up for our exhibit this weekend. And finally, the last 3 pieces I have to show you all before I send you down to Connecticut to the home studio of Lego master Jessica Ragsy Ewood, are pieces by Ragsy that she had delivered up here, especially for our exhibit, which includes this. Really, it's a Lego painting. I'm not sure I've ever seen a Lego painting before. It's called Lego Warhol Marilyn Monroe. It's just awesome. Thank you, Ragsy, for sharing this with us. And another Warhol replica on the other side of the stage here. Also by Ragsy, called Lego Warhol Flowers. Those of you who aren't familiar with these artworks, the originals by Andy Warhol, look them up and you'll be astonished at how amazing Ragsy's replicas are. And finally, we'll end over here. Andy Warhol made all sorts of art that was inspired by commercial products, including Coca-Cola. And so this is Lego Warhol Coca-Cola, and very subtly signed here in Lego, you can see that it says Ragsy. So I'm about to send you over to, we're gonna hear from Ragsy, who's in her home studio in Connecticut. Really looking forward to that, but just a couple final thank yous I wanna make. First of all, to our very generous sponsors, GS Precision and Brattleboro Ford and Don Robinson Builder. And once again, thank you to Toy City for providing the gift certificates for the winners. Thank you to all of you for your continued support of our LEGO contest and exhibit. And I'll just put out one more reminder. If you're able to, and you feel comfortable doing so, please come to the museum tomorrow or Monday, 10 to 4. If you see on our website or anywhere else that we're closed on Mondays, it's not true this Monday. We are usually closed on Mondays, but because we wanted to give people as much of a chance as possible to see the Legos, we're open through Monday. And those of you who submitted work, you should have made arrangements to pick it up Monday night or Tuesday. Please do that. Otherwise, all the Legos go to me, which used to be really exciting when my son was still using Legos, but he's in college now. And so now they just take up space in my house. So please don't have your Legos go to me. Please come back and get them. Thank you all once again. We're gonna go to Jessica Ragsy Ewood now, and then stay tuned for the video at the end of this award ceremony. Congratulations to everyone who participated. Hope to see you soon.
Hello. Hi, thank you so much for the introduction, and for thanks to the Brattleboro Museum for showcasing some of my artwork. It looks great, and boy, I am blown away by all the submissions from all the little Lego builders. You guys truly did amazing. There were some really incredible builds that you submitted this year, so congratulations to everybody. So for those of you who don't know me, my name's Jessica Ragsy Ewood. I'm a professional artist. My favorite media to work with is Lego, and I was a season finalist on the hit show Lego Masters. So I'm very, very excited to be here. I don't know if Jess, do you want me to just give a studio tour, or did you want to do a Q&A?
I think a studio tour would be great, Jessica.
Studio tour? Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so I'm so excited to share with you some of my studio space and some other works I have here at home. So let's go take a look. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna magically reappear in the studio space in my house. All right, here we go. Is it too dark? Oh, there you guys are. Hello. So this is currently my space. Now I am in the process, but as you can see, I'm working on another Warhol inspired Lego art piece here. It's another flower set. Now, Andy Warhol was known for that flower series in the 1960s. So he made so many of them. So I've been working on doing them in different color patterns, different color schemes. This is my workspace. I mean, it looks like a typical artist workspace. There is not just Lego here, there's everything. I have all my art supplies kind of laid out all over the place. Now I like to store my Lego in these little compartments that I get. That's how I store them. And some of the ones that I have so many colors, I just put them all together in these kinds of bins here. As you can see, these are all eyeballs. Those are actually my favorite piece to use, are the eyeballs. As you can see, there's Lego pieces everywhere. I try to do them by color. One thing I noticed that sets me apart from other Lego builders is a lot of Lego builders do not sort their pieces by color. I learned they sort them by part. But as an artist, I like to sort them by piece and by color, because if I'm working on a certain piece in a certain color, I like to see the pieces I have in that particular color. So I like to sort them all the same piece all together. There are a couple pieces down here. So this is another Warhol inspired flower set. This one is red and yellow. But if you look closely, I'm going to turn another light here so you can see it a little better. If you look closely, you will see that the flowers are actually all little eyeballs. They're little eyeballs. I like to hide things in my art as a sort of surprise. So let's see if any of you guys over there at the museum have found all my little hidden secrets yet in my Warhol replicas. I can assure you they are there. You may not have seen them, but there are little hidden messages in those pieces. And we're going upstairs. I'm going to show you more of my workspace. So here, as you can see, I have more just tons and tons of Lego pretty much everywhere. I like to store them when they're this many in bulk. I'll use these containers that have basically all the same piece and all the same color together. And here, some more of my artwork. We're gonna go take a look at some of the pieces. So this is an interesting piece I made here. This is, oh, hold on, I have to make sure you can see it. My little camera went out. There we go. This one here is a mixed media piece. So I like using different media. So it has Lego on it, but also has playing cards. And it actually has a Swarovski crystal. So that's a Queen inspired piece with the Queen playing cards. This is a print of Jeff Goldblum, who was Ian Malcolm in the famous book Jurassic Park. Now the original sold, so I don't have the original here, but this is a print and it was made with the real Jurassic Park book pages and Lego. So all this black you can see here was originally done in Lego brick. And I was very fortunate enough that Jeff Goldblum actually saw the piece and he said he loved it. So, and these are just some other ones. I like mixed media that's fun, really pop and hip. So this one's called Lego Game Night Coco, and it has Lego, but it has Chanel playing cards in it. That one's very fancy, very fancy. And this piece here is very special to me. This piece has traveled a lot of different places. This is my Lego Lincoln. This is the piece I'm most known for. This was on display in Rockefeller Center in New York City. It's a very special piece to me. Now, hidden in the background of this piece, you'll find parts of his famous Gettysburg Address and other little secrets. I like to hide secrets in the piece. And if we go up close, you can see it's all Lego. You can see some little hidden clocks in there. But this piece has traveled quite a few places and extended its stay in Rockefeller Center. Unfortunately, because of COVID, the Lego store went into lockdown when Lincoln was on display there in February. Lincoln's birthday is actually in February. And he extended his stay, and I just got him back about a month ago. So he was there for a long time. Here's the smaller version of the Lego Lincoln. So I make these ones as well, and they're mixed media, and they're always red, black, white. But you can look closely. It looks like a painting, but he's actually Lego. And I'll show you one more. This is part of my Maryland series. I tend to do Lincoln and Maryland a lot. They're probably my two most popular icons. And you can see that she's actually Lego, but at a distance, she looks like a painting. So I like to have that kind of trick on the eye that at a distance, you might think it's a painting, but up close, it's actually Lego or mixed media. It's like a little secret surprise. So that is my studio tour. I guess I should go maybe back down stairs. Are we going to do Q&A, Jess?
I think we could take a question or two if the audience has any.
Okay.
If you have a question, just put it in the chat.
If you have a question, she said you can put it in the chat and I will happily answer your questions. I'm going back down to the studio. And yeah, so that's basically my studio tour. Lego everywhere. Lots of bright pop colors. And all sorts of fun things.
Do we have a question? Do you see the question from Eliza? She wants to know how many Lego pieces do you think you own? Like how many bricks do you own?
How many Lego do I own? Oh my goodness. I have no idea. I want to say 1 million, but I'm not sure I have 1 million. I know I have hundreds of thousands, but I don't know if I've hit 1 million actually. Have you ever made a mechanical Lego build? Yes, but they're not my favorite. I think I actually have a motor sitting here. I like to use them sometimes, but I really just like to make art pieces that can hang on the wall. But sometimes I do builds and I have used the motors in the past, but they're definitely not my favorite to use. How long did it take to make Lincoln? That's a good question. That original one upstairs took me probably between 40 to 60 hours, I'd say, to construct the face and make sure that everything was placed in the correct spot. That one's a large piece. It's about 30 by 40. How long have you been doing Lego? I have been an artist for about a decade, and Lego is one of my main medias that I use. How many art pieces have I made total? Oh my gosh, I have no clue. A lot. I've been making art for professionally for about a decade now, and I've shown in galleries and have had several art shows, and now we're in a museum exhibit. Very exciting.
So maybe one last question here. Where do you get your inspiration from?
Oh, thanks, Jess. I'm inspired by, so as you can see by my pieces, it's very pop, very bright color, very high energy. I'm inspired by pop culture, but I like to have some of the old masters references in my art. So for example, in the Lincoln and some of the pieces you have in the museum, there's actually hidden messages in those pieces if you haven't found them. And that's inspired by Da Vinci. So I like to capture something scientific and mathematical in comparison to pop contemporary masters like Andy Warhol or Keith Haring. And I kind of like to fuse them together with some kind of mathematical or statistical component. So there are little messages, even the pop Chanel piece we saw, that's a reference to Chanel being the building blocks of women in fashion, and the playing cards have some statistics, hidden statistics in them. So I like the idea that at first glance, it's just very pretty. It like grabs your eye, the pop colors, but it actually means something else. And that's kind of the message I put behind my art. It's to make you really think, and interactive too. You're almost, people are familiar with my art, know I hide things in them, and they'll spend hours sometimes looking at the piece, trying to figure out what the secret is in the piece or what the meaning is.
Jessica, I love that. Thank you so much. And I apologize, folks, that you're hearing this disembodied voice. I'm Jessica Nelson, the events manager. But I wanted to thank Jessica Ragby for this great presentation, the art in the museum. And we're going to head over so you can see all your pieces on display. But thank you, Jessica, and have a great night. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jessica. The submissions were so great, guys. Congratulations.
Collaboration for me is we are all in this together, and we have to have set goals, and we have to be ready with these set goals to realize that while we're in the process of getting to those goals, we may have some detours that go into different places, but if we do it together, it's going to be okay. Be in the moment, but be in the moment respecting everybody as we move forward. I love jazz. It's about democracy. After-school arts programs for us in the South Bronx during the 1960s, the teachers that we had there were very nurturing, very supportive, very helpful to us to let us know that hey, we can show your art someplace. Hey, we're gonna do we used to do the bulletin boards, but these were glass encased bulletin boards, and to have your art at the school bulletin board was a big thing. They were quite elaborate, almost like a diorama. It was just unbelievable. So to see that at an early point where they're basically supporting you and saying your work matters. That same type of element of support and encouragement has to continue on. Taking it serious and realizing that there was a deep history that we happen to be connected to, and that we had a responsibility to that history. That energy is what I try to instill in my students. The baton that we're passing on to you has an enormous amount of weight to it. And there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears involved in that baton. So it isn't just about you anymore. It's about you being connected to a greater history. That's where my heart is.
Thank you all for joining us. I'm Ann Galloway, the editor of VT Digger, a statewide nonprofit news organization that serves Vermont. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce you tonight to Wynn Smith, the former owner and president of Sugarbush. Wynn also served on the board of the Vermont Ski Areas Association and is the immediate past chair of the National Ski Areas Association. Thank you, Wynn, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us for the fourth in a series of FAQ Live events held by VT Digger. Many local residents and people out of state went to ski this winter at Vermont's resorts. And this year, during the pandemic, there is potentially an even higher pent-up demand for outdoor opportunities. Wynn is going to talk with me tonight about what the options are during COVID and for making the most of the season. Before we get started, I'd like to thank Mike Doherty, the digital editor for VT Digger, who is producing our live stream tonight, and thank the generous sponsor of the FAQ Live series, Garnet Health. Garnet Health provides both rapid antigen and PCR COVID-19 testing for individuals and businesses 7 days a week. Garnet also offers expanded testing, including flu A/B, for symptomatic clients. Schedule a test today at their new location next to Burlington International Airport by visiting www.garnet.care/testing. Wynn, I want to thank you again for joining us tonight. There's an incredibly high interest in the rules for skiing during COVID. We continue to receive questions right up until the start time this evening. So we'll try to get through as many as we can. And I just wondered if you could give us an overview of what this season could look like.
Sure, Ann, thanks. It's nice being with you. Should correct one thing. I'm no longer on the Vermont Ski Area Association board.
Okay.
I was for many, many years, but being retired, I stepped down from that.
Okay, sorry
but,
about that.
You know, this is, I mean, everybody knows this is going to be a different ski season. And we just have to understand that and be ready for it. You know, the words that I think everybody should think about and remember are plan. You know, it's going to be important to plan ahead. It can't be as spontaneous, as flexible as we've been in the past. Patience is another word that I think is really important. You know, we're going to have to learn a little bit more about patience. Lift lines are likely to be longer because there's going to be social distancing. It's not going to be easy to access lodges. You know, there's not going to be immediate run to the bathroom. There's going to be restrictions and limitations on how many people can come into a lodge at one time. So we're all going to have patience, which, you know, isn't necessarily natural, especially on a powder day. I think also we're going to have to be flexible. Things are going to change. You know, the state regulations change frequently, and we're going to have to adapt and be flexible with those. Then the other thing is understanding. It's really difficult to plan the ski business right now. You know, I was in it for 20 years. I'm glad I'm retired because it's tough. And I know what my colleagues are going through, not only at Sugarbush, but in every ski area that I'm familiar with. They've been working for months being prepared. They're working hard. And a lot of what they're going to have to do, they don't necessarily like. They're not going to really enjoy doing it, but they're going to have to do it. And I think Lindsay Delorier at Bolton said it best. I watched the video she has on her website, which is worth watching. It's very honest and frank. And in it, she said, you know, I'm going to have to do things that aren't going to be that enjoyable for you or for me, but we're going to have to do it. Because this year, our primary focus is on one, safety, and two, surviving. And surviving is key. Ski areas are not going to be making a lot of money. It's going to be challenging just to break even. And so there has to be an understanding that they want to survive, they have to survive, but there are going to have to be some changes in order to make that happen this year.
Yeah.
So I think the good news is the outdoor part of skiing should be well run. You know, I thought we saw with golf this season that you can organize an outdoor activity very safely. You know, there is going to be different guidelines on how you access lifts, but the skiing part of it itself is, I think, going to be very good. And what we all have to do is make sure that we don't mess that up, so we close that down. But what's going to be restricted is the indoor activities. So the ski rental, the tuning, the dining activities, the retail activities, those are all going to have limitations. And that's just going to have to, you know, sort of be an understanding. In many ways, what every ski area I have listened to has been telling customers is this year you have to think of your car as the base lodge. You know, most people are not going to have lodges open for changing or storage. So it's going to be required to really boot up in your car, come ready to get right on the lift. Not terribly convenient. You know, it's something we're going to have to get used to. But I think, again, that's one of the things that just is going to happen to keep ski areas opening and functioning. Most of the ski areas that I know of are actually trying to do more outdoor dining. They're bringing in food trucks. They're putting different outdoor pickup opportunities. There's going to be more fire pits. There are heaters being installed on buildings so that you can still, you know, be around and more comfortable with having to go inside as one naturally does. Obviously, there's a lot of questioning about what are the state guidelines. And every ski area that I know of really has to have their guests attest. And that is really sign a waiver, just like you sign a normal waiver. Attest that you have read the state guidelines, you're familiar with the current guidelines, and you're following them. The ski areas themselves can't be the enforcement agent. It's really going to be put on the shoulders of the guests that they have read and they are following the guidelines. But before a pass is activated, one will have to sign and attest. If one buys a ticket, one has to attest. So that is really going to be some of the check and balance on it. Is it perfect? No, it's not. But, you know, that's really what we are faced with, you know, as a ski industry. And that's how it will be operating for the season, I'm sure.
Boy, that was a great overview, Win. I'm going to turn now to our questions because, like I said, we have so many. And Mike Doherty is going to give us a voiceover question from one of our readers.
Okay.
Good morning. I am calling to inquire about homeowners from across the border who typically come to Vermont ski areas for the season. It would entail back and forth travel, and how do those restrictions that governor has currently put in place affect those who own a home and regularly ski in the state?
This is one of the challenges, and one of the real concerns. Obviously, you can't prevent somebody from coming to their own home, but what the governor has currently said, and these are the current guidelines. So again, I emphasize current because it may change next week, and hopefully it does. But currently, if you're coming from out of state, you have to quarantine for 14 days or quarantine for 10 days and take a test. Now, quarantining, as I understand it, can also be done in your home. Let's say if you're in Connecticut and you really have home quarantined according to the guidelines of the governor, my understanding is that you are able to drive to Vermont and you don't have to then quarantine again. So there is a definition of quarantining, and I really refer everybody to the state guidelines. So I don't interpret, but that you can read them yourselves. But that is my understanding of the current guidelines in terms of out-of-state travel here.
And so, like you said, people should go to the state website to see what quarantining entails. But some of the things that we talked about earlier include, if you're quarantining, you can't go to the grocery store for 2 weeks. If you're quarantining, you can't have a child at home who's going to school. So there are really strict guidelines around this. And, if people have questions, they should refer to the very excellent Vermont Department of Health website.
Yeah. And, it does change, Anne. As we saw this summer, we used to have the color-coded map. So we have a home in Litchfield County, and for a long time, it was green. So I could go to Litchfield County and come back without quarantining, but now it's red. So if I go down there and I don't quarantine absolutely there, then I have to quarantine when I come back to Vermont.
Yeah, we constantly all have to be updating the personal information we need to move ahead. We're going to hear now from Brian, who lives in Wilmington.
Hi, good morning. This is Brian from Wilmington. I'm calling with a question about what could be done to make the resort experience even safer this season by further reducing capacity or reducing lift lines, ensuring that more lifts are run. And the other part of this as well is safety on the hill, because anyone who's going to a hospital right now for an injury shouldn't be there. We need that capacity for other use. That's my question. Thank you.
Brian, those are all great questions. Let me take the first one. I believe all resorts are really trying to limit capacity in some way. And again, every resort is doing it a little bit differently in their own way. So you have to really look specifically to see how they're doing it. Let me give you an example. The way Killington is currently looking at limiting capacity on the hill is by requiring parking reservations. There's no fee for the parking, but in order to get in, you have to have a parking reservation. Stowe and the other Vail resorts are actually requiring a reservation for your pass, if you're a pass holder, Epic pass holder, to be active. And there's limited ticketing done in advance. Sugarbush, which is part of the Alterra family, is not requiring anybody to make a reservation if they are a pass holder or to have parking reservations, but they are limiting the capacity by really restricting the number of day tickets sold. So this year, for example, you cannot walk up to the window and buy a ticket. You have to buy in advance, and there's limited supply based per day, and purchase it online, and it will be activated and you can go directly to the lift. The lodging is actually following the state guidelines. And I'll give you an example because I'm familiar with Sugarbush. Our cafeteria, which typically can seat 450 to close to 500 people on a busy weekend, one half of that has been carved out for reserved seated dining. The limit is 75 people. All the tables are spaced more than 6 feet apart. It requires online reservations, online ordering. So that's one way of limiting the the risk indoor dining. If you're going to rent equipment, you have to do that online, and it's pretty much delivered, quickly, and some of it even out of doors. There are no group lessons, and right now the governor has actually restricted to households what can actually be done as a group setting. So each area is really looking at the limitations, how to control capacity. Lift lines, you're likely to see ghost lanes in between lanes. And by a ghost lane, I mean you'll see a lane with people, a big space, a lane with people, space. So it's really spreading people out dramatically. If you have a high-speed quad, it's going to be limited to 2 people instead of 4 people, unless people are from the same household and agree to ride together. If somebody gets in line and they want to go solo at Sugarbush, that's going to be permitted. Now, that's going to be a safer environment, but as I said about patience, it's likely to cause longer lift lines. So there is going to be, a cause and effect that we're just going to have to get used to. So those are just some examples, but what I would suggest, every ski area has a website. Every ski area I have looked at has their COVID guidelines and what they're doing in terms of safety, cleaning, spacing, et cetera. And I'd encourage you to look at that specific website of the ski area you're going to choose to ski at.
Great. Sorry, my dog is barking in the background. Sorry about that. Carolyn of South Burlington says she's usually a solo skier and typically uses the singles line at the lift. How will that work this year? Will she have a chair to herself?
Well, Carolyn, I sort of answered that right now. And again, I'm not sure how every single ski area is going to operate. So again, you have to look at a specific area. I do know at Sugarbush, they are not going to have single lines. So you'll be getting this aligned. But once again, I said, if you get to that chair and you say, I don't want to go with anybody, that is going to be permitted.
Great. Tim from Ludlow wants to know if resort operators have a plan or a trigger point where a given resort would completely shut down or reduce skier traffic significantly more than it already has this season in the event of a large outbreak tied to the resort or the town in which it resides.
Well, Tim, hopefully that won't happen. I think the first part of your questions, I think that's going to be determined probably by the government, by the state, a total shutdown. Now, I think what all ski operators are hoping is that we're really going to have a behavior that doesn't cause a total shutdown. If we are all conscious about wearing masks, if we're social distancing, if we're doing the right things, that's going to create a probability that we'll be able to remain open for skiing outdoors. Now, should there be an outbreak at a resort, then everyone has, I'm sure, their protocols that they're going to follow. And it's going to be very specific in terms of what has actually happened there and specific to that individual resort. So every resort, again, has their guidelines, they have their protocol, and they're following exactly what both the CDC is recommending as well as the state.
Thank you. It is a very tricky time.
Yeah. I mean, what you're going to find when you go around, you're going to see that masks are going to be required. When you're on premise, once you're out of your car, masks are going to be required. And I did my first day of skiing today, and getting used to a mask, it's going to take a little getting used to. I know somebody asked, do you have to wear a mask or could you wear a buff? Well, my understanding is you need 2 layers for a mask to be effective. So, masks are really going to be what everybody's going to be looking at and asking them to please wear it. And I think every resort is going to be very strict on that once they're on premise.
Well, that's good to know. That's going to be a new experience for a lot of people. So next we're going to hear from Elaine, who lives in Littleton, New Hampshire.
Elaine asks, I live in Littleton, New Hampshire, and have had a season pass to Burke for almost 20 years. Would it be inappropriate for me to utilize my season pass this season?
Oh boy, Elaine, I don't know how to answer that one because so much depends on, what you're able to do as somebody coming from, Hampshire and coming into Burke, whether you can quarantine, whether quarantines will last all season. I do know that most mountains have put in pretty generous refund or rollover plans. So I'm not familiar with what Burke has exactly, but I think, it's a good idea to look at it, see what your options are, and then make some determination about whether you think you can actually come into the state and ski, according to the current guidelines. And, let's all hope that the vaccine is rolled out the way it's being talked about on the news today, that, we can really start to get a significant number of people vaccinated at the end of, February. That could really make for a very different spring than we saw last year.
Boy, wouldn't that be wonderful? It's I hope that that's possible. We now are going to hear from Chuck of Wilmington.
Chuck from Wilmington asks, what does a ski resort do when the honor system fails? We know there are out-of-state visitors coming and going without quarantine. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Chuck, I think that's probably one of the dilemmas that we're going to be faced with. I don't think ski areas can be and know how to be enforcers. I think if they are aware of something that is certainly a very overt disregard of the rules, I believe all of them have the power and will likely take action by revoking a ticket or revoking a pass. But, it's really difficult to assume. I was speaking to Ann earlier, and when I see somebody with Connecticut plates here in the Valley, I can't assume that that person has not quarantined or they haven't been here for 3 months. Many people have. I can't make that assumption. So that's why the attestation is being put back on the shoulders of the individual. And hopefully people are going to act responsibly. And if they don't, that puts the entire sport at jeopardy. So I have to have faith that people are going to be responsible, that they are going to do the right thing. But if they don't, and it's obvious, I think resorts will take action.
And we know that resorts don't really like to do that unless they absolutely have to.
No,
You don't want to disappoint people who paid, but that's how serious this is.
Yeah. I recognize I didn't answer part of the question earlier about injuries on the Hill, and that's another good question too. Yes, if you get injured and you get taken, to a hospital, it could take away, obviously, the caring for other people. So I think it is especially important this year to focus on safety, to ski in control, to ski safely, and injuries are going to happen. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the business. But I think we all can be even more careful than we normally are to make sure we don't put a burden on our first responders.
It is so dicey for the healthcare community right now.
But again, Ann, let me say that, we're all going stir crazy. This has been tough. I mean, this has been 9 months. It's awful. And getting out of doors, recreating, doing something like we did this summer, golfing or hiking or biking and skiing, that's what we need. But we just have to make sure that we all are doing it responsibly, sensibly, and we don't do anything that's going to jeopardize it being shut down.
I wonder if you could talk a little bit about your experience with the golfing situation this summer.
Yeah.
And how that might compare to what we could expect with skiing.
Golfing was somewhat similar. And, you had to make a reservation. You basically had to certify that you were following the state guidelines. There were limitations. The golf range wasn't open, so you couldn't practice before you went to the first tee. People, for the most part, rode in their own golf cart. People wore masks. There was online ordering and pickup at the cafeterias. And I'm not aware of any incidents of infection in the summer here at Sugar Bush. We also found something very interesting. We probably did 50 to 60% more golf rounds than we've ever done. We found that there was as much activity midweek as there was on weekend because people were working at home. They had more flexibility. So you didn't have that crowd on the weekends that you normally did. You had it spread out over 7 days. Could this happen in the ski season? That might be interesting to see. And if it does, it's going to be better for the skier. It's going to be better for the resort. and it's going to create a better environment. So we'll just have to see as the season begins what actually occurs.
Great. Okay. I'm going to ask another question here from the web form that we put up. This is from Steve, who lives in Middlesex. He wants to know about cross-country skiing and whether you know whether the Nordic centers will be affected by COVID as well.
I'm not as familiar with the Nordic centers, but they're going to be under the same guidelines as downhill. People are going to have to practice the same social distancing, masking. You know, my guess is when you're out, you know, on the trail by yourself, you're not going to be anywhere near anybody. You know, you can take your mask down without jeopardizing anything. Obviously, they're going to have to, you know, do exactly what the alpine areas do downhill in terms of every other guideline followed. Backcountry, great question. If you talk to most of the retailers, they're going to say that sales are off the charts. Everybody is hedging their bet to a degree. First of all, backcountry has been growing in awareness. It's been growing in popularity. And I even bought some new equipment this year myself.
Oh,
So,
you did?
so, you know, should an area get shut down, which I hope it won't, it's a little bit of a hedge that we can skin and go backcountry. So I do think that there's going to be a growth. I think you're going to see more of it. Obviously, you know, people who haven't done it need to be careful. You can't go in an area and you don't want to burden the first responders. But I think we're going to see an increased usage of backcountry equipment this year. Out west, it's a little more challenging and concerning because they have avalanche danger out there. We don't have that for the most part in the east. So I know out west, they're quite concerned about people who aren't familiar with the territory getting into trouble, you know, in areas that they should not be in.
Yes, it's a real risk in places like Colorado for sure.
And also, almost all the skiers I know do allow skinning at the resort. They have different policies. Some allow it during the course of lift operations. Many do not. So if you go again to every resort, you can find what their skinning policies are, which is another way of enjoying the out of doors in a fun way.
Absolutely. We have a question from Laura of Burlington. And Mike, can you cue this question up?
Laura from Burlington asks, my older kids had school sports canceled and ski school for one of our kids was postponed. Ski school for the older kids is set to start though. I want to send them, but I'm not sure this is the right thing to do or whether it's even allowable. What's the official word on ski school programs?
For the most part, group lessons are probably going to be few and far between, but it's not, again, universal, I believe, how every ski area is going to handle this. So again, you have to look at the ski resorts. Right now, private lessons certainly are allowable. Group lessons, again, under the current state guidelines, which are saying that there can't be any congregating by people from outside their own household, that type of group lesson is not permitted by the state. Some of the resorts are going to maybe have their own limitations on it. I do know at Sugarbush, one of the things that was being thought about was really having related people doing their own groups. So you weren't in a group with strangers, but you were going to be in a group with either members of your own family or members of a family that you were well aware of and comfortable being with. But that has actually been put on hold right now. So the group Blazer programs have really been deferred until January, and then they're going to have to assess what is happening. So if you are interested in having a child, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but I think you want to talk very specifically to the resort where you're planning to do it to see exactly what they plan to do and also what they're allowed to do currently.
Great. Yeah, everything has changed, and school is not the way it was last
No,
year.
it's not. And again, that's what I said, you know, the word flexibility and planning, you know, it's changing. So you just can't be as rigid as we were in the past, knowing what we did every single day. You know, it's easy that way. This is going to be a lot more challenging.
We have a question from Donald, who lives in Burlington. He says, it seems it would be safe for 2 mask-wearing non-pod members to safely ride the side seats of the quads and stay safe in the breeze. He wants to know if that's true.
I think most people believe that is true. I'm not going to be a doctor and a scientist, but again, the guidelines that we have received are, yes, that is permissible and deemed to be safe. And if you think about it, you know, a fixed grip quad is going about 500 feet a minute, so there's a breeze blowing. A high-speed quad is going about 1,000 feet a minute, so a breeze is blowing. So yes, I think the answer to your question is people feel that that is a safe environment for 2 people on a quad, seated apart.
Well, that's good to know. I guess you don't have to always be in the single lift line then. There are other options. There's another question about mask wearing from Colin in Burlington, and he wants to know how ski resorts will enforce the mask policy. And you've mentioned this before, that someone could lose their pass if they're not following the rules. Could you go into that a little bit more? This particular person is worried.
I think what you're going to see is that every ski area is going to ask everybody to wear a mask when they're on premise, you know, once they come into the resort environment. And I believe most people, if somebody comes in with the mask not on or mask not on properly, they're going to be asked politely, would you please wear a mask? And if they say they refuse to wear a mask, I believe most areas will say they are not welcome to ski that day. And explain why. Not just, you know, be arbitrary, but explain why, that it is for the protection of you, protection of everybody. It is something that is being required, and it jeopardizes everybody's activity if somebody is not wearing a mask. So, you know, please bear with it and wear a mask. And I'm sure most people will have masks available if somebody isn't wearing one or didn't bring one.
Well, great. We are almost at time here, and I know that people are really anxious to hear the answers to their questions, but that's about all the time we have tonight. So I want to thank you again, Wynn, for joining us, and I want to thank Garnet Health for sponsoring us. Garnet Health provides both rapid antigen and PCR COVID-19 testing for individuals and businesses 7 days a week. Schedule a test today at their new location next to Burlington International Airport by visiting www.garnet.care/testing. Wynn, I want to thank you again. This has been terrific. I've learned a lot. I hope our readers have learned a lot. And we'll be posting most of a transcript of tonight's Q&A so that people can find out the answers to their questions. So thank you again.
Yeah, you're welcome, Ann. And let me just reiterate what I said very early on is look at the ski area's websites. They all have a tremendous amount of information on it. You can learn a lot on it. And I'm sure they all have guest service people willing to receive a call to if there is confusion. But anyway, I'm looking forward to skiing outside. I had my first day today. It was absolutely fantastic. And I can't wait to go out again tomorrow with the mask.
That sounds terrific. Yes, we got some snow today too. So
yes, we did.
Tomorrow morning is going to be good.
I think it will be. Absolutely.
Well, have fun this winter, Wynn. Thank you again for taking the time.
You're welcome, Ann.
All right. Good night.
Bye now.
Not all dancers work in sights. Most dancers make work for stage. My name is Hannah Dennison. I'm a dance artist, a site-specific dance artist. 75% of us humans learn by kinesthetically, by touching, by moving something around, by hitting the rock, by feeling the rock, by experimentation. So being in this quarry has been my education about geology and about hydrology and about wind in a container and about engineering and how do you move things. The visual stimulation, the history of places, the conversations that I have with people, the length of time that it's taking to make this work have been all very key to the work that I do.
And now, from our studios in Barre, Vermont, it's New England Cooks.
I want to welcome people to our show, New England Cooks. I'm the host, co-host Tony Campos, with my other co-host, Sandy Zielinski,
who happens to be
my older sister.
I'll let you be the judge. And our chef, well, not really our chef, but our kind
guy
of a
who likes
chef.
to eat?
A guy
Our
who
celebrity.
likes to eat. Our celebrity guest, Pete, the Vermont Salumi guy.
Yep.
That's how I call you every time I talk about it. But
Yeah.
Peter Coleman, he owns Vermont Salumi. And we answered the question of what salumi is in the past episode. So those of you who want to know have to look at the past episode, unless you're
Homework.
going to give them a...
But we're on Roku, so they can always go back and see that, or on our website, newenglandcooks.com. But I have one question. During our break, someone says, some people like to poke holes in their sausage while they're cooking. I personally don't like
I'm
to
in your
because
camp.
all the juice gets dry. Is that?
I would totally agree. Don't understand the theory behind poking holes.
So, folks, do not poke holes in your salami.
Sausage.
Actually, no.
Sausage.
I poke
Sausage.
I poke holes in my salami.
You poke holes in your salami, but not your sausage. Okay.
Does anyone know why?
Okay, why?
Because you want salami to dry.
This is true.
Ah, you see, this is an educational show.
Sesame Street will be calling us next.
And
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure we'll be on Sesame Street. Okay, so we are, well, yes, that probably would be a good next step. We are on Nona's meat sauce.
Yep, and I definitely modified this one to promote my sausage. Because
Okay.
I'll be totally honest, she did not put sausage in her meat sauce, but she pretty much made two sauces. Red sauce, a meatless sauce, which is just tomatoes, garlic, and sometimes she put a little basil in it.
Okay.
And red pepper flake. And then the meat sauce is hers was always celery, carrot, onion, beef, ground beef. I'm adding a little sausage because that's where I go. A couple of things about pasta sauces and pasta. I don't think you should cook pasta sauce all day. I don't think it gets better with the amount of time that you cook it. No. I think actually the opposite. I think there's a point where it's just stop. It's usually it's about the same as the lentils, 45 minutes or so. After that, it's fine. Don't. And I personally am also like, don't load it with stuff. That's why it's got 4, sometimes 5 ingredients. I don't, she would say you don't put garlic in with these products because it will argue with it or it'll take over the flavor. She was very particular about it. But I liked it. And once again, these are my thoughts. The way you make your pasta sauce, the way you eat your pasta, it should make you happy. This is what makes me happy.
If you're happy,
we're happy.
I'm happy. But like that's it. That's how she made it. And I think who knows? It could just be.
Could be Nona.
It could have just. It could just be euphoric recall. It could just be my my fond memories of being there with my family eating lunch, and that's what makes me like it this way.
You want me to cut this more, right?
Yeah, you can leave it even.
Good, perfect.
Throw it in. Your job's done.
Now you want this on simmer or?
No, I want to go higher.
Okay.
So when you say your fond memories,
that's low. You just put it on low.
Was Nona in Italy?
Yeah, Nona was in Italy.
All right.
Nona. Okay, we'll go high. Nona, yeah.
Like this?
Yeah, sure. I would have actually cut it down. Sorry, I would have cut it the lengthwise and then go. But that's a hard one. It's a great way to cut your fingers. Yeah, they were in central Italy. They were in Perugia, and one of my fondest memories was lunch. Every day at lunch, they had a little electronics store closed from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. You go back to the house, you eat lunch, you take a nap, you get up, you change clothes, you get back up, go back to work.
A lot to learn from that society.
And one of my favorite things was walking up. They lived on, I think, the 5th floor or the 4th floor of the apartment building. You could walk up the stairwell, and each floor had different smells coming out because everyone in the whole apartment building was at home cooking. It wasn't just them. So and I was always like clockwork starving because I'd come from the States where I'd eat more around lunchtime, noon, but they were eating more around 1 o'clock. So you get there, and I was ravished by 1. And we would eat pasta, like, fresh pasta. They'd go get their fresh pasta every day, and you would eat fresh pasta for lunch every day with a second and a third and a fourth and usually dessert. And I would drink Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola?
Which I wouldn't drink back here, but I loved it.
Yeah, because they use real
sugar.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, maybe actually they might actually. You're right. But I just liked. It was just nice
because I buy the Mexican Coca-Cola before the wall comes up. And
Coke's still coming in. Coke's got some pretty powerful lobbyists.
I know.
Coke can get anything through the wall.
Coke is an international drink.
Yeah. But so I guess back to the topic at hand, pasta.
Now, Nona didn't make her own pasta.
She used to before I was really around. She would make her own sauces. She used to hand roll out. No, oh yeah, we want that one. Sorry. She used to make the fresh pasta. Stopped. And when they actually ended up closing down their electronic repair shop, they owned the building and they rented it out. And one half was they just sold fresh pasta, and the other half was a bakery and sold pastries.
Well,
so
that is quite a career shift.
Well, no, they didn't. They just rented it out.
I'm busy
Landlords.
over here. I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm here for you, sis.
Yep. All right. So we had. I'm sorry. We had fresh pasta and bakery.
Yeah, so for me also pasta, this sauce I prefer, we can get into the whole deal, but this sauce I prefer with a fresh pasta, so Barry's Campo-Divino, you can get fresh pasta. There's a couple others in Montpelier, which I think are all great. I like it with eggs in it. And also my grandmother became diabetic later in life, and what she found is her glucose levels or whatever, glycemic index would not spike when eating fresh pasta with egg in it. And I think there's something to do with the protein mixed with the flour that would slow the metabolism of the sugar, the uptake of the sugar. And so her glycemic index or whatever would not spike if she ate fresh pasta. But if she just ate the white flour water pasta, big spike. She would she would do a shot before and after lunch and measure before and after lunch. But that's one thing I learned.
Okay.
Okay, veggies, I like to let these saute for a little bit. We're gonna take 1 link of sausage, which is 3.5 ounces. We're gonna throw it in there, and actually you could peel it out of the casing on this one.
Yep.
And that can go in ground. I did not weigh this ground beef.
Well, it's all right. It's fine. Close enough.
It's close enough. I want you to get the feel for cooking, not the ability to follow recipes.
This one here.
That's a great one.
I thought it was perfect. Okay. And you want me to cut it up and take
You want
the
to move your
casing out?
packet so Joe can get that shot?
Yeah, the other thing you can do is just run your knife. Here, let me show you.
All right.
I'm just gonna peel it right out. So just run your knife along the casing.
Very
And
good.
then peel. Hey, don't cross your blue line. Cindy has a blue line back here.
It's Sandy.
What did I say?
Cindy.
Oh, Cindy. I'm thinking of Cindy. Cindy's my wife. Sandy?
Yes.
Can we have name tags? Sandy, Cindy? Well, you know, it isn't like I'm calling him the other woman.
Right.
Well.
All right. I need a.
Hey, I missed a hole he threw in the meat.
Sorry, I threw in about equal parts of beef to that one. And once, yeah, you could go, I mean, you could put
is
whatever.
that wrong?
No, do it, yeah, I like it. You could switch the meats. You could put a prosciutto in here. You could put all sausage. You could put some lamb in there. Try it out. Do something different. You know, I don't know. Do whatever
Live
you
a
think.
little.
You know, try some chicken, some ground chicken, maybe like that.
How about some pancetta?
I think pancetta would be actually awesome. Or some bacon, because you get a little smoky out of it. I mean, there's also other sauces that you can make with those products that are a little more fitting too. But mess around with it. Figure out what you like. So I'll add a little salt to this.
Now, you've been doing this for how many years, Peter?
We're in making sausage?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in year 6, actually. You want to know something? Guess who I bought my first sausage stuffer from?
Where? Who?
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 Ping.
Ping.
Yeah, so when I first came back and was interested in doing this, I started going around trying to find someone who would know anything about sausage stuff, and I ended up on Ping's doorstep when he was at the Fresh Pasta place, when they were doing the shared kitchen. That wasn't Campo-Divino, that was
Cottage Street Pasta.
Yes, when that was in
I
Cottage
remember
Street,
that.
when Ping and Cottage Street shared a space, and I went in there because I had heard he was the local sausage guy, and I think I was trying to buy a sausage stuffer, and I wanted to find a used one, or maybe he had one, or I just think I wanted to see his operation, and I went in and I met Ping, and I think he might have sold me his old junk, but I bought it because I was into it. The thing, someday I'm gonna totally refinish this thing. It is like a World War II relic. It's this color. If it was on the floor, it'd stand up to here, and it weighs as much as a Volkswagen. It literally is. It is all there. But someday I will redo it completely. And I think he was testing my sausage masculinity a little bit, because he had this big raw batch of sausage out, and when I walked in, he was totally sizing me up. He was. So I walk in, and he's like, "Oh, so you're into sausage?" And he reaches into the raw batter, scoops it out, and just crams it into my mouth to see if I would eat it. And I was just like, really good, Ping, love it. Just
Mano to mano.
Yeah, I wasn't letting them phase me. No, I was like, mm-mm.
That's when
No.
the mad cow thing was going around in Europe, wasn't it?
And that's what happened. Can we slice up some salami?
Yeah, we sure can.
We got time, right? We're doing good, right?
No, we don't have time. Just keep going.
All right. Keep going.
Keep talking.
But for those of you
I put the can opener away.
Hey, I can't make red sauce without red.
So for those of you who are watching on TV who don't live in Vermont, there are plenty of good local pasta places, I find.
I wonder if there's sausage places. I wonder if there's anything in the north end of Boston.
I think there might be, Tony.
There could be.
So when you started, where are you now compared to where you started in terms of production, size?
Production, distribution, there. I used to make it. There you go. Fuzzy sticks.
I'm just cutting these up to serve to the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I might actually have you peel the casing. We can talk about that a little bit.
Okay. Well, why don't you take the casing over there first? That way they can see. Why is there this white stuff on the casing?
It's mold. So a little bit about, and I tell people it's just like a bloomy rind cheese. You can either eat it or you can peel it. And the mold does a lot. It facilitates a lot of the drying.
Down there on the cutting board.
I'm going to switch. I don't know what, actually.
You can move up quickly in this.
Well, I was going to peel it after you talked about it.
So we'll do some microbio.
Microbiology.
Yeah, here we go, folks. So, there's a lot going on here, actually. So we inoculate these with the beneficial bacteria and feed it sugar, and then we ferment it for 3 days. So we ferment at 75 degrees, and you get a big pH drop. So most flesh is about 5.6 pH, and we add a starter culture and sugar, and then we ferment it, like I said, at 75 degrees for 3 days, and our pH goes from 5.6 to 4.9. That's dictated by the amount of sugar you put in. So the amount of ingoing sugar dictates how low of a pH drop you get. The temp at which you ferment at dictates how fast you get there. And this is just an all-natural hog case, and this is just pork intestine. And during the fermentation process, we keep the humidity really high, like 85, 90% humidity. And that is, you'll start to see by day 3, you'll start to see a little fuzz starting to grow on these. And we also spray these on the outside with a mold starter culture, which gets this thing going. And what you're trying to do is create hurdles for pathogens to grow, and so the first one is acidification. So you get that ferment and that pH drop, which is your first kind of hurdle to staph growing and salmonella growing. And then you hang it and you dry it and you slowly get the moisture to reduce, and that mold starts to really become thick, white, and pillowy, and has kind of a nice mushroomy smell. Can kind of smell barnyardy and ammonia-like. You can eat it if you want. You don't have to. There's a lot of producers in the U.S. that don't grow with the mold, but that mold actually then also reverts all that lactic acid that is produced by the bacteria on the inside back into an alkaline substance. So by the end of the drying process, which is 3 weeks, our pH is right back up to 5.6, and that is why we grow the mold, because that is what makes, in my opinion, a really delicious product. pH. Most of the salami you get in the States is below 5 in a pH, or right around there. Has a real twang taste to it, more of a more like pepperoni, or it's really acidic, and I don't like that flavor. I like it really kind of round, mushroomy, and more basic or alkaline. I find that flavor is just what I like. But once again,
So like you were really good in science.
no, I wasn't really good in school at all.
Or math, or something.
And I didn't even go to college.
Well, that blows that theory.
Yeah.
But
Which theory?
Well, that you're really good in math and science, because that was a very technical description, I thought, of mold.
Microbiome. Yeah. This career path is, that's part of my 6-year career path. I got a minor in microbiome and a major in math.
See?
And a little bit of accounting and business management and a little bit of marketing.
And group therapy.
And group therapy.
Yeah. I knew there was a story there.
What? Yeah. No, it's great. It's awesome. It looks good. So we put it on a board and get it so people can...
I have toothpicks.
Oh, you got toothpicks? Here, let's put them on this board too for people.
This sauce looks really good. How does it... Now, I will tell you, I have gotten away from making my own sauce. I'm going to,
That's okay.
but this may bring me back to making.
I love making it. And even fresh pasta, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. And if you really want to impress your guests, just tell them you made fresh pasta. They'll just say, oh,
Yeah, and then hide all the plastic containers. But, well, I once went to a cooking class years ago, taught by a woman who had a PhD in psychology, and I think I've told some of you who were here before. She says, you'll make the same dish over and over. Most of us have 12 basic recipes. And I think that's what Pete has been saying. And she said, just go with it. It's cooking. It's, try anything.
And then I think it is good to then go and read some stuff and get in, I think it's almost like music where it's like, yeah, I'm cooking the same thing over and over and over. I need a little inspiration here. So then go to the internet. Go to your favorite
Like
blog.
New England Cooks?
Go to New England Cooks. And that's the other thing too, is then, maybe you see something and you don't exactly like the way they execute it, but you can...
A lot of people don't like the way we execute things. They want to execute us, I think.
Yeah, it's the biggest problem in the meat industry.
So what musical instrument do you play?
I don't really play much. I have a guitar. Let's just say that.
All right.
But I would...
A Renaissance. I just splashed you. I'm sorry.
You did. It's all right. You got cook's hands. It's looking good. I
think we're ready. We're at 17.
We're ready.
What does that mean?
17 minutes. So you can go as long as you want.
The water is boiling.
I was letting you know we're at 17 minutes.
We're going to put some pasta in?
Yeah, we're at a boil. Once again, you find your local pasta place. I like this natural pasta just because it's an organic. It comes out of Italy and it's got eggs in it, which I like. I like the flavor of it. But I also eat white pasta. It also depends on the sauce that I'm eating it with. If every sauce kind of has a different pasta that it goes with. Yeah, look at that. You can almost rock it like that.
Right.
I would immersion blend it, but that almost looks kind of interesting.
I think so. I think it has an earthy tone to it.
Yeah, very rustic.
A rustic.
That's definitely
like
rustic.
Something you'd have in Tuscany.
Like something that
I've
didn't...
never been to Tuscany, but I think maybe you would
in a place where...
Tuscany.
In a place where they didn't have an immersion blender.
Right. I used my immersion blender yesterday.
How'd it
go? It went well.
Oh,
very well.
On the minestrone?
Yeah.
Nice.
I puree the cannelloni beans.
So Sandy made a minestrone. I got a sample.
It was called Tuscan bean with sausage soup. And
she fed the crew.
And I used the rosemary and wine sausage.
It's a good one.
And we had a very nice dinner upstairs in the green room prior to coming down
Which
here.
is beige.
Okay. How long to cook the pasta? What do you recommend?
Half an hour. No more. Add a little salt. Make sure you taste it for salt. I'm going to throw a little black pepper in there.
No, the pasta, not half hour.
Oh,
the pasta.
sorry.
No,
pasta. I thought I was thinking
Oh,
sauce.
no, I'm not giving it to you. Just put it over there.
Oh, I thought you were giving it to me. No, thank you. I'm working.
Jeez.
Here, Tony.
No, thank you.
Pasta, I don't ever like to tell people time. You should learn how to tell when it's done, because every pasta is different. You might be at altitude. I'd rather, once again, I want you to know when pasta's done.
So how do you know when pasta is done?
Practice.
Practice.
I like it, the classic Italian word is al dente, which I kind of get a little sick of hearing, but whatever. I like it to be a little firm, also because when I cook off my pasta, I like it to be underdone when I dump the water, and I like to finish it with the sauce. I like to mix it in the pot with the sauce and get it, and kind of finish it. So in a sauce like that, or in a... I'm going to pull the sauce out of the fridge.
I can get that.
Oh, yeah.
How was this in there?
I know. See, well, I missed it.
So how many in the audience have done that? Undercook your pasta, then add the sauce.
That's how I like it.
You all do. Wow. Where have I been?
Connecticut.
Connecticut.
That's good.
I love Connecticut. For those watching the show from Connecticut, I'm with you, see?
I grew up in Connecticut. I definitely love Vermont over Connecticut. I go to Hartford, right? I'm like, hi, and the server
Well,
will
so
be
much for that channel.
and the server. I go, so what is there to do in Hartford? Nothing.
How is
I
it?
hate it here.
Too firm.
No.
Too firm?
Yeah. So if fractured pastas like this, usually, I don't know. Let's see what they tell us
Oh,
on
that's
this.
cute.
This says 4 minutes. I'd say it's, yeah, that's quick. How long has it been? 2?
21 minutes.
3 minutes and 58
Oh, it's been 21
seconds.
and a half, or almost 22. It hasn't been long enough.
No. All right.
No, so keep talking, Sandy.
Should we hand that out to people?
I think
I
we
could
might.
do that. Keith, is it all right if I walk out into the audience and hand them some samples?
Just one person needs to have it, and then they can just pass it down the line if they want.
That's a good idea.
Just give it to one person and run out and run back.
I will run back. I'll hand it to. I'll hand it to you, and then you'll pass that way, and then you'll pass it that way, that way. Okay,
I
I
feel
want
like
to.
the Italian grandmother waiting for the relatives to come.
Come out of jail or
Yeah.
come back home from the work.
Yeah.
Yes. Pass the
So,
paper.
Shoot, Sandy. I got a little lost in the pasta sauce.
Yeah, I know. You got lost in
It's
the
like
pasta.
fire.
Yeah, it is. When's the last time you've been to Italy?
It's been a while. It's been 3 or 4 years.
And what will you bring back next time, do you think? Is there anything new going on that you'll bring back or incorporate?
I don't know. You
I don't
never know. I don't. That's the beauty of it. I just turned it off. I think it's ready.
It is ready.
Yeah, it's ready.
Here. Want me to dump it?
No, we
I'll dump.
discussed.
We did?
Yep,
Yeah,
you
we
were
did
gonna
this.
dump it.
We did.
Here it goes.
Mm-hmm.
This is cooking down beautifully.
Looks good, sis.
It does. Okay, and then oh, you're putting the cook down that's been,
So this is, yeah, I made some at home and I cooked it down and blended it up.
You feeling good about it?
he cooked it down at home and did the immersion blender and the
Immersion
whole thing.
blender. If you had even Cuisinart, you can do it. Might get a little messy, a little rowdy in there, but still good. And you might even do it in some other type of, like, you could almost do it in just like a juicer or like
A blender.
Yeah, just do it in a blender.
Do you have a plate?
Got a plate, black plate.
Okay, black plate.
I want to actually turn this
Back on?
because that the sauce was cold.
All right. Well, we'll just put it on the plate because the TV audience doesn't know it's cold. We just need a plate.
Yeah, it just needs to look pretty, right?
Yeah, just need to look pretty.
Hello, TV audience.
We love you, though. We love you, web people.
Keep you in the dark, but. All right, I'm gonna turn this.
I'll let you do this.
No, I don't want to do that.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Fine.
Why don't you want to do it,
I don't
Sandy?
know.
She just doesn't.
I've been stirring. I'm getting a little tired.
Whoa, that's a Vermont. That's the Vermonter plate.
This is like, you should see what my grandmother used to make me eat.
Now, we'll
Oh,
just
that's
put the cheese
beautiful.
over there in front of that camera over there.
Oh, that's
Okay.
why you want me to do it. Okay.
I'll switch it.
So if you want this recipe, go to the website, New England Cooks. Studio Audience has it, but the recipes are free on the website, newenglandcooks.com. We have a Facebook. Please look at us. I think I'll be posting this soon on the Facebook. Our next segment is going to be with Stuart from Farrell Distributing.
I like a lot
Yes.
of Parmesan.
And
I guess so.
Yeah, I
And
like
then
it.
we're going to take these two delicious dishes,
And we're going-
lentils and sausage with the pasta, and we're going to pair them with a lovely assortment of sparkling wine.
So,
Thank you.
and we'll
Thank
be
you,
right
Peter.
back.
Beautiful.
My agents just about had a heart attack. And they said, well, what are you going to write? And I said, I'm going to write something on spec, and it's a Western. So now they're color drained. And, but they couldn't stop me, and I moved to a log cabin in Vermont. I wrote a Western on my own terms, and it became Young Guns, became a box office hit, and my agent said, stay in Vermont and just keep doing what you're doing. And that's, it's been 36 years now. Well, I mean, I think leaving Hollywood to come to Vermont is similar to Ethan Allen leaving puritanical Connecticut to come to Vermont. He did not want to be told how to think. I did not want to be told what kind of movies to write. If you look back at Emerson's essay, you know, self-reliance, and when I think about living in Vermont and where it's more abrasive, you know, with the seasonal changes and Lifeway, I think that speaks to the rugged individualism of the characters I write about in this kind of existential struggle. And I find that with Vermonters and those who have come here to create, they are responsible, and they have such a love and are protective of this state. It's such a great feeling. I'm seeing it now with the COVID. You know, we just all take such pride and responsibility to each other. Vermont is a state of spirit. Vermont is a state of being. It really is.
And now, from our studios in Barre, Vermont, it's New England Cooks.
You can't hug because of the microphones. Welcome to another exciting episode of this epic show of New England Cooks. I am your host, co-host, younger brother, Tony Campos, and this is my sister. What's your name again?
Sandy.
Sandy Zielinski.
Sandy Zielinski, his co-host, his partner in crime, and we are thrilled to be here tonight.
For New England Cooks. Another epic show that we hope we get through. You want me to say something?
We will get through it because in 2 weeks, there's another epic day coming. In 2 weeks, it will be the anniversary of my 1 year on this show. I'm my best fan.
I know.
You forgot it completely. That's why I'm reminding you now, because you do have 2 weeks to get the appropriate gift.
Okay, all right. I'll start working on that right now.
Okay.
Hey, your hair came out really nice.
Oh, thank you.
Even though you drove up here from Connecticut today.
Yes.
You went to the
with a top down.
With a top down on this. October Day
Yes.
in Vermont.
Yes.
Typical.
Well, I am a road warrior, right? And I don't have to drive. Ed drives, my husband. I listen to the music and look at the beautiful trees. The trees were beautiful until we hit the elevation, and then they were gone. But up to that point, it was beautiful. And I sing and I talk and I prepare for the show, right?
Yes, you
I text Tony along the way.
twice.
I've just crossed the Vermont border.
Yep.
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 And other pithy statements like that along the way. But we have a great show for you tonight, and you have recipes, you have wine sheets, and our guest tonight is from a company called Vermont Salumi.
And their motto?
Their motto is, we put the cure in the beef, we cure the beef.
Good. We do something with the beef.
We cure the beef.
Okay.
I think I can read it here. Oh, I got it. It was really good. The cure for the common meat. Okay.
It's on your sheet. So
It's
there'll
on
be
your
a
sheet.
test afterwards.
It's Vermont Salumi, the cure for the common meat.
And our guest is?
So we're going to have Chef Peter Coleman, who has been with this business for 6 years, and he is going to answer 2 questions for us tonight.
Epic
What is salumi, and what is the cure for it? Okay.
All right.
So let's bring out Peter.
Yo, Peter. I think he ran away.
Peter?
I think the door's locked. There he goes.
I almost ran away.
You would
I
be
was very
shocked.
tempted.
I would
Thanks
be,
for
yes.
having me.
Okay, Peter, it's great to have you.
So,
We want to hear all about you. We want to hear, first of all, what is salumi?
salumi is it's an umbrella term similar to the French word charcuterie, or I don't know.
Oh, good. I never knew how to say that.
Yeah, there you go. Solutions. Or like if I tell you dry cured meats, or if I tell you smoked meats, a whole bunch of stuff pops up in your head, right?
Right.
You're thinking bacon and brisket. So in Italy, the word salumi means everything from prosciutto to sausage to salami to pancetta. And those are kind of the things I like to try and make.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're wonderful.
And they're good. It's a horrible name for a company, though, because no one knows what it is.
Right.
But you live and learn.
But now we've answered the question. And tell us about the cure.
There is none.
There is none.
Once you start to like it, I mean, as you can see, I kind of became passionate about it, and now I'm stuck. There's no cure.
There's no
Good.
cure?
Well, you know, it's like prosciutto. I mean,
Yeah, it's kind of how it happened.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to cure anything.
You weren't trying to cure anything?
No, it's play with words, yeah.
I thought so. One I did very well in the introduction, as we can tell. Yeah.
You nailed it. I heard you out there.
It's like, just,
No, it went great.
Yeah.
But I don't do anything with beef.
All right. But we did try the sausage.
I don't work with beef.
You don't?
No.
What do you work with?
Pork.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The pig is my spirit animal.
It is. I love the pig.
I like eating the pig.
Oh.
You know, except for Charlotte's Web. I was damaged by that
There
book.
is Charlotte's Web.
I was damaged by that book.
Yeah, we have to kind of keep those two things separate.
Yeah.
Totally separate.
Compartmentalize.
Yep. It's a good thing they weren't up in the green room.
The
earlier.
green room was pretty. I did post something on the green room on Facebook, so I'm just trying something new. But it's all
What's
family
the
stuff.
green room?
That's the tan room.
It's not green. That's the first clue. It's not green.
It's kind of beige, yes,
But
beige room.
we did try some of your sausage.
Great. Yeah, we're gonna try some more.
We're going to try some more tonight.
All right, so
let's
first
tell
recipe.
us what you have in mind.
First off, we're gonna cook some lentils. Lentils, I decided, just because of this time of year.
Comfort food.
Comfort food, and the weather cooperated, so we got our first good
rainstorm,
cold 50-degree rainy day.
Right.
And so we're gonna do lentils, and this is, a lot of times we'll eat it with cotechino, which is actually a sausage with skin in it. But I didn't bring any of that because we don't make that product. It's probably a little foreign to the American palate. And but frequently for New Year's, the Italians will make lentils with cotechino or some type of sausage. And the lentils, if you eat it for New Year's, tend to represent good fortune and money.
Two things I like.
Yep. So
Oh, it's empty.
It's empty. There's nothing in there.
I was looking for fortune and money.
We're gonna
work toward
Yeah,
that?
we're gonna
Okay.
build a meal that's a catalyst
All
for fortune and money.
Okay.
So we're gonna start just with.
So what are we making first? We're making the lentils.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm gonna do the lentils. So pretty much we're gonna chop up some onion. Pretty simple dish. Onion, sausage. That's not going in it.
I know,
You
but I'm holding your product up.
Yep. Well,
The sausage is back there.
This is gonna go in it. I'm gonna sear up some sausage. You can saute up some onions.
Can I open that up?
Yes, that would be huge.
All right.
I know. I gotta get used to this telling you two what to do.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. I mean,
I know,
because if we can do it, anyone can do it.
Right, and you'll soon see why.
Yeah.
I'm peeling the onion. Is this knife sharp?
Very sharp.
Yeah.
Dear.
Should I see if I can shave with it? I just sharpened it.
No.
No.
All right.
Now, you just want me to hand these to you?
I wanna turn on my pan first. I like to have a little heat in the pan before I
yep.
turn the sausage.
All right.
So
That one?
Yep.
I was instructed upstairs I have to do a fine dice.
Yeah, I said fine dice, but I actually don't care at all, really.
We were talking. We were.
He gave up when I asked for,
No, I'm not super specific.
We were talking on the phone, and we're like, we're going over the recipe. I'm about ready to print off the recipes. He's like, I tweaked it a little bit and everything else, but people can do whatever they want on the recipe. And I said, it's not like baking.
Yeah.
And he goes on the phone, I hate baking. I go, I hate baking even more because you cannot vary. Here, you can sit there and say, I want a little wine. Okay, I'm going to add a little butter here. Oops,
Yep.
that was the unsalted butter.
We took the butter out of this recipe, and in the recipe here, the recipe that you have says I'm going to boil the sausage in some water. We're not doing any of that.
Yeah, so I'm about ready to print off 40 copies.
Yeah, no, I called Tony this morning. I said, nah.
I tweaked. I go, no, we're going 40. Boom. Done.
I said, you print it, so consider kind of the white lines of the road. Just stay in between there somewhere. Yeah, this is a guideline, and I think that's really important though for when it comes to cooking because it's almost kind of like music. I want you to get familiar with cooking and taste buds and what you like, and that really is it. It's more about what you like. Unless you're a chef, you're cooking for yourself. So figure out what you like and how you like things, and get it so it's that way.
This is no acoustical
I got in a high.
here, I'll tell you that.
It is? Yeah, I guess so. It's just not that high.
Not yet. We are in Vermont.
Yeah.
But I come now the day of the show because Tony goes into a Zen place the day of the show.
Is that what they call it?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I tell Sadie to come up a couple of days early so she can adjust to the altitude and clear out her lungs from Connecticut.
Tony, the show airs everywhere now.
And all of a sudden, Sandy stays over, and I'm starting to get into my Zen zone in the morning, having my coffee. And she comes in, what do you think I should wear? And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care what you wear. And she goes, but it really matters to me. I go, I'm getting into my Zen zone. I haven't had my coffee yet. So now she comes up the day of the show, so I can be in my Zen zone.
But yesterday
But then
I
when
did
you
call.
call and say, I made some changes on the recipe, my Zen just goes right out the window.
And I called right after that Zen moment. I said, Tony, the soup's ready. And you didn't say some nice things to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
And now it's really hot.
Yeah, it's really hot. No, I can't figure out these tongs. There's no rhyme or reason to these.
Well,
there, see, it just opened, but I won't do it again. I can't replicate it.
Is that a fine dice? Is that a fine dice, sir?
That's amazing. No, I want to figure it out. That's the problem.
My eyes are watering. Oh, I'm behind. I'm supposed to have this all done.
No, you're not supposed to have it done. These are going to hang out. I'm going to par cook these.
Oh, all right.
So there's some onions going in. There's some garlic. You could even just smash it if you wanted.
I know, just like this. I did it yesterday in practice.
These things there's no rhyme or reason to
right?
them.
No, there isn't. So I got these.
Okay. Here it is. Thank you. We're sausage, grilling sausage.
We're grilling children. Too bad we don't have any wine on the set yet, but that'll be Stuart's segment.
Stuart's coming through.
Do the bay leaves go in whole?
Yes. Oh wait, yeah, put them in. It doesn't matter. See, that's almost just more my preference for stuff, though. I don't think it really matters. I think they just, that's the other thing. Once you develop your opinion on how things should be done, then
right.
Then they just do that.
We do what? do that?
I just tell people how to do it.
Just do it.
Dump them in. Let's do it.
Oh, let's
get this
do it.
pan going. Is this one?
All right, got it on.
You got it on?
Yeah. Are you supposed to do the back side of the knife?
No.
All right.
So
I got yelled at by a chef once.
It's preference, right? It's preference.
Not using the back side of his knife. Let me do that for you. You keep talking about your great product.
All right, so I forgot to tell you which product we're using. We're using the red wine and garlic sausage that I make, but you could use any of them.
Okay, well, what other ones are there?
Am I allowed to walk off stage for a second?
All right, he's walking. Well, I could have done that for you.
No, you're opening tomatoes.
I'm already done.
Well, I did the rosemary and garlic, the red wine and garlic.
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of think once again, or if you don't want to use any of the stuff that we sell, use someone else's. I don't care. Well, maybe you find you like beef in your lentils, then use beef. But this is a red wine and garlic. So this is I learned from. So I was born in Italy and grew up here in Vermont, and I would go back and I would work with. I'd go back and work with some guys there, learn how to make this stuff. Usually we were doing on-farm slaughter and processing, and then I started working in some larger facilities. But the guys in central Italy where I learned from, this is how they make sausage. Everyone thinks of Italian sausage having like fennel and stuff. Guys that I learned from, no fennel. They were like, that's a sin. They just red wine, salt, pepper, and garlic is pretty much what they put on every pork product. Very simple. They would say, the meat's good, just
it's pure.
It's good. Just leave it that way. And never sugar. Never. Sugar and meat, bad.
Bad.
Sugar and pork?
Yeah.
Even worse.
I mean, they just said bad.
Is this on?
That's on.
Okay, good.
This is going.
I'm on it. It's on.
Tony's doing it. So yeah, the red wine and garlic sausage, really simple. Red wine, salt, pepper, and garlic. That's it. Nothing else. And that's one of my faves. But I like all the other ones too. This one's got fennel and coriander, and that's kind of similar to the American sausage, American Italian or Italian American, whatever you want to call it. And rosemary, that's just rosemary, salt and pepper, and garlic, and red wine. And the chorizo is more like a fresh Mexican style chorizo, super crumbly because we got apple cider vinegar in it. That one's got cumin, paprika, annatto, fresh garlic, a few other things. But I just, once again, like, you don't have to use the sausage. Try a different one. If you like it with that one more, develop your own opinion around your cooking.
But we want them to use your product. That's why you're here.
I want them to be happy.
All right. That's basically it, right, folks? Be happy.
I want it to be good food. Yeah. I mean, I would love it if you like our stuff. I think it's good. I hope you like it. But if you don't, hey, nothing.
Now,
okay.
for those in Vermont, your product is fairly easy to get, right?
Yeah, you can get these through most of the major co-ops throughout Vermont. We just started selling in Hannaford's, actually, so you can get them at Hannaford's. We can, yeah, right up the road.
Everyone go to Hannaford's here in TV Land and Webline and all that stuff and buy it. So that way they like him.
Or, yeah, like City Market, Hunger Mountain has it. All the Richmond Market.
Time out. What was this?
I was trying to shake it. Good job. Very good. All right, well,
I'm sorry.
Dump it.
In there?
Yeah, go.
Dump.
Great.
That looks very nice.
It does. I probably could have. Oh, look at that. I found a little garlic peel.
Uh-oh.
I had to call it out on camera.
Is that a faux pas?
No,
I spend a lot of time on camera. I'm just calling it out.
Yeah, thank you.
I know.
Sometimes we can be to the point.
Yes.
That's
So tell us about this dish. Is this a dish you experienced in Italy and brought here? You made it up yourself?
I think I had it. I mean, I've had lentils here, but I definitely remember eating this around the holidays, and I did like it a lot with the cotechino, with the skin sausage. That skin sausage is good. Okay. I know you wouldn't think so, but it's delicious. So you take a little bit of the skin, they boil it first, and then they put it into the mix of the sausage, and it's very gelatinous. I think something about the proteins turn into a collagen, and they kind of almost like stick to the roof of your mouth a little.
Oh.
And I like it.
Okay.
It's kind of, I do a kielbasa with skin.
Okay.
I do a beef pork kielbasa with a boiled skin. I love it. It's definitely an acquired thing, and it's always, you know, in the fall or the winter that it happens. And obviously because the weather's turning, you know? It's like when this weather turns, it's like I start thinking about pasta, I start thinking about beans and pork and, you know, and, you know, the beans and pork thing, it's just like in the US. I think most cultures do it for a reason. So this is pretty much ready to...
Now, what are we doing with the lentils?
These ones are ready, so I'm heating these. This is what...
If they weren't ready, what will we do with them?
I'm gonna put some in.
Oh, good.
I bought some French lentils.
French lentils, all right.
Yep.
They're gonna go in here?
Yeah, they're gonna go in there. And I'm gonna add a little bit of apple cider vinegar too. And that's
a
all.
virgin.
I think we could use a stir.
Yeah, you wanna give it a stir?
Here you go, Sin.
Thank you.
There. You want one of these? You like those?
No, I like that better, but I didn't want to cause a scene. Here, Tony.
Fine. All right,
All right, let's put the lentils in.
I'm going to shoot a little apple cider vinegar. So this is apple cider vinegar. It looks like bottled wine, but it's not. I have a friend who makes really good apple cider vinegar. If you want a really good treat, I like good apple cider vinegar and bubble water.
Yeah,
so
you were telling me that. Oh,
that's just Shelburne Vineyard bottle. But one of my favorite things is like a shot of apple cider vinegar, good apple cider, inside a pint glass of bubble water seltzer. Great beer alternative if you want to go a night without the booze or something. You got the bubbles, you got the flavor. I know, why would you want to go a night without beer?
Well, that's why I've been silent for a little bit. I'm in shock.
Well, if you're going to church that day, you might just want to have a shot of that vinegar.
Yeah, usually I don't drink beer before church.
No.
So I'm going to drop these in.
The whole, that's about what? How much?
This is 12 ounces.
12 ounces. 12 ounces. Is there more garlic in there?
No, there's like a hair of one of these things. Not a hair, but like a lentil hair.
It's a lentil hair.
Not a,
Tony, turn down the, heat.
Why, we're losing Sandy?
Yeah, this is...
Hey, your hair's kind of straightening right out.
Thank you, dear. It's a rough
And so that's 12 ounces of lentils. And I now also have 6 cups of water.
Oh, good.
I could get those for you because they're just...
I know, I gotta get better at just telling you what to do.
Just tell me what to do.
There you go.
That looks beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful?
That looks
hey,
beautiful.
move your plastic handle so they can get the beautiful shot. There's the beautiful shot.
Yeah, that looks
pretty
gorgeous.
shot.
Now I'm gonna ruin it.
Why? Now we have to cook this off for how long?
It takes about 45 minutes. And
now, would you ever use a broth instead of clear water?
yeah, I mean that's the other thing is you could use a chicken stock. You could make this vegetarian, skip that, and just add like vegetable stock.
Canines.
Yeah, I totally agree. You're preaching to the choir, but you know, if anyone want to tweak it, the other thing with the apple cider vinegar, throw white wine in there, throw red wine. It doesn't real. It's just an acid that you're looking for. You're not. Doesn't. I mean, it's not.
Okay, so say we're starting this off for 40 minutes because we can't do it for 40 minutes because you got about 5 minutes left.
Oh, really?
So do you want to?
Having so much fun, the time is flying.
We were talking about having you slice up some salami, but we could maybe do that on the next one if we feel like we're running out of time.
Why don't we do it on our next segment of New England Cooks? So if people want to watch this and get the recipe, go to our newenglandcooks.com website. Sometimes we post them on our New England Cooks Facebook. And maybe you might want to put it on your website.
We will do that. So maybe what I'll do is I'll finish this by partially, I like to get this thing to come up to a boil and then turn it down to a simmer.
Oh.
So stop stirring.
Stop. And I'm going to have you
fine chop?
Prep the garnish real fine. So what we'll do is, since this one's done, the sausage, I like to have it pretty close to cooked. You could, I don't know, you could let it go all the way, you could have it pretty much cooked, and then when the lentils are 2/3 of the way through, throw the sausage in there with it. I would even turn this pan right off, and they'll just cook right in there. I'm going to cover this thing, let it go to a boil.
No.
No, I think it's fine. Let's just do a little bit, because we're just going to do it for one spool. Sorry.
Watch out for the sharp knife.
You got,
All right, you want?
I want fine. Here, I'll run through there real quick. You want?
Hey,
Actually,
why don't you step over here, sis? Just shuffle over
I just
here.
want it super fine.
He wants it super fine. So how you doing, sis?
I'm doing well.
Are you enjoying this?
I am. I'm thinking of, so last Saturday we had
Hey, turn it this way. I'll take that. That way they can see you. It's this thing
we
called
had a
camera.
speaker at this organization that I'm associated with, and because we're on an Italian theme, she was a Italian from Long Island, funny woman, and she's talking about her grandmother who always got to come downstairs and stir the sauce all day, always stirring the sauce.
That is something I'll bring up actually in our next segment.
So she said, Grammy, why are you always stirring the sauce? And she goes, well, you never know. One of our cousins may get off parole and stop by.
I don't get why.
Is that what Modesta was doing?
Yeah, she was waiting for all of our relatives to get out of jail and come and eat.
But why would you stir what is stirring this? Just
Have food ready. Have food ready for all the...
And she was an old Italian woman. She had nothing better to do than to stir the sauce.
She didn't want that to be the reason that I have nothing better to do. I'm just waiting for my parole children.
Yes, my children to get off
or
parole.
Relative. Could be a relative.
Could be a relative. That wouldn't have to be
Uncle Tony.
Uncle Tony.
Oh, the show would be sponsored by Soap on a Rope.
Does anyone know what Tony's middle name is?
No one knows.
Does anyone want to know?
No.
Yes.
Dying to.
Well, it's Anthony Thomas. My mother thought he should have part of an American name. So that's why you got the Thomas.
And Tommaso.
Tommaso. And Mom was mad that day when she had me a dad. So instead of calling, my father was Antonio Franco Campo. So Mom goes, call him Anthony, not Antonio. So I'm an Anthony because Mom was mad at Dad.
There are many things that change after delivery, during delivery. Many things are said during.
Oh, this is
okay. That is really a nice job chopping.
Oh,
good job, Pete.
Just got it done. Oh, look, we even got some here. That's good. So I'm just
Well,
gonna
I
let
thought that. Yep.
Okay.
These are done. These are done. I'm gonna do it.
So now what do we do?
Plate.
Plate.
All right, we're gonna plate.
Oh, those are
So,
done.
sis, you want to hand me those meats? They're in the packets, and then that way. And these are Hannaford's too.
Yeah, those are the ones. The salami's not there, but you can get it at Morse Block Deli.
Or co-ops.
Or the co-ops.
I recognized it today.
Valerie down at the Firehouse Ladder and Grill has these and some other stuff on the menu.
You're going to the back row.
No, I think that's great.
No,
People
no,
in
no.
our audience have had your product.
Oh, they love their product. Well, these guys are.
And so there it is.
All right, no, I'm going to show you. So I didn't put this on the recipe, but I think it's good.
Make notes.
All right.
Sorry.
Oh, nice.
Right on top.
Yep. Okay.
Just
Good
give it a
job,
little shave
Tony.
on top.
That's very good.
I like a little parm on there. The other thing, I pretty much do this to everything.
Let's do it right over there. Sis, you want to hand me the cutting board? That way we get the beauty shot.
Well, I have to put this on top, right?
I just pretty much put olive oil on, and like a heavy dose too on everything. Finished pasta, give it olive
Really?
oil. Yeah, I do
All right.
everything.
Here, Tony.
Thank you.
I still have the parsley.
Yeah, no, just sprinkle that over the top.
All right. So
And
there
the
you
thing
have
is,
it.
Like if you don't like parsley, don't do the parsley.
Yeah.
You don't.
So there we have it. The recipe's on our website, newenglandcooks.com, and we'll be right back after this break with another epic segment.
Right.
Okay.
Known
Thank
as
you. Clap.
Thank you.
sauce.